NerdyNeo on the mic tells a story. Open mic, a world of digital glory. Talking quests and pixelated dreams. Gamers journey on the mainstream. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles all to new. Every game a brand new crew. Week by week a new guest appears. Sharing love for gaming through the years. Button mashing tales of late night kills. Level up, adrenaline thrill. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles all to new. Every game a brand new crew. From pixel art to high-def screens. Open worlds and cutscenes. Needles questions deep they go. Discovering every game in tow.
What's up, everyone? Happy Thursday evening, and welcome to another episode of Open Mic. Shout out again to my good buddy Nerd Slap for that awesome intro. It gets me hyped and ready to go every time I watch it. So we got an open mic with a new friend of the channel who I've not talked to before, but looking forward to chatting. We got Farsy joining us tonight. Hello, Farsy.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great and ready to have a great chat with you.
Yes.
So thank you for
Be fun.
joining me tonight.
Thank you. I enjoy being here.
Yeah. So I believe, correct me if you're wrong, if I'm wrong. Correct me if you're wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you're big on the Salty Nerd Helldiver community. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, I'm part of their A team. I run a lot with Dutch and
Okay.
Salty and all of them. You'll see me all the time with like Helldivers too. I drop in all the time with them. So it's a lot of fun.
Awesome.
You
Yeah.
enjoy it.
I got them right here. Good dudes. I finally got to meet them when I was in Vegas a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
Because I've been friends with them for a good few years now. Before they kind of blew up with the whole Helldivers thing. So it's good to see them.
I've been friends with Dutch for like 20 years. We go
so
way back.
Okay, so you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but are you also in Vegas then?
No, I'm in Phoenix.
Okay, but you've known him for a long time. Okay,
Yeah, we go way back. We played WoW together.
wow. I was gonna
Yep.
say I know how big of a
Yep.
fan he is of WoW. My guess was gonna be you probably played
Yep.
WoW with him back in the day.
I was his healer, which was funny because
Oh.
he always stood in the fire.
So I've been wanting to get him on open mic forever. Just the timing doesn't work out because he's usually working evenings. And
Right.
So what was I know he was a big fan of WoW. What character or class or whatever did he play? I don't know a whole lot about WoW other than what I've gleaned.
He played a hunter.
Hunter, okay.
Yeah, he played a hunter.
That's a class, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have a pet and you usually shoot like a bow or, a gun or something like that. And you have your pet and your pet helps you. It goes out and does its thing. Sometimes gets us into trouble. I remember one time when he's like, I have to go this way, and his pet decided to go that way and pull the boss, wipe the whole place. It's fine. Whatever.
Okay. So I played WoW for a total of 1 day because my buddy's like, "Hey, come on over, and I want to see how high we can get your level in 1 day." Because he had all these like XP boosters stacked up, but he couldn't use them for himself.
Right.
He had to use them for a friend. So I came over and played for a day. This is probably like 15 years ago already. We went from 0 to 55, and we were able to unlock the character to play as the Death Knight. I think it was.
Okay.
Because that was like the big new thing. You had to have a character to level 55, and then you could play Death Knight. So that would probably give you a good idea of the time frame of when this happened. So
it would be Lich King.
Lich King,
when Death Knight came out. Yep.
So I played it that 1 day, and I kind of just followed along and went where he told me to go and did what he told me to do. So I'm not terribly familiar with the game, but does the characters that you play. Obviously, you can only play certain characters, whether you're Horde or Alliance. I know that, but
Actually, now it's unlocked for everything.
oh, okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, you can play whatever you want on both sides.
Okay, well, that probably answers my next question because I was going to say, are there certain races that you can only play depending on your class, or can you play any race on any class?
So the races can determine somewhat of what you can play. So they've opened it up quite a bit, but there are still certain classes that you can only be like a certain race in order to play that class. Like it just doesn't meld.
Okay,
Shaman, for example, comes to mind, Paladin comes to mind, where there's only certain races that can play that just because of the lore
okay,
doesn't mesh well with it. It doesn't make sense in
gotcha.
lore.
Okay. So, all right, because where I was going with that was to find out, like you said, you're a healer and Dutch was a hunter. I was curious,
Yes.
like what races you guys were as well.
He was a Tauren, which is like a cow class.
That,
It looks
okay, I
like
was
a
like, I
cow.
think that's like the bull cow looking
Yeah,
characters. Those
yeah,
guys are
yeah.
pretty cool.
And then I played, depending on which expansion, because I switched at one point. I played shaman and priest. Those are my two healer classes.
Okay. So, well, cool. You go way back with them because I got
Yeah.
introduced to them. Um, he's kind of disappeared from the YouTube sphere, but do you happen to know JT Gunn?
Mm-mm.
Okay, he was connected with them before, and he's the one that got me plugged in because I met him way back just in live chats of stuff, and I see his name,
Right, right.
started chatting in Discord, and we became pretty good friends. And he because he does graphic design, he actually did my logo, which is
Nice.
the one you can see back there in the center of the screen with the
Mm-hmm.
obviously it's all Matrix themed because that's my favorite movie of all time.
Right.
But yeah, he did my logo, and so he was friends with them, and so he got me plugged in with them, and then I've done some gaming with Alex and stuff, and so it was cool to meet him. But man, you go way back, so awesome.
Yes, we do. Yes, we
So
do. Long time.
awesome. Well, I have Helldivers. I haven't played it in a while. I haven't played it before. Last time I played it was before they added the third faction, the Illuminate. So it's been a
Okay.
little while since I
It's
played
been a
it.
hot minute.
Yeah, I'm only like level like 18 or 19, so I'm pretty low. I am an achievement hunter and a completionist, so I do plan to go back at some point and finish up
Mhm.
getting all the achievements. Although even without really going for any of them, because usually when I go into a game, I go in looking at the achievements, knowing what I need to do to get them. That one I just went in blind and I've just played it. What I think I've probably played it for like 20 or 30 hours or so,
Right.
just for the fun of it. And I've already got half of the achievements without really even trying. So
Yeah, the achievements aren't too hard to get, honestly. And they just dropped a new patch yesterday.
I think, yeah.
Huge new
So
patch. Huge.
I'm going to be going back to it at some point, wrapping up the achievements and just playing it more. The amount of time that I've spent playing it, I've had a lot of fun because I don't like PvP stuff. The
Mhm.
last thing I
Me
played
either.
PvP was Halo 3, Halo Reach time, and since then I've barely touched PvP. I like PvE, me and buddies against AI. So like the game that I've
Right.
spent the most amount of not the most amount of time in ever because my most hours in the game is the first Destiny, but I
Okay.
did spend probably about 75% of that in co-op with not like I said, not playing the PvP. Although
Right,
I
right,
did play
right.
the PvP that I needed to in order for the achievements, but that's the only reason why I touched the PvP.
Right.
Most of that time was spent in the campaign with a buddy or two because I love that.
Mhm.
But second to that is Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. I play
Okay.
that a couple times a month because I love it. It's you and up to 3 people
Right.
against hordes of enemies, and I just love that. So Helldivers kind of taken that and made it in a more of like an open world setting. So it's been a lot
Mhm.
of fun. And I look forward to getting back to it at some point. Um,
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. 80. I think I just hit 80.
oh,
And all of my levels have been with the A team.
with the A team.
Yep,
Okay.
that's it. I haven't played anything more really than the A team, so.
Nice. So once I get back into it, I'll probably have to connect with the Helldivers there
Oh
over
yeah.
in Salties and be like, hey, I'm still pretty low level, but I'm looking to get back into it. I'm sure it won't be difficult to find people to play with.
Nah.
But where I was going with that is that despite not actually having played it in a while, I'm always watching their salty the Salt Divers podcast every Tuesday.
Hmm.
So they're always talking about all the new patch updates and everything and stuff they like to see. So I still kind of keep up with the community, even though I haven't really been part of it myself.
Yeah, my husband was on there. We happened to be in Vegas in September, right around Labor Day. And my
Okay.
husband happened to be on one of their shows as a
Oh,
guest
okay.
star. So
I'd have to go back. I'm sure I watched because I've watched every single one that they've done. So I probably saw that one. I just would have to go
right.
back and look at it to see who that was.
Yeah, it was Christ. Christ is his name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Cool. I hear them mention him all the time.
all the
Uh,
time. All the
but
time. Him
didn't know that you
him
guys are
and
married. That's cool.
yeah, him and I call him Simi because that was his name was Simmental in WoW. So I keep I Simi. It's not Simi anymore. It's Dutch. But him and Dutch were
I
actually friends long
okay.
before we were. So
Oh, nice,
fun
man.
times.
It goes back even farther.
Yep.
Interesting. Because I've not heard that name mentioned before. Simi. So I've
Yeah,
he was
Simmental.
Matt Vader when I got introduced to him.
Yeah, and Simmental, if you know anything about like what the name means, Simmental is actually another name for a bull cow.
Okay,
So it
I
was
did
like a
not know
play
that.
off of that, and no one wanted to call him Simmental, so we just called him Simmy, like
That makes a lot of sense.
whatever. So he'll always be Simmy. I'm never gonna get around to calling him
It's
Dutch.
still Simi to me, dang it.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay. So, um, if you had to put hours to it, would you say that WoW is probably your most hours in a game as well, or is
Yeah, I mean, I've got 20 plus years of
it's
WoW.
been around a long time? So
Um,
if you've been into
yeah,
it, it's most likely up there.
yeah, and I'm usually like running, doing raids, doing all the thing. I think with my shaman, the number of hours played was well over 500, and that was just for that tune. That didn't
Right.
include my
How many other
priest
characters you
or
played?
anything. I don't even want to know how many hours I put into that game.
'Cause I was talking to someone about that not long ago, and it might have been Dutch when because I was able to do an episode of my party chat
Hmm.
from the Salty Nerd Studio, which is I think where you got introduced to me most likely.
Yes, when
'Cause
Alex was on. Yep.
yeah. You popped up, yeah, because yeah, I often say, oh, Mike's, that's the whole idea is people to come on and
Yep.
talk video games with me, and you reach out to me like, hey, I'd like to. So I was like, sweet, let's do it. But yeah, we were talking about most hours in a game on that episode of Party Chat, and yeah, we are talking because Dutch was like, I would have to say it has to be WoW, and I was like, do you know how many hours? He's like, I don't want to know because I'm pretty sure
I
in
don't
WoW,
know.
I'm pretty sure there's a command or something that you can go and check if you really wanted to
It's
know.
the problem is it's per character.
Character. Okay. So you
So
have to
like I
add
would
all your
have to go
characters
through
together.
exactly. And I've played so many characters. And they were all healers. So like I had my shaman, I had my priest, I had my druid. My druid was more recent. A lot of hours. Way too many to count.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, like I said, Destiny 1, I never actually played Destiny 2, but I played Destiny
Really?
1, and I played all three Titan,
Yeah.
Hunter, and Warlock. I kept them all top tier,
Hmm.
up until the release of the last expansion, which was Rise of Iron.
Okay.
Um, and because I'm very frugal and patient, so I was like, I'll wait for it to go on sale because it was like 20 or 30 bucks. It was a pretty
Hmm.
pricey expansion. So I was like, I'll wait for it to go on sale. And still to this day has never been on sale. So I ended up like 2 years ago, I finally bit the bullet and paid full price for it. Because I was like, I want to finish this game and get all the achievements. So at this moment, I still have one achievement left, and that's for beating the raid from the Rise of Iron DLC called the
Oh,
Wrath of the
okay.
Machine. I
Hmm.
still need to beat that one on the heroic difficulty. I've beaten it on the normal one, but I
Okay.
still need to get some better equipment in order to play it on the harder difficulty. After that, I'll have 100% completion in that game.
Nice.
And I bought
Nice.
that game day one because that was literally probably the game that I followed the development of closer than any other game. I was so hyped for Destiny 1. So I bought that day. I had it pre-ordered. That might have been the last game I pre-ordered, and that was September 2014.
I'm
So it's
surprised
been a while.
you haven't played Destiny 2. I played Destiny 2. I enjoy the heck out of it.
I'm sure I would enjoy it. I did play the demo. I just because so Destiny came out in 2014. There's basically a span of like 6 or so years between like 2012, because that's when Mass Effect 3 came out, which is my single favorite game of all time.
Right.
Um, Skyrim came out at the end of 2011, 11, 11, 11, and then Destiny came out in fall of 2014. So in that kind of range up until about 2017 or 18, those are essentially the only 3 games I played for like this 4, 5, 6 years span. Uh,
Okay.
and after that, I was like, I need to spread out more on my gaming. So since
Right.
then, I've been playing a lot more variety of stuff rather than sinking all my hours into like a couple of games. So if
Mhm.
you were following, I'm mainly an Xbox guy. That's my platform of choice. So if you saw the chart of my gamer score, is like plateaued for like that period of time, and then at like 2018 it just goes like straight up because I just start playing so many other things.
Right.
So that's the main reason why I didn't play Destiny 2. Is like I'm going to expand into playing a lot of stuff rather than getting stuck into like one game forever. Because if I start playing Destiny 2, that's probably going to be the only thing I play. And I was like, I want to play all this other stuff that I've been missing out on. So,
Right. Right.
uh, anyway, where I was going with that is there's a website that you can go to and plug in your gamer tag, and it'll show you all your time across all your characters. So
Mhm.
that's how I know that that's my most played one. It's about 1,600 hours total across my 3 characters. So
I think I have the one that I have closest to that would be Rust.
okay,
I've
I
got
know
like
that's a popular one, but I've never played
yeah.
it.
I have I have a sister-in-law, my husband's sister, of course. She's got, I'm not even joking, 20,000 plus hours in that game
In Rust,
in Rust.
wow, that's
She is
nuts.
a massive player. She's one of the top tier players. And so she was like, "Let's play." And I'm like, "Great. I'll sit in the base because I don't like PvP." You know what I mean? Like
Right.
people see me long before I see them. So like, so I was like, basing it up basically. Um,
Is Rust an extraction shooter?
no,
No. What does it play like? I've heard the name a lot, but I don't know if I've ever actually seen any gameplay of
it's
it.
a survivalist game. So you have to go around, you wake up naked on a beach and you have a rock. That's it, a rock that you can hit things with. And so you go around and you hit trees and you hit rocks, like actual bigger rocks to get the stuff in order to make the better stuff. And then you go and you do something else to make the better stuff. It's all like a
So it's all is it survival crafting alone, or is there more to it than that?
it's survival crafting. You make your bases, you kill other people. It's very much a PvP game to its core.
And so if you die, do you like respawn and continue where you left off, or do you have to start over?
When you die, your body stays there and someone else can loot your stuff. So you by the time you get back to your body,
It's probably
90% of the
gone.
time it's gone. So yeah, it's not an extraction shooter, it's definitely a PvP game.
So it
Um
doesn't sound like there's any guns in it then.
oh yeah, there's tons of guns.
Oh, there are.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You start without any guns, but you move up into guns. So like they've got AKs. AKs is one of the like the top tier. And then I don't like going out with AKs because I know I'm gonna die and lose it. I'm more of the base builder, the base like organizer. And then I was out of a job because now they've automated everything. They made it to where you can automate stuff. So like you put something in a dump box and it just moves it to wherever it's supposed to be. So I'm like,
Oh,
that takes away
that
my
was
fun.
that was the part that I did that made it
I
fun for
know.
me.
Exactly.
Okay.
So yeah, yeah, it's a
S-
lot of fun.
s- So it is it like a persistent world that just keeps going, or are there like matches?
Yeah, so it's a persistent world for a month.
Oh, okay.
After a month, it wipes everything and you start all over again.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Cause like it sounds like very brutal if you work in all this time, then you end up dying and you lose everything, but
Mhm.
not exactly lose every. And is it more of like a free for all, or is it like more of a team thing where you squad up with other people and
Depends on
work
what you
together?
want.
Okay,
So
so it could be either.
it could be either. You could be in a clan, you could be in a group. Like when I ran with my sister-in-law, it was me and my husband, my husband's father, my husband's mother, when she was
Hopefully,
alive, my
that's
husband's
awesome.
grandmother, like, it was a family thing,
That's
and then some of the
awesome.
friends that she knew that were also, Rust players, and we all just banded together and did the thing, made a huge base and defended it and had a bunch of fun.
That's cool. That's cool that like it's like a family affair
It
for you.
really
Like
is.
it's
Yep.
cool because I talked to a lot of people who are like, yeah, my parents were gamers or whatever. It's like and that's really awesome. Like none of my family would know the first thing about how to
Mine
freaking
too.
hold a controller, much less like play
Yep.
a game. So I mentioned a couple times on open mic before. It's like I tried playing video games with my dad and my mom once as a kid, and once only. I was like, yeah, you know what? It's just better if I play on my own. So seeing
Yep.
people that like have gamer families, it's like I'm kind of a little jealous.
Yeah, my both of them, my father-in-law and my mother-in-law, and of course my sister-in-law, man, they're brutal. They are vicious when it comes to being like PvP. Like they're just like, and I'm over here going, I'm just gonna hold the base down because I just don't. I'm not a PvPer. Like, just is what it is.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, same. Clan Dorian in chat. What's up, Clan Dorian?
Hey, clan.
I've seen you before. Good to see you again. I'm right there with you on the PvE versus PvP stuff. I rage too easily unless I'm playing with a group of friends to mellow me out and keep me joking around. Yeah, I've had all of my most fun time, at least since high school, because I did have some of my favorite memories were doing LAN parties on Halo 1
Yes, LAN
before Xbox
parties.
Live existed,
Mm-hmm.
getting like 12, 60 people together to play Halo 1 on 4 TVs. That was some fun stuff. But
Yep.
since, internet gaming has become more ubiquitous, my favorite times is playing, Destiny with a couple buddies or Mass
Mm-hmm.
Effect 3 multiplayer with a couple buddies. Basically, I've got a couple friends that all of those type of games. Another one has been playing with those same buddies, like Ghost Recon Wildlands, the most recent one. We
Mm-hmm.
played a lot of that. That was a lot of fun. So I just love the co-op squad based stuff
Yes.
versus AI than playing against other people so
Yep.
much.
Yep. Yep. I do a lot of survival games. That's kind of my niche, if you will.
Okay.
Survival and RPG, but I like the old style RPG. I like the Final Fantasy and the Dragon Quest, like the turn based. You gotta, whatever, and you have everyone has their turn like that. But that's what I grew up with. You know what I mean? My dad was a gamer. Um, he played Dragon Quest 8. Yes, Dragon Quest 8 when it came out, he had like something like 200 hours, hadn't quite gotten to the end before he passed, so I went and finished the game for him. You know what
Oh,
I
that's
mean, kind of
sweet.
thing. But that's what I grew up with was that kind of gaming.
Yeah, when you started saying RPG and you're like older, I think I know where you're going with this because
Yep.
I like RPGs as well, but I didn't get into RPGs for a long time because in my head, RPG equated to like Final Fantasy with
Right.
JRPG, turn based, kind of
Yep.
cartoony characters. I was like, that has no interest to me. It
Mhm.
wasn't until I got introduced to my first one was Oblivion, and
Okay.
that opened my eyes to like, hey, there's this whole other side of RPGs. And
Yep.
then later on, Mass Effect became my favorite franchise of all time. But I am not a fan of turn based combat and stuff. There are a couple that I've played, and I've enjoyed them for the most part. But yeah, if you're gonna ask me like, hey, do you want to play a turn-based RPG or I wouldn't necessarily say an action RPG, but a real-time RPG, because like action
Mhm.
RPG, I think something more like Diablo, whereas like
Right.
real-time
Right.
RPG, I think like Elder Scrolls. So
Mhm.
I'm definitely going to take Elder Scrolls real-time RPG over basically anything turn-based.
Yeah, and I enjoy those other ones, but like since I grew up with the turn-based, like, I'm like, "Oh, it's a turn-based game, I love it." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I have just recently dipped my toe into Oblivion Remaster because
Oh,
I've never played Skyrim, I've never played Oblivion, I played Daggerfall back in the day,
way back. Okay.
way
I've
back in
not
the
played
day.
that one. My introduction to all of RPGs was Oblivion, and that was
Yep.
obviously my introduction to Elder Scrolls as well.
Right. So I'm just dipping my toe into it, and Clan has been running around with me going, "Oh, you gotta see this, you gotta see this," like we do it together. And it's like, I don't know what I'm doing. What am I doing? Yeah, that's
So
fine.
yeah, I love Oblivion. I love Skyrim. I'm very much looking forward to playing the Oblivion remaster at some point because
Mhm.
I haven't played Oblivion in coming close to 20 years. So definitely looking forward to playing it again with a new coat of paint.
It looks pretty nice.
It does look very
It
nice.
looks very nice. I'm good with it. Like I just never played it. By the time I was aware that it was out, I was in college and didn't have time. You know what I mean? So I was like, "Oh, I'll play it later." And then it's like, "Well, I don't really like the graphics," and I moved on to other things. So it's like, "Yeah, whatever."
Yeah, totally fair enough. Hey, Vanquish is in chat. What's up, Vanquish? Haven't seen in a little bit, but good to see you as always. Says nice to meet
Hello,
you,
hello.
Farsy. So, Vanquish, have you gotten through Vanquish yet? I have to ask you every time. Have you? While we're on, I doubt it, since this is very outside of your genres that you just talked about. But have you ever played Vanquish?
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Okay, it's a very fast-paced sci-fi third-person shooter.
Oh, okay.
It's an awesome game. It's from Platinum. If you're familiar with the developer Platinum,
No.
okay. So doesn't
Never
sound like
heard
it's
of it.
probably up your aisle, but if you like shooters, I highly recommend it. It's
I
pretty
love
short.
shooters. I'll
Oh,
take a
okay,
look at it.
yeah, look into Vanquish and see if it might tickle your fancy, so to speak. I always
Okay.
recommend it because it's an awesome game. And it's pretty short. That's why I keep giving Vanquish crap about it, because he he finally bought it recently, and he's like, and I keep asking him, because the first time I chatted with him, like I introduced his first time on YouTube was here on Open Mic a little while ago. So I was like,
Okay.
while he was on, I was like, "Hey, your name is Vanquish. Have you ever played Vanquish?" He's like, "No, I don't think I don't remember if he had heard of it or not." But he's like, "No, I hadn't played it." So ever since then, I'm like, "You got to at least play it. It's your name's sake." So he bought it not
Right.
that long ago, and so I'm like, every time I see him, I'm like, "Yeah, I got to ask you if you played it yet, because it's not short. You can get through it in a few hours, or
Mhm.
sorry, it's not long, and
Right.
you can get through it in a few hours, and it's an awesome game. So if you like third person shooters, I definitely recommend Vanquish. It's an awesome game. So
Okay. I'll check it out.
yeah, he says too many other distractions as
I
usual.
feel you. I feel you.
But good to see you as always, Vanquish. Well, so we're talking about Oblivion. Oh, that's what I was going to ask. Since you are a fan of the turn-based, have you played Expedition 33?
No.
Or have you heard of it?
Yes, I've
Okay.
heard of it. I just haven't played it yet. It's on my to-do list.
Okay. It's not up my alley, as we just said. It's not quite my kind of game, but it looks very pretty, and I've heard
Yes, it does.
nothing but
It
good
does look
things about
really
it.
good.
So I bet you'll probably like it when you get around to it.
Probably. It's just Vanquish says, it's like too many distractions. I'm in college still, getting my doctorate,
Oh,
trying to do like
good reason
stuff
to
like
still be in
that.
college.
Yeah, And so yeah, I just haven't played it. I want to though. It's on my it's installed. I just haven't actually done the thing. So,
For me, that's which just came out, I believe, today or yesterday. The new Doom Dark Ages. I cannot
yes,
wait
I've
to
heard of
play.
it. Yep.
So I am. For me though, there's a reason why I'm not playing it yet. I would be playing it day one, but uh, like I said, I'm an Xbox guy, I'm an achievement hunter and a completionist. So I'm doing this thing, what's called a bean dive, where
Okay.
the reason why it's called that is because the guy who came up with the concept, his gamer tag was Bean Potter, so they named the
Okay.
concept after him, Bean Dive. And there's an event that so as an Xbox achievement hunter, I'm really connected on the website called True Achievements,
Okay.
which scans your profile and shows you all the games you've played, and you can see all the achievements. And people can post like, "Hey, if you're having trouble with this achievement, here's what I found works best on how to unlock this achievement," or "Hey, this achievement's glitchy, here's how you work around it to get it to unlock," and stuff. So I'm big on the True Achievements. They do a lot of events as well, and so once a year, usually in July, they do an event called the annual Bean Dive. But you can do one whenever you want, and what it is to try to get people to play their backlog of games.
Right.
You get one achievement in each of the games you want to play, and then you close the dive, and obviously that drops your completion percentage, because now you have all these games, because that's another big stat on the site is your achievement percentage,
Right.
your completion percentage,
Right.
and it's based on how many achievements you've unlocked out of how many achievements you have possible on all the games you've played. And so you get one achievement in all these games, lowers your completion percentage, and then you close your dive, and then you play those games to try to get back to where you were when you
Right.
started it. So I
That makes
started
sense.
one, and I just had the 6-year anniversary of it. I started it in March of 2019, and I'm this close to finally recovering it. I've been for the last 2 years or so, I've been like, all right, because even after I closed it, I started a ton of additional new games. So that didn't help me recover it any
Right.
sooner. So I've
Right.
been like, all right, I'm not starting anything new. The one caveat is what I call panic playing a game, which I've uh, affectionately stolen that term from my good buddy Paul Hadouken. He's the one who I heard first use this term, so I've kind of adopted it. And so for Game Pass games, they give you a warning because every 2 weeks, like the middle of the month and the end of the month,
Mhm.
some games leave Game Pass.
Right.
So they give you a 2 week warning on what games are going to be leaving either at the end of the month or in the middle of the month. And so if there's any games that I was planning on playing that are going to be leaving in 2 weeks, I'll panic play those. So I'll
Right.
start them and burn through them real quick before they leave Game Pass. So that's the only time I've been starting any new games, basically for the last 2 years. I'm like, all right, I'm not starting anything new. I'm just playing all my old games. Not old, not necessarily they have to be
Right.
old. Just
Your
all the
backlog.
games, my backlog, all the games I've started. And I'm not starting anything new. So I'm getting this close. I'm
What's the game
hoping.
that you're like this close to?
So when I started it, it was 160 games.
Uh-huh.
So and then I added a bunch of additional games. So there's not any.
There's
Uh,
not any one game.
yeah, so it just tracks how many achievements you need to get back to the completion percentage you were at the beginning,
Gotcha.
which for me was like 91.15%. And so I'm at 90.7 right now. So I'm
Mm.
getting very, very close. So
Gotcha.
obviously I'm prioritizing games that have lots of achievements that I have only a few of them in.
Right.
But I don't have to get all the achievements in the game. It just tracks how many achievements I need. So I could get an achievement here, an achievement there, and it still counts towards
Gotcha.
the progress. So
Right. Right.
because of that, I'm absolutely not starting anything right now.
You're
Even
like,
if my
no.
most anticipated game of the year, which is Doom Dark Ages. But
Right.
I'm hoping to be done with this dive by the end of the month. I'm getting very close. And then I'm going to be starting a new one immediately, and it's going to have like 400 games in it. So
Oh my
I've got
goodness.
a lot of games that I'm very much looking forward to playing once I recover this dive. And
No.
Doom Dark Ages
No.
is
Too
probably
much.
going to be the first one I play.
Right. Right. Yeah. I never really played Doom. I played Quake. Quake was my thing. Back when the only way you could play on the internet, now this was 56K modem days, okay?
Yep.
The only way you could play was by using MPlayer.
And player.
That
I
was
I
that
think
was
I've
the
certain
platform that everyone used in order to play Quake on.
okay, I think I've heard of that, but I have not
Mhm.
had any personal experience with it.
We used to call it MPlagger because it was so laggy. So, you would get in there and you'd be like, "Oh my god, I'm lagging so bad." You know what I mean? And then while you were waiting on your game, because it was a queue, right? Like it
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
just a free for all like we have now where anyone can make like a lobby or whatever. You literally had to queue to play against other players. And so while you were queued, they also had like hearts and spades and
Like card
poker
games?
and yeah, little card games or whatever that you could play, which was kind of nice because it
That's
gave you
cool.
something to do. Um,
It's kind of like it's kind of a lost art, especially since like loading screens have become less and less of a thing with the faster and faster our equipment gets.
right, right,
But there was a time where loading screens, instead of they made them interesting by making like little tiny mini games in the loading screen to help entertain you while you're waiting
exactly.
for the game to load. So it sounds kind of like
Yep,
that.
yep. It was very similar. And that's where I ended up with the name Farsy because
Oh,
it
okay,
got truncated from far field down to Farsy.
okay,
So, it's like, oh, it's my Farsy. And I was like, I don't know, 16 or 17 at the time, you know what I mean? Like whatever. But yeah, it definitely was fun. You built a community and I think that that's kind of a lost art. We talk about lost art in general. I think that the community of gamers that all come together and play the same games and keep going with it is kind of a lost art. You
yeah,
don't see that a lot in most games. It's like every man for themselves and I don't care what you get, you know what I mean?
yeah, I
So
totally agree.
it is what
Um,
it is. What are you gonna do?
So yeah, I haven't played Quake, but I do have Quake 1 and 2 are in the games I'm going to be playing.
Oh,
They
okay.
are both on Game Pass since they're I'm pretty sure they're published by by Bethesda, which would make sense.
Could be.
Um, but yeah, I never played the classic Dooms. The first Doom I played was Doom 2016. I went back and played the classics after 2016, so
Okay.
I don't have like the nostalgia for it. Um, but yeah, Doom Eternal is uh, I freaking love that game. It is one of my favorite games of the last decade, and we recently did another show I do on Tuesdays, because Tuesdays are alternate. One week I do party chat, which is like what you saw. Normally I do it on Tuesday evenings,
Hmm.
but because being in Vegas, I had to do it when the studio was available, which happened to be a Wednesday morning. But normally I
Right.
do party chat on Tuesday evenings, one week, and then on the alternate Tuesday evening I do top five. And we rank our top five favorite of whatever the topic is. And one of the topics we did recently was shooters, and Doom Eternal ended up being my number one favorite shooter. So I freaking
Okay.
love that game. I am super excited for playing Doom Dark Ages. Vanquish says that his wife is a big Doom fan. She picked it up for PS5 on the way home. That's awesome.
Yes.
So I
Yes.
cannot wait
We
to
have
play that.
everything. We have the PlayStation, the Xbox, the handhelds, the Steam Deck, we go all the way back to Amiga. Like we have
Okay, nice.
all sorts and they're all hooked up and they're all playable.
That's awesome.
Um
Not just
so
in storage.
yep, no, they're all playable. It's a lot of fun to go back and play some of those older games.
Yeah. Speaking of older games, I recently got this. I've shown it a few times. This is
Okay.
a Retroid Pocket Flip 2.
Hmm.
And so they've got a really nice built-in like organizer. So I've got I've got all my ROMs for all my games on here. So I've got like my NES games, my Super Nintendo,
Mhm.
N64, GameCube,
Nice.
Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance. So I've been playing a lot of old stuff lately as well, and this thing is fantastic. I love
Oh
this
yeah.
thing so much. And but what really got me into playing older stuff is my buddy Dude 1286, who is even a bigger achievement hunter than I am. We do a podcast once a month called Achievement Chasers. We talk about our achievement hunting over the course of the last month. And he introduced me to retro achievements, which is just like achievements for regular games, but it's all community ran, and people program retro achievement sets for old games.
Oh, okay.
NES, Atari 2600,
Right.
GameCube, N64, all sorts of stuff. It's all community run, and so you can go back and play your old classic games, but with achievements now. So I've been loving that, and combining the two so I can play them on here and still get retro achievements has just been chef's kiss. So
Nice, nice.
I have so many games on here from my childhood that I'm so much looking forward to playing again, because I haven't
Yep.
played them 30 years.
I was super excited when they came out with the remake or retro or whatever of the Dragon Quest 3 and 4. No, Dragon Quest 3.
I would not be able to tell you because I know
I don't
nothing about
know,
that
but
franchise.
I can't wait until they come out with this Dragon Quest 2. Like that was what I grew up with, was Dragon Quest 2. Like I
Okay,
loved it. Loved it, loved it. That and Final Fantasy, but definitely Dragon Quest 2.
nice. Yeah, I had a friend on open mic a while back named Pop Culture Mechanic. He's a big fan of the Dragon Quest series as well. So the little bit that I know about Dragon Quest was from him coming on
Right.
open mic and kind of telling me about it.
Love it.
So,
My
hey,
favorite.
Spartan Flash is here as well. What's up, Spartan
Spartan.
Flash? Good to see you. Says, hail, Mr. Anderson.
Oh
So,
my.
well, good to see you. So, and Clan, Lowest Expectations here as well. What's up, Lois? He's been on a lot of top fives recently. That's good, buddy. But Clan Dorn says, yes, Oblivion was also my intro to the Elder Scrolls games. Awesome. Played Fallout. Yeah, and because of that, I got into Fallout. I played Fallout 3 in its entirety and put a good couple hundred hours into that. I've not played New Vegas yet. Everyone says that's like the best Fallout.
Mhm.
So I will be playing it at some point. That's also one of the many games I'm going to be starting here very soon. I have started Fallout 4, but I've only got about like 8 or so hours into it. That's another one that at some point I'll be going through and I'll be getting all the achievements, but that could be years from now. Who knows? Um, Back when it came out. I'm a massive Elder Scrolls nerd, along with the other stuff I enjoy playing. Well, that's awesome. So, um, oh, and Lois says, I just want Dragon Quest
Yes.
Builders 3. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like
Yes.
you
It's
commiserate with him in
it's a
this.
building, yeah, it's a building game. It's kind of a survival kind of like what I usually play is like the survival games. It's kind of like that, only Dragon Quest. So you have to go out and you have to get the blocks and you have to fix up the castles and do all of the Dragon Questy things, and yet you're still fighting monsters, and it's fun. I
Is
enjoy
it
it.
is that a more recent one? Is that like a 3D game, or is that like an old like top down like Game Boy game?
No, it's a recent one. It's like I think the Builders 2 game came out at the same time as Kingdom Hearts. There was like Kingdom Hearts 4 or something like that. It's probably 6 or 7 years old at least.
Okay, so it's not
But
that old.
but it's yeah, the sprites are more 3D-ish. It's cartoony, but it's not like pixelated cartoons. It's actually, modern age cartoons, so
Okay, because
it's
yeah, I
fun.
know Dragon Quest, the franchise goes way back, like to the 80s, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I
Yes.
was like, is it like a super old game, or is it a more recent?
Mm-mm.
Sounds like it's more of a recent one.
It is. Within
Okay,
the last 10 years. Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, so you mentioned earlier that you're a fan of the survival and crafting sort of stuff. So
Correct.
I haven't played a lot in that genre, but in addition to Doom, 2016, and more so Eternal, because I love them both, but Eternal's my favorite of all the Doom games. But that being one of my favorite recent games of like the last decade or so, another of my favorite games of the last decade. Uh, is a survival crafting game,
Okay.
and the sequel is coming out this year as well. Have you ever played Subnautica?
Yes, I have. Briefly.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so
Yep.
briefly though, you haven't put
No, I haven't played it all the way through. So I have ADHD, so I bounce from game to game to game.
completely
And I haven't
understandable.
I haven't bounced back to it, but I do want to. Um, right now, my love has been Schedule 1.
Okay,
Clan and I
I
play
haven't played
that
it, but I hear a
religiously.
lot of people talking about it.
It's so much fun. And then I love Valheim, and I don't know, there's
Another
another
one
game
I
in there.
haven't played but I
Yeah,
know it's popular.
it's a lot of fun, especially if you have a private server where you can build whatever you want and explore as you want, and it's persistent, rather than playing with someone else. Um, and Fast Food Simulator, even though that's not a crafting game, it is so much fun.
I haven't actually heard of that one, but I can imagine what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, well, you get off work in order to go to work, as you're flipping burgers and doing all the things, and stuff always happens, you know what I mean? Like, if people are running around and whatever, and you're like, "Get out of my way," kind of thing, and yeah, it's a bunch
The
of fun.
closest thing to that I've played was Overcooked. Did you ever play Overcooked?
I did not, because I didn't have a group of people to play with
It's
until just
definitely
recently.
Okay, it's definitely more. You can play it solo, but it's definitely more fun as a group
Oh,
game. You
totally.
yell at each other, be like, "You're supposed to be chopping the onions. I'm not chopping the onions. I'm washing the dishes. He's chopping the onions."
Exactly,
So
exactly, yep.
that's
"I thought you
a
put down
fun
the
game.
fries. I need burgers." I mean, it's just, just it just goes from there. Like, you start off really easy. It's only just hamburgers. You're fine. And then before you know it, you're like, "Oh my God, I'm doing all the things." You know what I mean? Like, I can't keep up.
Yeah,
So,
it gets pretty chaotic. I because the first time I played it, even when you're playing solo, at least on the first one, because I played most of the first one. I still have like one or two achievements left because
mhm,
it gets really difficult, and the way they designed the game, I have some nitpicks about it because on it may be different in 2, but on Overcooked 1, in order to unlock like each level is a different kitchen.
right.
And so in order to unlock the next kitchen, so each kitchen or level, you can get between 1 and 3 stars. And the levels at each level unlocks at a certain amount of accumulated stars.
Okay.
So the kitchens at the end of the game require like I don't. It's been years since I played it, but it's like these. Oh no, we lost Farsy. Where'd you go? Uh, uh. Oh no, I was not expecting that to happen. Hopefully, she'll be back in just a moment. The link is still good. If you can hear me, you can just click on that same link you used to get in the first time. But I'll just go ahead and finish my thought while we're waiting for her to come back. Hopefully, she didn't lose power or anything. But anyways, on Overcooked, the levels that unlock at a specific number of stars, and the ones at the very end basically require 3 stars in nearly every level. Oh, there she is. She's back.
I hit the power button.
I was like, oh no, you just disappeared on me. I hope everything's okay.
Yeah, no, I accidentally hit the power button on my computer because I had my foot on it. Yeah, whatever. I'm like, no, cancel. I don't want to get out of here.
Well, I'm glad you were able to
Fine.
recover that quickly.
Yeah, well, it was like, you have this open. I'm like, cancel.
Oh, good. It didn't just immediately shut down.
Yep, nope, I'm good.
Excellent.
It's too funny.
All right, so on Overcooked, each level unlocks with a certain amount of stars, and the ones at
Right.
the end, you basically have to get 3 stars in every level in order to unlock the last couple levels, which I
Oof.
think is really stupid. It should be as long as you get 1 star, meaning you passed the kitchen,
Right.
it should unlock the next level.
Right.
But no, I had to get perfect in literally every level
y-
just to unlock the last couple
So
levels
you
in the
have to
game.
be a Michelin cook.
Exactly. So because of that, I haven't beaten the game. I have like 1 or 2 achievements left, and all I
Right.
have to do is get through the game. But getting to unlock those last couple levels is very difficult. So I put it on the back burner. I did play 2 over on a buddy's channel, Winter Prince. He invited me on. He's like, "Hey, would you want to come on and play some Overcooked sometime?" So I was like, "Yeah, sure." So Overcooked 2 happened to be on sale on Steam for like a couple dollars at the time.
Right.
So I picked that up on Steam and played it over on his channel. So Overcooked 2, I've only played in co-op with him on his stream. So
Right.
they may have fixed that in 2. I don't know, but that was my big gripe with Overcooked 1 is the way the levels unlock.
Right.
So but Nightmare's here. What's up, Nightmare? Good to see you. Hope you're
Hi,
having a good
Nightmare.
evening. But anyway, so Subnautica, that was the first survival crafting game I ever played. Like I had seen trailers for it. And I'm like, I really like the look of this game.
Mhm.
And then it came to Game Pass. I was like, sweet, now I can play it for free.
Exactly. That
And
was my thing.
I dove into it, no pun intended, and absolutely fell in love with it. And I say no
Nice.
pun intended because obviously Subnautica, it's a water-based game. The 98% of the game is underwater. There's 2
Right.
little islands you can go on, but they're quite small. So because when I first played it, I'm like, where the heck am I supposed to build? There's no place to build because there's no on the 2 little islands. One of them is just a giant mountain with a cave in it and like a building on the side, and then the other one is got a couple hills, but there's no flat land. I'm like, where am I supposed to build? And then I
Right.
discovered like, oh, you're supposed to build underwater because
Right.
there's no flat ground in Subnautica on the
Yep.
when you're above water to be able to build on. But I fell in love with it. I've beaten it probably like 10 or 12 times. I love the game. I've probably got over 200 hours in it.
Nice.
Even after I got all the achievements in my first playthrough, and like I said, I've beaten it a ton of times since, which says a lot because for being an achievement hunter, playing a game that I already have all the achievements in is kind of difficult because it's like I could be playing something else and get
Right.
achievements at this time.
Yep.
That's how much I love this game. I play it so many times, even after I've gotten all the achievements, and I ended up bought it on Steam as well. Because even it left Game Pass a while back, and I ended up buying it after it left Game Pass because I loved it so much. Both Subnautica and not Subnautica 2. It is the second one though. Subnautica Below Zero
the
is
extra.
what it's called.
Yeah.
I
That was
think
my first one that I played, and I was like, I don't get it. You know what I mean? I don't know
so.
what I'm supposed to do.
I think someone actually verified this for me recently that the reason why they're not calling that one Subnautica 2 is because that one was originally going to be a DLC for the first one, but they spun it off into its own standalone expansion, which explains why it's not as big as the first one.
Right.
It's got some nice quality of life upgrades, but most people consider the first one to be far superior. But yeah, Subnautica 2 is launching sometime this year. We don't have a date yet, but it has co-op in it, and I cannot freaking wait for this game.
Yes.
And it'll be nice to play it in co-op for the first time as well.
There's a mod that you can play co-op with Subnautica 1.
Subnautica, that's the main reason why I bought it on Steam is because it's got a big modding community, and I was like, now it can breathe some even more additional life into this game by playing it modded. And so I haven't beaten my modded playthrough, but I didn't mod the game to be any easier. I just modded in more stuff to build, some nice quality of life improvements. So because there's higher tier stuff which has a lot of where you have to craft all these
Right.
like
You have to
items.
craft your way up in order to Yeah, you
So like
craft this to craft this to craft this. Yeah,
exactly. So
I
like
feel
one of
you.
the mods I have is you don't have to craft all the things in between. If you have all the materials, you can just immediately craft that
Oh, that's
top tier
nice.
item. So you don't have to craft all the little things to craft into this one, which then can craft into this one. It's like
Right.
if you've got all the ingredients, there's no reason why you have to do all that extra crafting. And just quality of life thing speeds it up. So I've installed a lot of stuff like that. And more things to build. So I've loved this game. And if you like survival crafting, I think you'll probably, if you're able to stick to it long enough, I
Hmm.
think you'll really enjoy it as well.
Yeah, I would. I keep wanting to go back to it, and then there's like, oh look, shiny,
Yeah.
new game.
So, and shout out to Lowest Expectations. I was going to bring this up before he mentioned it in chat, but another of my recent favorite games is also not a survival, but it is a crafting game.
Mm.
Is Satisfactory. Have you ever played Satisfactory?
I have a friend of mine that him and I have played Satisfactory. I suck at understanding like how to build it efficiently. Before you know it, I've got a spaghetti going. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah,
But
that's how my
he's
first one
real
was
good
as
at
well.
keeping it. Oh, this goes here, and then it goes here, and then it goes here, and it's all nice and neat. And I'm like, and then it goes there. I just whatever. But yeah, I enjoy playing that game. It's a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
I love that game. I haven't played it in a while, but I love that game a lot. I bought it in the on Steam's fall sale of 2023, and I basically that was almost the only thing I played for the month of December of 2023. Uh,
Nice.
and I fell in love with it. And then I got, because the first time I played it, I was like that. I was just doing Spaghetti Factory, just building stuff everywhere,
Right.
and because I wasn't really like looking up anything. I got to tier after about 100 hours. I finally got to tier 4, and I was like, holy shnikes, tier 4 is going to be longer than it took to get to tier 4.
Right.
So I was like, I want to put this on hold for now and I'll come back to it later. Um, and so, because at the time it was in early access, and then
Hmm.
in the summer of 24, so getting close to about a year ago, it hit 1.0 and got its full
Correct.
release. And that's when
Yep.
it got achievements added to it. So I went back and I started playing it again from scratch, this time having a lot better idea of how it works and doing much more organized with nice, neat factories. Still not like top tier because I spent a lot of time on the Satisfactory subreddit, and the
Okay.
stuff that those people build is nuts.
Yep.
It's like people went to school for this game to learn how to design these things. It's like crazy out of this world how like neat, meticulous these people build these factories. I was
Yep.
like, I'm nowhere near that level, but at least my stuff is all, not a lot nicer, neater than conveyor belts just
Forget it.
going
Yep,
everywhere.
exactly. I have a
So,
friend of mine, the one that I play with, Digital Alchemist. He's like that. It's like he went to school for designing factory stuff to make it as efficient as possible. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
so I played it. So after I hit 1.0, I started it over again. I got close to where I was
Hmm.
originally. And I think about similarly to Helldivers, I think I got about half the achievements so far. And then I put it on hold because I was like, I need to. This is, all this time is like I need to focus on getting my Xbox stuff done so I can
Right.
spread out and play all this other stuff again. So I put it on hold. That's another one I'm going to get back to at some point. I'm going to get through it, finish the last tier, and get all the achievements. And I freaking love that game. And Lowest Expectations is a huge fan of that game as well. So he's streamed a lot of it, and he has more hours in it now than I do. So,
Have
uh,
you ever played Icarus?
Icarus, I don't think I've heard of Kid Icarus, like back in
Mm-mm.
the day, but Icarus itself, I've not heard of that one.
Icarus. If you like the crafting survival-ish sort of game, Icarus is where there's a planet, like you go to a planet, they have terraformed the planet, but it goes horribly wrong. And so you have to go down and like fight the monsters and build a little base and figure out what's going on with the different areas. Like it has a lot of different DLCs kind of thing, things that add extra thing. And every week they update it on Thursday. Every week something gets updated. So it's like a quality of life update usually. Oh, now you can have this seed backpack instead of the seeds taking up your entire inventory or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I've not
That
heard of
is a
this one, but
lot of fun. If
it
you've
looks
never
like
played it,
it.
I would definitely, suggest it, and it goes on, sale pretty regularly. So
Oh yeah, I've got to pull it up here on Steam right now. It's full price is 35, which
yeah,
is not bad. Like I said, I'm very frugal and patient, so I rarely ever buy anything until it's at least 50% off.
right.
But yeah, a couple of my friends who are into this genre of game as well have played this game as well. So I'd not even heard of it.
It's
So
fun.
I'll keep an eye
I
on it.
have a lot of fun, and every time you
Add
so
to wish list.
it's almost like Helldivers, where every time you go onto the planet, it's a brand new game. Like it's a you go down there with nothing except for what you buy. They've got like a and by buy I mean within the game's currency. It's
In-game
not a
currency,
it's
yeah.
yeah. You can buy things to make things a little easier on yourself, when you go down again. But I'm one of those people that I'm like, I got a bow, some arrows, and a dream, and I can make things work. Like I have my father-in-law, like I said, plays games, and on hard level, if you die more than twice, you cannot self-revive. Someone has to come and revive you. And so he was stuck because he couldn't revive himself. And he's like, "No, I can't continue." And I'm like, "I can do it." So I literally landed with nothing, made the crappiest bow, the crappiest arrows, and just like hauled butt over to him and was able to revive him and bring him back. Like, he's like, "How?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I just got a bow and a dream." You know what I mean? Like, I just make things happen. So yeah, it's a ton of fun. I really enjoy that game.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like Lois put it on his wish list as well. So I'll keep an eye
Perfect.
on that.
Yeah, it's
And yeah,
great.
it's got up to 8 people. So Satisfactory also has multiplayer. I've never played it in multiplayer. I've been meaning to
Mhm.
do that. But yeah, this one's got multiplayer as well. So,
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
but yeah, so a couple others games in this genre. Either some of them I own but I haven't played yet, or others I've seen but haven't played. So it mentioned Subnautica Satisfactory. You just mentioned Icarus. Planet Crafter.
I've
Have you
played
heard of
that
that
one.
one? You played
Yep.
it? That
Mhm.
I really like the look of that one. I own that one. I have not played it yet. I'm looking forward to playing it.
It's a lot of
What's your
fun.
take on it?
It's a lot of fun with a friend.
Okay, so that one I didn't realize that one had co-op.
Yes, I believe so. If it's the one I'm thinking of.
It sounds similar to Icarus because your job is to terraform the planet.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, then it's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a bunch of fun. Like you start with nothing and meteors come down and throw, the items that you need, like, carbon and iron and, whatever. That's how it like replenishes the land. And everything you do, like you're like, "Oh, I'm doing this, whatever." And then all of a sudden you start noticing grass or you start noticing water. And you're like, "Oh, I didn't know that was gonna happen." You know what I mean? Like but it's a lot more fun with friends than it is solo. Because
Hmm.
solo, you're just like trucking along and doing your thing. You know what I mean? But with friends, you're like having a bunch of fun with it.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that one had co-op, but I'm very much looking forward to playing that one because that like you said, Subnautica is both 1 and Below
Hmm.
Zero are single player only.
Hmm.
So people have wanted to play for years have wanted to play it in
Right.
co-op, so they've modded it in. I've heard it's kind of janky. I've never done it
It
myself,
can be. Yeah.
but Subnautica 2 has co-op built in, so that's going to
Yep.
be nice. I
Can't
was
wait.
actually just reading about it today. I'm going to play it regardless, but the thing that has me a little bit worried is Subnautica 2 is going to be games as a service. So
Mm.
that gives me a little bit of trepidation towards the game, but I'm going to be playing it anyways because I love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
So, but okay, Planet Crafter, even better in co-op. So, uh, another one I haven't played, but I've got some friends who are huge fans of this game and have thousands of hours in it. Ark Survival.
Yes.
Have
I've
you
played a
played that?
little bit of it. And by a little bit, I mean just a couple, maybe 100 hours or
A
so.
little bit,
A
100 hours.
little bit.
Most of my
Um,
friends who have played it have like thousands of hours in this game.
yeah, I have like 100 or so. It was fun. I enjoyed it. It's a little janky for me, but it was fine. Have you ever heard of Once Human?
I've heard of it.
It is fun. It combines the shooter looter Destiny 2 and the survival builder aspect, which you wouldn't think would come together very well, but they do a phenomenal job of making it that way.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard of it, but I know nothing about it. Oh, free to play. Interesting.
Mhm. They do have a cash shop. Don't get me wrong, they do.
Free to play, I would assume
But
so.
it's cosmetics,
Oh,
honestly.
that's the way to do it.
Yep. It's all cosmetic. None of it is pay to win. It's just cosmetics.
Okay. Okay. So a couple others to mention. Another buddy has mentioned this to me, and I've had my eye on it, but I haven't played it yet. It's still in early access, but have you heard of Medica?
I've heard of it, but I haven't played it.
So, because this next one I'm going to mention was when I played it while it was on Game Pass,
Mhm.
Breath Edge. Do you know of Breath Edge?
No, I never played that one either.
Okay, so I played Breath Edge on Game Pass. It has since left Game Pass. So that was another game where I panic played because I wanted to play it before it left Game Pass.
Right.
But because I was a huge fan of Subnautica, Breath Edge is basically Subnautica in space.
Oh, okay.
And but it's a little more. The thing is, though, you are crafting stuff, but you're
Mhm.
not like crafting bases. You're basically going from point to point of
Mhm.
like bases that already exist, like space stations and stuff.
Oh, okay.
You're just crafting items to help like upgrade your suit so you can stay out in space longer.
Is that the one with the chicken?
Yes, this is the one with the
Okay.
immortal chicken.
Okay, yeah, I've played it briefly. I
So
was like,
that's Breath Edge. My buddy told me about Medica, which is even more like Subnautica in space
okay,
because you're actually building and crafting like bases in space, not just using stuff that's already there. So
right.
it looks really interesting. I'll probably pick it up eventually, but
Mhm.
another one to keep your eye on if you're a
Okay.
fan of Subnautica.
Yeah.
It's Subnautica in space, even more so than Breath Edge was. And Breath Edge actually has a sequel on the way. I don't know when it's coming out, but I do know they
Oh,
are working
really?
on Breath Edge
Nice.
too.
Nice.
But yeah, at the moment, Medica is in early access.
That never bothers me.
So
I
yeah,
play so many games on early access because I'm like, that looks fun. Let's just get that one.
speaking of early access, well, I haven't looked it up on Steam. It's available as part of Game Pass as a game preview, which means it has no achievements yet, but I'm sure it will once it hits full
Mhm.
release. And is um, Subnautica if it was underground, kind of like
Okay.
Deep Rock Survivor or Deep Rock Galactic, and that's called Tectonica, where you're
Yes.
building underground. So you're
I knew
familiar with this
exactly
one.
where you were going as soon as you said underground. Yes.
Okay, so
Technotica is
I've
fun.
downloaded it and I launched it. I've watched the trailer, but I haven't like actually played it because there's no achievements in it yet.
Right.
What are your thoughts on it? Because it looks interesting.
It's
The
good.
biggest thing is like it. Where do you build if it's all underground?
Well, it's underground, but there's like big open areas.
Large cave
So, like,
systems.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's almost like, you'll have these places that you go through and it's kind of tight, quarters or whatever. And then you'll break through because sometimes you have to like destroy walls in order to get to where you want to go. And you'll break through and all of a sudden you just see this huge cavern and it'll have, you know, glittery stuff, gold and whatever other things you need to mine in order to be able to do the thing. Um, it's a lot of fun. If you like Satisfactory, you'll like Tectonica.
Okay.
Definitely.
From what I watched of the trailer, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna like it. Just in Satisfactory, you need a lot of space because these factories get huge. So
Mhm.
coming in with that mindset, it's like, how do you do that underground when you're
Yeah,
so
you
limited
do.
on space?
So what ends up happening is you have your big old cavern and you build all your stuff, and then you're like, "Gee, I don't have enough to build X, Y, and Z." And so you break down a wall and you have a conveyor belt that goes to the next cavern, and then you build whatever it is you need there. So it's kind of like this constant like find the next cavern, kind of thing.
Okay. So yeah, I've liked the look of it. No achievements yet, so I haven't actually put any time into it. But I am if it adds achievements, I'm absolutely gonna play it.
Yeah, if you like Satisfactory, you'll like it. It's a lot of fun.
Cool. And then the last one here, it was another one that was on Game Pass. It is no longer, but it's still at full price. It's only like $20.
Mhm.
And Dyson Sphere program. Do you know of this one?
Mm-mm.
So you start out as like I haven't played it, but I've watched a little bit about it because it's a long one. Like the completion estimate's like 200 to 300 hours
Oof. Yeah.
because you start out as just like this little robot dude on a planet, and you start building like assembly lines across so you can go to other planets, and you use the resources to construct an entire Dyson sphere around a
A
star. I'm
star, right?
assuming, not everyone knows the concept of the Dyson
Yeah,
sphere, but I'm assuming you
I'm a
do since you're a
huge
nerd.
yeah, I'm a huge star person. I love it. I love
Yeah,
all of the things stars. So yeah.
astronomy was my favorite subject.
Yep.
So I remember an episode. The first time I got introduced to the concept of a Dyson sphere was an episode of the Star Trek Next Generation.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
I
haven't seen I've seen a good chunk of Next Generation, but that one absolutely stood out to me because I was like, that concept is awesome.
Yeah, I grew up watching not only the Next Generation but also DS9, Deep Space Nine.
People have told me like, hey, you should. My extent of Star Trek is I've seen the original motion picture.
Hmm.
I've seen all of the movies from Generations
Hmm.
to the most recently released one. Have we had one since Star Trek Beyond? That was the last Star Trek movie, right?
I don't think so. I don't think we've had any more.
Yeah, I'm
Since
pretty
the
sure that was
two
the last one that
since
movie
the two
wise.
new ones that had, that like basically rewrote
Yeah,
time.
the J.J. Abrams ones.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Those
pretty
I
sure
think
Beyond was the most recent one.
yeah.
I've seen all those movies, and then I saw a good chunk of Next Generation and a bit of Voyager. But other than that, I haven't seen like any of the shows. But everyone's like, dude, you got to watch DS9. It's fantastic. I'm like, I watched a couple episodes of it back in the day, and I didn't care for it. But,
Yeah,
that was 20, 30 years ago. So
yeah,
maybe if I give it another
it's
shot, I'll enjoy it.
it's definitely not the Next Generation level, but it's still really good. You know what I mean? Like I enjoyed watching it as a kid. I really liked the medic that they have. Is it's just funny, and they have just different aliens that they don't ever talk about in
Oh.
Star Trek.
So the medic, I think I know who you're talking about. Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Let me pull it up here on IMDb real quick to see if it's who I'm thinking of. Um, do you remember what his name is?
No, it's a foreign name. I think he's from somewhere in the Middle East.
Oh, is it Dr. Julian Bashir? Is that his
Bashar,
character?
yeah,
Bashar?
Bashar, something like that.
Okay, never mind. I'm thinking of a different Star Trek show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one that I really enjoyed.
Okay. I don't remember. And what I was thinking of is speaking of sci-fi shows, my favorite, no, I'm currently watching through it, is Stargate. Have you watched Stargate?
Mhm. Yeah,
Okay. Love Stargate. It's my favorite. So
love Stargate.
I'm currently I'm almost at the end of SG1. I'm on like
Okay.
episode 15 of season 10.
Mhm.
And I'm in the middle of season 3 on Atlantis since they run concurrently.
Right.
And the one of the kind of minor characters right now that becomes a bigger character in the last couple seasons of Atlantis is Woolsey. And I know
Mhm.
he was a character in one of the Star Trek shows. I just don't know which one.
You're right, right.
I
Okay.
thought he was the doctor in Deep Space Nine, but
No.
obviously not. But I
Yeah.
think he played his character as a I'm pretty sure he played a doctor, but his character I think was a hologram. It might have been Voyager that I'm thinking of. I just know it was the same
Could
actor.
be. 'Cause Voyager, their only medic was a hologram.
I'm pulling it up right now. Star Trek Voyager. Let's see if I was right. Where is he? Yep, there he is. He was the Doctor in Voyager. Yep. Robert Picardo is the actor's name, and he
Oh,
plays
okay.
Woolsey in SG1 and Atlantis. And he
Nice.
was the Doctor. That's just his name, is the
Right.
Doctor in Voyager. So that's who I was thinking of. So I've been seeing him a lot in episodes of Stargate.
Right.
So, but yeah, so Dyson Sphere program, your goal is to build a Dyson Sphere. So it's a many step process because, building a device of that magnitude that's bigger than a star, it's quite
Takes
an
a lot.
undertaking. So
Yeah.
you have to basically create your assembly lines of materials on planets that encompass the entire galaxy from what it looks like. So
Right.
it looks like a fun one. I do want to play it at some point. It's going to be a long one.
Yep.
So, but yeah, those are not all of the ones I've ever heard of, but those are kind of the ones that I'm familiar with. And then I once human. So afterwards, I'm going to grab links to all these. I'll put them in the stream description afterwards. So if anyone wants to go take a look at these, Lois asked, are these on Steam? I don't know if all of them are, but I believe most of them are. But I'll grab their links and I'll post them in the stream description afterwards, and I'll put them in my Discord as well. So, yeah, lots of survival crafting stuff, both in the works and already out. And a lot of that I'm looking forward to trying at some point. So since you're a big fan of survival crafting, it's like,
I
we got to talk
am.
about that.
That and like Diablo-esque games.
Okay, the
So like,
action RPGs we were talking about
yep,
earlier.
the Last Epoch that just dropped their season 2.
I don't think I've heard of that one.
It's very much Diablo-esque. Um, I enjoy the heck out of it. I'm not gonna lie. I love the Necromancer because you're just like, my minions go. It's the only action RPG that I have ever found that allows you to direct your minions. Like you can say, "Hey, you know that thing over there? Go kill it." Or get out of that thing, like that circle, get out. And you can say, "I wanted you to go here," and it'll actually go there. Most of the time, action RPGs don't have that. They're just like
You
they
summon
go
them, they
wherever they
kind of have
want.
a mind of their own.
Yeah, totally. And
Okay.
this one does not. So it's a lot of fun. Like I enjoy it a lot. That's kind of what, other than Schedule One that I'm doing streams with Clan. That's if I'm not in that game, I'm in Last Epoch. Like that's
Okay.
just my jam. So
Nice. Um, so I don't know if it'd be considered an action RPG. I played the demo of it. I never actually played the full game, but I've heard good things. It's a very underrated game where you're a bad guy and your whole thing is you use your minions to go and take over like the kingdom or whatever. A little bit of an older game, but are you familiar with the game? Well, there's two of them, 1 and 2. Overlord.
yes, I own
Okay.
both of them.
No,
Yep.
were you a fan of those?
Yes, I was very much a fan of those.
They
I
look
actually
like pretty fun, goofy games.
It really is. It's totally goofy. And I think when I first owned them, it was on Xbox.
They were on Xbox
Yep.
360. I do know
It
that.
was on
That's where I
Xbox.
played the demo on Xbox, on my official Xbox magazine. It was on the demo disc one time.
Back when, demos were on discs instead of downloading them on the internet.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, one of the things I remember, I've seen that one pop up on list videos one time of
Mhm.
like games that let you be like the bad guy to your heart's
Right.
content, and it's usually covers. I don't know if it was the first one or the second one, but there was a whole a level where you can club baby seals, which has always been a meme for like the most evil people in the world, and you
Clubbing
could
the
actually
baby
do that in
seals.
Overlord.
Yes. The other game that I played that's kind of similar is Black and White. Have you ever heard of that one?
It's funny that you mentioned that
I
because
love that game.
I was Lois, was it you that we were talking about Black and White recently? Because I had never even heard of these games until I recently, a few months ago, was I found out about the GOG Dream List. Have you heard of it? You know about
Mm-mm.
the Dream List on GOG?
Mm-mm.
It's I'm sure you probably know about GOG,
Yeah,
the
GOG.
platform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So they have this thing called the Dream List where people can go and vote on games that they want to see brought to GOG that
Oh,
aren't
okay.
available on their platform.
Right.
And Black and White, the first one, is the most upvoted
Oh,
game,
I
and Black and White
love that
2
game.
is like the 5th most upvoted game. And I had
Yep.
never even heard of it. So, well, actually, I think I had heard of it, but that was it. I heard there's a game called Black and White. I didn't know anything about it. Okay,
Mhm.
yep, it was Lois. He says,
See?
"Yep, Black
Yep.
and White is my top 5 all-time games for me." I figured it was you that we talked about it. We talked about it a few times. That's right, we did. I was like, I'm almost positive it was Lois that was informing me about Black and White. And he was telling me about it just a couple weeks ago. Was it when was it? Was it when you were on open mic or was it a top 5? I think it was on a top 5 because it seems more recently than when you were on open mic. But yeah, he was telling me about like how it plays like a god game, and I'd heard of it.
Mhm.
I had no idea even what genre the game was until Lois filled me in on it.
You can
So
literally pick someone up and be like, "I don't like you," fling, and they go just flying everywhere.
yeah,
It
because
is
there's
so much
actually a
fun.
hand in the game that
Yes.
you control, right?
Yep. Yep. A hand, and you can call down fire and brimstone and lightning and all that kind of stuff. Like I loved that game. I played that game into the ground when I was younger.
So I was asking Lois about it, and he liked the first one better. Oh, he says it was on open mic, and then he brought. Oh, that's why it was so recently. He brought it up again on top 5 because our last episode of top 5 we were ranking dead franchise we want to see revived, and Black and White was on his list. That's why we were talking about it like just a week ago.
Mhm.
Um, I was like, I swear it was more recently than our open mic because he was on open mic a month or two ago.
Right.
But he was saying that he liked the first one better than the second one. Would you
Yeah.
say the same?
Yes, absolutely. The
Okay.
first one was way better than the second one. I didn't really play the second one a whole lot because it just didn't grab me like the first one did. The first one just had this thing where it just sucked you in basically, and you're like, no, I don't want to go to bed, Mom. I want to finish this one, whatever. And then 3 hours later, sort of situation.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
basically equivalent to the one more turn syndrome. It's like, no, no, no,
Yes.
one more turn, which I hear like one of the biggest games that's a problem with is the civilization games.
Yeah. One more turn. One more turn. One more turn. Yeah. Yeah. Fun times. The other one that I would like to see brought back is, and I'm not usually a driver game person, Carmageddon.
I know of that one, but I never played it. That's
I
basically you
had
just run people over and stuff,
Yes,
right?
I had so much fun.
That does sound like a fun
You
one.
would run over cows and they'd be like, as as they go up and over, it's mayhem and destruction and, all the things that are fun in games. Sadly,
What did
it's
you play that on?
PC.
Okay. 'Cause I think there was a Carmageddon on Xbox 360.
It's
Maybe it was an original.
possible.
Let's see here. There was Carmageddon Max Damage was it's an Xbox One game. Then, oh, you know what? I bet you the one I'm thinking of was I think it was an N64 game. Carmageddon 64. Yep, that's the one I was thinking of.
Okay.
Never played it, but I remember reading about it in Nintendo Power.
Yeah, when I played it, it was on the PC. I bought it on the PC. It was one of the first games I bought when I got my first job as a
Nice.
wee little one. You know how that goes.
Wow. Carmageddon does have a retro achievement set on N64 at least, and it's got 230 achievements. Wow, that's a lot
Yes.
for a lot more for a game like that than I would assume. But like I said, it's all community based. So,
Right.
um, but Carmageddon. Okay, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Yep. It's like, I don't play racing games because I'm not good at them. But that game, it made it worth not being good at because you're like, oh no, I ran into 5 people and you get bonus points. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. So, where'd it go? Cool. There it is. I'm just adding some things to my since Once Human is free to play. I added it to my library, and I'm adding it to my. I've got all my different folders for different games, so figure out which
Right.
one it needs to go in. But Carmageddon, okay. Yeah, Lois saying it's talking about black and white. The first one is much better. It gives you such a greater sense of power and freedom as a god. Second one is
Hmm.
too rigid. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he was saying. So, okay, what? I feel like I was gonna. We're off the topic of. Oh, that's right. So we were talking about action RPGs. I mentioned Overlord. You had already
Mhm.
played those. I have not played any of the Diablo games. I'm sure I would like them if I got into them. I almost got into Diablo 3 back in the day because a buddy of mine's like, he's like, I want to stop playing this. He's like, here, I'll sell you my game. And I was like, yeah, sure. And then before he sold it to me, he changed his mind and he kept playing it. So I never ended up playing it. But have you played all the Diablos then? Since it sounds like
Yes.
you're a big fan of the
Yes.
franchise.
I've
Which
played
one
all
is
of
your
them.
favorite?
2 is my
That's what
favorite.
most people say.
Yep. I love 2. It was my favorite. I spent so many hours playing that game. So many. So many, so many. Yeah.
Have you played their biggest rival as of late? Path of
PoE.
Exile. Yeah, PoE.
Yep. I've played both.
1 and 2?
Yep. 1
Okay.
and 2.
And of the Path of Exile games, which one do you like better?
1.
You like 1 better than 2? Okay.
Yeah, 2, there's aspects of 2 that I like. I like the fact that you can use WASD to move. That's
Oh, did the
great.
first one not have that?
No,
It was
it's like Diablo. You click and your character moves. You click and your
Oh,
character moves.
I know you could do that, but I figured you could use WASD to
Mm-mm.
move as well. I didn't
Nope.
realize that wasn't even in the game.
Mm-mm. No, it's not until PoE 2 that you could use WASD. The
Oh.
problem that I have with Path of Exile 2 is that it is unnecessarily hard. Like, what I don't like games where it's like you get hit once and you die.
Yeah.
Like to me that's cheesy. It's a cheesy way for them to kill you off. And then when it comes to mapping, which mapping is the end of the game, right? So you go through the game, you find the story, and then there comes a point in time where it's like you have to do this or the world's gonna end or something like that, right? And it's mapping. So you get these maps, you go into the maps, and it's kind of like a procedurally generated map, right? And you
Okay.
go in and you have, to do things. In PoE 1, you had 6 tries, and after 6 if you die 6 times, the map is gone, right? Like, you
Okay.
lose. You lose that map, and you have to get another map. In PoE 2, you get 1 death, and I'm like, "That's a bunch of you know what," like,
Okay. That makes sense.
unnecessarily difficult. Like, just let us play the game to play the game, you know what I mean? And yeah. So I have it. I've played it. I've played all the way through it. I've gotten all the way, to maps and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. It's not tickling my interest anymore because I've got other things I could be playing, like
Yeah.
Grim Dawn and Last Epoch. That to me they do a lot better than PoE 1 and 2 at the moment. So
Okay. Yeah. I started the PoE 1 once, played it for a little bit, and I was just I'm pretty sure if I like dove into it, I would enjoy it, but I just didn't play it out of what's the term? I just felt very overwhelmed.
yes, it is a very overwhelming
Uh
game.
what is it's called like indecisions. There's a term for it when you just have like too many choices and you're like, I can't even make a decision. Um
Executive dysfunction is probably what you're thinking. It's
I
like
haven't
you're
heard
just like,
that term,
"I
but that very
don't
well could be
know."
it.
Yeah,
Because I talked to people, I was like, what do I do? How do I start? There's so much because the skill tree in that game is one of the
it's
most insane skill
humongous.
trees I've ever seen in my entire life, and I've
It
showed it
is.
on open mic multiple times whenever we talk about games with crazy skill trees. I pull up the Path of Exile skill tree because it's insane. And they're
Yep.
like, you just gotta go at it, and then after like your 7th or 8th character, you'll finally find something that works for you. I'm like, I want to play that long without having any idea what I'm doing. Choice paralysis. Thank you,
There you
Lois.
go.
That is the term I was looking for. Choice paralysis. Shout out, Lois. Thank you. That is exactly the term I was looking for. So I had choice paralysis, and I'm like,
You're
I'm
like, "I
not
don't know
doing
what to
this.
choose."
If I
Yeah.
had like a mentor or a guide to kind of help guide me through it, I would be much more open to it. I'm sure I'd enjoy it, but yeah, I was like, just too much decision. I was
Yep.
like, I'm not even going to bother with this. But shout out to them for building one of the craziest skill trees I've ever seen in a game before.
Yeah, you can, like, go different places, and then 2, you can actually, like, teleport to a whole different area. So there's, like, nodes on this massive tree. You in PoE 1, once you started down at you only had so many places you could go.
Right.
PoE 2, they have these little nodes that you can teleport all the way across to the other end of the map
On the skill tree, right?
on the skill tree.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, that makes
And
it even
so
more
it opens it up
complicated.
even more. You're like, "Oh god, what do I do?" You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to do with this. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting tree. Definitely
S
interesting.
so, between PO since PoE 1 you liked more than 2 and
Mhm.
Diablo 2 is your favorite of the Diablos, what would you pick between Diablo 2 and PoE 1 if you had to pick one?
Oh man, that's a hard choice.
This is Sophie's choice, right?
That is such a hard choice. Um,
I like positing those type of questions to people, like,
probably not PoE, probably Diablo 2 if
okay.
I had to pick. I really enjoyed Diablo 2, and I still enjoy Diablo 2. Like, I bought it, it came up, for sale, whatever. I still have the CDs somewhere, but
I have
I'm
all
like,
my old CDs are right here in this
yeah,
tray, but I basically rebought them so I don't have to deal with the discs.
well, and not only that, but computers nowadays don't have CD players.
I was just talking about that on last week's open mic, or might have even been more recent. I've got this, it's a USB CD drive, so I can plug it into
Right.
my computer and I can still use those CDs. But if I don't have to,
Why
I'd
do
have
it?
it
Yeah,
just in case, but I'd rather not use it if I don't need to.
exactly. So, yeah, I definitely like Diablo 2. Diablo 2, I would say if I had to choose between those two would be my favorite. But my favorite overall action RPG Diablo-esque game is actually Grim Dawn.
Okay, I've not even heard of that one. You mentioned it a couple minutes ago.
Yep, it's a Diablo game. It is set in a world where there's zombies and they thought you were a zombie, so they actually strung you up until you almost died, and then you are this thing that goes through and destroys all the different whatever. They're actually coming out with another expansion soon. I can't
But
wait.
it
Can't wait.
plays a lot like Diablo and Path of
It
Exile.
plays almost exactly like Diablo. Their skill tree is weird, so they don't have a skill tree like you would like Path of Exile. It's almost more Diablo 2 where you get to choose two different careers, right? And depending on what those two careers are, makes you something else. So like, I don't know if you choose arcane and uh like this typical soldier, you might become something that's in between.
Okay,
And
like
then
a
you can
cross class sort of
yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah. And then you can split up your points however you want between those two trees. So I really enjoy that game. That is like it's dark, it's gritty, it's just fun. You know what I mean? Like it's not this oh happy world, you know what I mean? Like Diablo, it's dark. Like it's a
Well,
very dark game.
like I said, I haven't played Diablo, but I would assume that it's a dark game. I mean, it's named after the devil. Is it actually more of a brighter?
No, well, so 4 became more dark, right? Like in in the first couple you were kind of like figuring out what's going on, and it just kind of shied away from that like yeah, there's there's Diablo, there's all the different whatever, but it kind of shied away from like the dark gritty feeling,
Okay,
whereas Grim Dawn basically takes that feeling and embraces it.
embraces it. You,
Totally embraces it.
you were like the whole like Bane thing. It's like you adopted the darkness, but I was born into it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like something happened with the world and you're trying to figure it out, but you've got all these people that were affected by it. Like in Diablo, until like I'd say 4, most of them no one was affected by it. Okay, the Diablo comes, whoop-de-doo, right? But in Grim Dawn, everything you do changes what kind of, what people kind of say to you. Like,
Okay.
"Oh, great, you did this or you did that." And there's like hidden dungeons that require keys, and it's just a bunch of fun. I enjoy it. I
Yeah,
have
so
probably 6 or 700 hours in it easy.
nice. I'm assuming like Diablo, it's got a bunch of different classes, so you can play through
Yes.
it. Oh, well, yeah, and you can like cross class and stuff, or subclass,
Mhm.
whatever you want
I
to
think
call it.
there's like 10 or 12 different
Nice.
classes, something like that.
But yeah, I pulled it up on Steam here to take a look at it. And yeah, I definitely, if I didn't know, I would guess that that was Diablo.
Mhm.
But yeah, the main reason I pulled it up was to see the release date was February 2016. So it's been out for almost 10 years, and I don't think
Yep.
I'd even heard of it before.
Yep, it's been out for quite a while. It kind of flew under most people's radar because it's not published by any big real name.
Yeah, it
Um,
was Crate
yeah, Crate.
Industries or
Yep.
Crate something. I was like,
Yep.
haven't heard of them.
Never heard of them before, and I happened across, I don't know if it was a demo or an early access or whatever, and I was like, "Hey, that's right up my alley. I'm gonna get it," and so as soon as it became available, I got it, and I just wrecked that game with my husband, wrecked it. We were
Is
over at his parents, and we literally played that game for hours while we were there until 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Birds
oh,
start chirping,
good
and you're
stuff.
like, "Oh,
The
no." You
sun's
know what I
coming up.
mean?
Crap, we need to go to
Yeah,
bed.
exactly. We need to get a little sleep before his mom gets up and tells us it's time for breakfast.
Oh, those are those. That's great. Always a
Yes.
good problem to have.
Yep. Yep.
Um, so that one also, because I'm pretty sure in Diablo you can play it in co-op, right?
Yes.
So and Grim Dawn has that as well.
Yep. Yep.
Okay,
You can play it together.
cool, excellent. Um, all right. Well, since this is your first time here, and
Mhm.
I might have mentioned it on the party chat that you tuned into when I was live from the Salty Nerd Studio. But for anyone who knows me, I talk about it a lot. My favorite genre, because you're talking about action RPGs and
Mhm.
survival crafting, kind of like your niche. For me, that is Metroidvanias. That's my favorite genre.
Okay.
So, have you played any Metroidvanias?
I played Metroid way back in the day.
The original?
The OG. I didn't really care for it.
That is understandable, because my introduction to, well, definitely the Metroid franchise and probably just the genre in general was Metroid Prime, and
Okay.
Metroid Fusion, because Metroid Prime came out on GameCube, and like the same week, Metroid Fusion came out on Game Boy Advance,
No,
and I
okay.
was like, I like the look of both these games, so I got both of them. Metroid Prime's obviously first
Right.
person 3D game. Metroid Fusion is more along the classic one, where it's a 2D side-scrolling platformer, and fell in love with both of those games, and fell in love with the genre.
hmm
Metroid Prime Remastered is my favorite Metroid game.
Okay.
But until earlier this year,
hmm
I hadn't even played all of the Metroid games yet. So the main one I had missed out on was Metroid 2, because the original one was a Game Boy game.
Okay.
And then Nintendo did their own remaster of it called Samus Returns, which is a 3DS game, and I had never owned a 3DS, so I never played that one. However,
Okay.
some fans made their own fan-made version remake of Metroid 2, and everyone calls it AM2R for short,
hmm
which is an abbreviation, or an acronym for Another Metroid 2 Remake, and it's all it was made by fans, and they took basically the original Metroid 2 game on Game Boy and made it look and play and feel like Super Metroid, which was a Super Nintendo game.
Oh,
And a
okay.
lot of people say that that's the best version of Metroid 2.
Oh, nice.
So I played Metroid 2 for the first time. Actually, I played that late last year. And that was the first time I had played any version of Metroid 2, because Metroid 1 was an NES game.
Right.
I started on Super Nintendo, so that was a little bit before my time.
hmm
But Nintendo did a Metroid Zero Mission, which was Nintendo's official remake of the original Metroid, and that was also a Game Boy Advance game. So I bought that and played that too. That came out a year or two after Metroid Fusion did, and I was like, "Oh, absolutely, I'll play that." I didn't know anything about it until
Right.
later on. I found out, "Hey, this is a remake of the original game,"
Yeah.
and but I had never played the original Metroid. So earlier this year, I was like, you know what? I need to play basically every game in the franchise of their original form. So I went back and I played the original NES Metroid for the first time this year. And ouch, that game is
Ouch.
not great.
No,
So
it it's rough. It's a rough game.
it's very rough. I'm very glad it spawned my second favorite franchise of all time behind Mass Effect.
Right.
But yeah, the first one was not good. I was basically arguing with someone on Twitter about it a few weeks ago, and they're like, "I love Metroid. The original Metroid is one of my favorite games." I'm like, I'm glad that you like it. I don't know how, because it's not a good game, but
Right.
if you like it, more power to you. And he's like, "No, it is a good game." I'm like, "Dude, no, it's not.
No,
It's
it's
not a
not.
good game.
No.
You can like it, but
No.
don't say it's a good game."
Exactly.
And
It's
he's
got
like,
its flaws.
and I was like,
Many
it's
of them.
got a lot of technical issues. He's like, well,
Yeah.
yeah, you could play it emulated, then you don't have to worry about those technical issues. And I'm like, I did play it emulated, and I'm not
And I
talking
still
about
had those issues.
and I'm not talking about technical issues on a performance side of things.
Right.
I'm talking about technical issues on a game design sort of thing. You can't fix that with emulation.
Right.
So, um,
Exactly.
but yeah, I went back and played the original one for the first time, made it through, and yeah, that's a rough one.
Mhm.
I then played Metroid 2, the original Game Boy version, for the first time, because I had already played AM2R. I
Right.
still have yet to play Samus Returns. I'll play that eventually.
Mhm.
But I played the original Metroid 2 for the first time, and I really enjoyed it. And I was kind of blown away how big of a leap in technology
Yeah.
wise that was from the original Metroid, going from an NES game to a Game Boy game. I thought it would be of lower quality, and I thought it was much better. And my only issue with the original Game Boy version of Metroid 2 was the difficulty spike on the final boss was crazy.
Mm.
I don't think I died the entire game. And
And
then I
then
got
you
to
get
the
to the
final
last
boss,
boss and you're
and
like, "Death, death,
I died
death,
like
death."
20 times on the final boss. So
Yeah.
the difficulty spike was kind of nuts. I think when I played AM2R, I beat the final boss in my first or second try, so they
Right.
tweaked it a lot better. That was my only issue with Metroid 2 on Game Boy, but I really enjoyed that game. And then because I've been doing my Metroidvania Mondays, which is I do every Monday where I stream Metroidvania games. And when I first started it back in like August, I put out a Twitter poll on, wait, what should I start with? And a Metroid game won. So I was like, you know what? Let's start with the beginning. So I did Metroid Zero Mission, then I did AM2R, and then Super Metroid, and then Metroid Fusion, and then Metroid Dread. So I'm making my way through on Metroidvania Monday. I make my way through all of the Metroid games. And once I'm done with those, then I will spread out to other Metroidvania games that aren't Metroid games.
Right.
But I'm currently in this last Monday, I started Metroid Prime 2. So I'm working through Metroid Prime 2 right now.
Nice.
But yeah, so I was like, I got to play the originals to see how they are. So I played the original version of Metroid and Metroid 2. And I'm going to be doing the same thing for Zelda here soon because I'm a big fan of Zelda, but
Yep.
I've never played Zelda 1 or Zelda 2. I
Oh my
played
gosh.
basically almost everything since Link to the Past, with the
Yeah.
exception of Minish Cap. I haven't played that. I'm going to be playing that as well. But I was like, I got to play where it started. So I'm going to be playing the NES version of Zelda 1 and 2 at some point as well for the
And
first time.
2 is so different from 1.
It's very different.
So different. I was like, this isn't a Zelda game. Like what is this,
Yeah, going from basically a top down to a 2D platformer.
Yeah, and I was like, this makes no sense. They were playing around with it, you know what I mean? But
yeah,
I didn't.
I've heard
Weird.
everyone's like, "Oh, Zelda 2 sucks," and they hate it. But as of late, I've heard a lot of people say it's like if you know what you're getting into and you don't come at it with this preconceived notion of it being a Zelda game and plays like all the other Zelda games, and you just look at it for what it is,
Right.
it's actually a pretty good game.
Yeah, it's not a bad game for if you look at my husband likes to look at things and be like, "Oh, it's not whatever." I'm like, "Just play the game and enjoy the game for the game. Like don't compare it to something else. Just play the game, you know?"
Yeah.
It is what it is. Do you
So
play like creature capture games?
the only one I've played, I'm assuming you're leading into like Pokemon.
Actually,
but
no, I wasn't. But
Oh.
yeah, Pokemon-esque games, basically.
I never did. Like I said, I was not a big fan of turn-based JRPGs, so I never got into Pokemon. I did watch the anime for a little bit, and I am familiar with most. When it comes to the actual like names of the Pokemon,
Right.
I did a quiz not that long ago where I had to name all of. I only did Gen 1 because after Gen 1, the only ones I know are the ones that have shown up in Smash Brothers.
Right.
But I did a quiz where I had to name all the ones I could, and I got like 110 out of 150. So I was able to name
Nice.
most of them.
Yeah.
But the only creature, what was it? I played a game very similar to Pokemon not that long ago. I'll have to get back to you on that. So let me dig in here. But you were going somewhere with that, so
Yeah,
go ahead, and
so
I'll see if I can figure out what game it was.
there's a game genre, kind of thing called Shin Megami Tensei.
Oh, I know of the franchise.
You
I know
know of it.
nothing about it, but I know
Right.
of it. That's the main reason why I know about it because I believe that's the franchise that spawned the Persona franchise.
Correct.
Because my co-host on Party Chat, Carl, is a huge fan of Persona.
Correct.
So
The other thing that they spawned that most people don't know about, like it's kind of flew under people's radar, is called Digital Devil Saga.
never heard of that one.
Exactly. It is similar to Shin Megami in that you can capture, the different monsters or whatever and make them your friends, but you yourself is transformed into a demon, and you have to go to this like big tower. You're trying to escape this, area, and you have to go to this big tower in order to escape. And not going to give anything away, but you go there and whatever. But you yourself are a demon of some sort. You've been infected by this demon-ish thing, and it is interesting. Both 1 and 2 are amazing games. Like I
And
absolutely loved them.
what was it called again?
Digital Devil Saga. It is not a PC game. It's an older like PS2 game,
Okay.
and I
Oh,
own both of them.
You know what? Let me check and see if it's got a retro achievement set.
Ouch.
Digital Devil Saga. Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2
Yep.
on PS2. Okay.
Yep.
Looks like the first one does have a retro achievement set, and I'm assuming the second one does as well. And the second one does not have a retro achievement set, but the first one does. So if you want to play it for achievements, retro achievements got you on the first one.
I loved the games. I still have the CDs. I
Oh,
I have my PlayStation 2 hooked up, and sometimes I'm like, I really kind of want to play some Digital Devil Saga.
so
It's a lot of fun.
looking at Digital Devil Saga 2, it has a lot of requests for people like, hey, someone developed an achievement set for this, and someone's currently
Yep.
working on one. So at some point, Digital Devil Saga 2 will also have a retro achievement set.
It's a lot of fun. Like if you like that style of game, the turn-based and the, whatever, it is a really fun set of games that most people don't know about. You know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
never heard of it.
They know of Shin Megami Tensei. Like 5 just came out not too long ago.
Okay.
September 28th, 24, that it came to PlayStation, where they kind of, or I mean, to PC, where they re-released it with all the all the stuff and whatever. So a lot of people know that, and they know the Persona game, of course. But most people don't know Digital Devil Saga. I wish they would pick it up and like do something with it because it was such an amazing game in general. You know what I mean?
Digital Devil Saga 1 came out in 2004
Hmm.
and 2 came out in 2005, so it's been
Yeah.
20 years. If you were on top 5, this could have been one of your on the most recent episode where we were talking about dead franchise need to be
Yep.
revived. This would definitely fit the bill.
Absolutely. I love it. I love those 2 games to the point where I play that and Wild Arms, if you've ever heard of
I've
Wild
heard
Arms.
of that one as well, but
Yeah,
I don't know much about it.
it's another turn-based RPG, but it's like cowboyish,
Okay.
Wild West sort of feel to it. So I really like Wild Arms. That's a lot of fun. I own both of
Nice.
those too.
Okay. So to answer your question, I was thinking of when you were talking about creature capture games,
Hmm.
what I was thinking of was Pal World, but I have not played Pal World.
Okay.
What I was thinking that I did play, I was getting mixed up, not Pokemon, was Pikmin. Uh,
Okay.
I never played Pikmin back in the day. I still haven't. But
Mm.
not that long ago, I played a very Pikmin-esque game that was on Game Pass. I panic played it before I left Game Pass, and that was called Tinykin. That's what I was thinking of when you
Okay.
ask creature capture, but it's not quite that because you're not capturing creatures. You're kind of like teaming up with them and almost like Overlord, where you're directing them to do stuff in order to solve puzzles.
Right.
But that's what I was thinking of was Pikmin, not Pokemon.
Right. Yep. Nope. I love turn-based. I really do. It's just one of my, like, if I just want to veg and vibe, I usually turn to like a turn-based game because you can just sit there and just kind of lose yourself. I hate that they remade 7 the way they remade it.
I'm
They
assuming you're
made
talking
it,
about Final Fantasy,
yes, because they made it action-based, and I'm like, I don't like action-based. I want
which is, like I said, I'm not a fan of turn-based. That would actually get me to play it. I'm
right, right.
tempted to play Final Fantasy 7 now that it is more of an action RPG,
It's
hack
an
and
excellent
slash.
story. It's an excellent story. I love the story. I'm just not good at the action portion. You know what I mean? Like,
And that's much more up my alley. So I will
yeah.
probably play it at some point. And I'm sure I'll definitely like it better than the original. My co-host on Top 5, Jason, Final Fantasy 7, both versions are like 2 of his favorite games of all time.
Mhm.
He absolutely loves both the original and the remake.
Yep. Yep. I really enjoyed 7 the first time around, other than I wanted to throw my controller at the screen at one point that I won't talk about because it would ruin things. But yeah, I enjoyed it so much. It was so much fun. That was when I was in high school. God, I feel old.
um Shoot, what was I just gonna mention? Turn-based Final Fantasy 7. Actually, they went. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Is because you're saying that you can veg out. It's turn-based. You don't.
Mhm.
It's not super pressing. You don't even need to pause it. You can just put it down at pretty
Right.
much any time.
Right.
From what I hear, you can't do that with Expedition 33. It's a very active turn-based
Yes.
game.
Yeah, that's what I've
So,
heard. Yeah, I like those older turn-based games because you can, when I say you can vibe, you can like go out and grind, on monsters and just level up and not care about the boss. You can just go grind things and veg, vibe it. Um, it's very much a more passive turn-based rather than, like you say, the active
yeah.
Expedition 33. So I haven't played it yet, but I plan on it. It's installed.
I'm not too terribly far off from like I've never said like no, I'm not going to play Expedition 33. It looks like a beautiful, gorgeous game.
Oh yeah, totally.
I could very well be convinced to give it a shot. So,
Mm,
given that it looks like a more like it's still turn based, but it's a much more action turn based. So
right,
I'd
right.
be open to it because I haven't played a lot of turn based games, but the ones that I often talk about where I've enjoyed the most were the South Park RPGs. Do you ever
Oh
play
yeah,
those?
yeah, yeah. I
Stick
played
of
those.
Truth and
Yep.
Fracture But Whole. I enjoyed those. Those were fun.
Yeah, I enjoy
Uh,
them. I'm out of hot pockets.
So Crazy Landlow says, well, technically you capture the creature's corpses in Pikmin 1 to make more Pikmin. I haven't played them, so I did not know that. Uh, but yeah, it's kind of tangentially related to something like
Right.
Pokemon. Um, but anyway, the previous thing he mentioned what before I say it, Lois says that I haven't beaten the NES Zeldas and I don't care to. To each their own. Like I love Zelda. It is one of my favorite franchises. So I was like, I owe it to myself to play the classics where it originated. So
Yep.
I'm gonna give 1 and 2 a shot here later this year. And the big impetus for that was my co-host on Party Chat, Carl, who I mentioned a few minutes ago because he's a big fan of Persona. Him and I and another of our friend, Angry Canadian, we're doing a year-long gaming challenge. And if you play multiple games in a franchise, you get more and more bonus points.
Okay.
So I was like, well, I'll start at the beginning of Zelda. I'm play through as many as I can, and I'll get more bonus points for the more in the franchise I play.
Right.
So, which is also the impetus for why I went back and played Metroid 1 and 2 as well. Because I'm like, I'm already doing them on stream for Metroidvania Monday, so might as well go back and play the originals to get extra bonus points for
Right. Right.
consecutive games in the franchise.
Yeah, the Shin Megami games, there are so many games that have that Shin Megami Tensei beginner. You got the Persona and the Digital Devil Saga, and then you've got, 1 through 5, and then there was one on the
Oh wow!
handheld, the 3DS 4, I think it was called. Um,
I pulled. Like, I didn't know how far back this goes, and
it
I
goes
don't know if
back.
this was the original one, but I pulled up Shin Megami Tensei on Retro Achievements, and the first one is a Super Nintendo game from '92,
Yep,
which has a Retro Achievement set. I'm look.
long time ago.
Let's see here. Is there a Shin Megami Tensei sub series? Yeah. Let's see here. So it's got a list of basically all the games, and it looks like there are 19.
Mhm. That's a lot of games.
Yeah. Ranging from Super Nintendo, Game Boy Advance, Sega CD, PS1, PS2, 3DS, original Xbox, Game Boy Color. So yeah, it's been around a long time.
Yep, it has, and it's a bunch of fun. I got introduced to it in Nocturne. That's where I started. And that
Nocturne Maniacs Chronicle Edition.
no, it was just Shin Megami
Oh,
Tensei
Shin Megami
Nocturne.
Tensei Nocturne. That was a PS2
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
That's where
that's
I
right.
got introduced to it, and oh my gosh.
2004.
You wanna talk about hard game? Like, that game was brutal. Brutal, and I loved every minute of it. I loved
I
every
understand
minute of
that.
it.
Like, one of my favorite games of all time is one of the hardest games I've ever played, Ninja Gaiden Black. Very
Oh, okay.
fast, one of the fastest paced action hack and slash games ever.
Right.
Very difficult. I just streamed through it again because it had been a long time since I had played it, so I streamed it, and like I'm yelling at it because it's really difficult, and I'm swearing at it, but I love this game so much, even when it's I'm
Yep.
getting my butt handed to me.
You're like, "I just need that one more unicorn in order to have this thing, in order to get the" yeah, it's a fun game. I
So,
enjoy it.
hey, Rinsler's showing up in chat. Good to
Rinsler!
see you
Hi,
again, Rinsler. He
Rinsler.
says, "Sup, all?" I was like, "Hey, I know Farsy. Yeah,
Yeah, it's me.
she's from your community." And I say your community because I had like, we talked about it earlier at the very beginning, but like I've played Helldivers. Have played. I'm still pretty low level, but I do plan to get back to it at some point. So I'll definitely have to connect with you guys. Maybe you guys can help me
Oh,
knock
yeah,
out the rest of the
totally.
achievements at some point. Um, but anyways, Crazy Landlow, when we were talking about the differences between 1 and 2 on Zelda, says, I like how Mario 1 and 2 were very different. And it's funny that he mentions that because on my Retroid right now, like I said, for our challenge, we get bonus points for a franchise. Another aspect of the challenge is that we each got to challenge each other to a specific game, and you get extra bonus points if you complete it. And Angry Canadian's challenge to me, because I'm not a huge fan of the Mario franchise, I played Super Mario back in the day, and that was probably the last Mario game I played was Super
Yeah, I haven't
Mario.
played a lot of them.
And no, I had Super Mario. I played most of Mario 64, but I didn't actually own it.
Okay.
But I haven't played. That was probably the last Mario game I played was Mario 64. Angry Canadian is a huge fan of Mario Sunshine. That I would venture a guess that that's his favorite Mario game is Mario Sunshine. A lot of people like say that that's one of their least favorite ones, but then there's people like that's their favorite. So he challenged me to Mario Sunshine. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to start at the beginning and work my way up to Sunshine so that I can get so because I can play them all for retro
Right.
achievements because they all have retro achievements because they're some of the most iconic games in video game history. And I'll get extra bonus points for playing them in consecutive order. So finally, last night, I finally beat Mario 1 level,
Nice.
World 8. Oh my God.
Your princess is in another castle.
I spent probably, I didn't play it every day, but I've basically been stuck on World 8 for about 2 weeks now. And it probably took me, I venture guess, probably 100 lives to make it through World 8. It
Yep.
was so much more difficult than all the other worlds combined. So I beat it back when I was a kid, and I don't remember it being this difficult.
Wait until you get to Super Mario or Super Mario RPG.
I'm not planning on doing that one. I'm just doing the platformers. I did play that back in the day at a friend's house, but just like once or twice. I
Right.
definitely didn't get anywhere close to beating it, especially since, like, just another example of RPGs back in the day were all turn
Yep.
based. And I was like, I don't have much interest in that.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I am playing not the original NES version. I'm playing the Super Mario All Stars version, which was on Super
Okay.
Nintendo.
Yep. Yep.
That's the one that I had as a kid. So I'm going through the Super Mario All Stars collection, which is Super Mario 1, 2, and 3, and Lost Levels.
Right.
So I am planning on doing Lost Levels, but I finally beat World 8 on Mario 1 last night, and I was like, finally, because the worst thing about it is that last level 8-4, there are no upgrades in it. And the very end, there's one hammer bro that throws crap loads of hammers, and then immediately after that is Bowser, who is also throwing lots of hammers.
Yep.
So the only way to really easily do it is to carry over a mushroom, or even better yet, a fire flower from the previous level, and then make
Okay.
it through the level without getting hit. Because
Right.
if you get hit,
It's
you
gone.
start the level over as little Mario, and there's none in level 8-4.
Right.
I ended up doing it with no upgrades, but it took
Wow. Nice.
forever. I finally beat it last night. So I was proud to finally make it through that for the first time since I was, in 30 plus years.
Since I was this little.
I am looking forward to getting to Super Mario because of the Mario games, like I said, I didn't play very many of them other than Super Mario All-Stars, Super Mario, and Mario 64, so not a whole
Right.
lot of them. But Super Mario World was my favorite. I'm looking forward. That's one of the things is that I'm able to play all these old Mario games again for achievements this time, so that helps motivate me as
Right.
well.
Right.
But I am actually kind of looking forward to playing through Super Mario World again, since that was one thing I was going to ask you. That's one of the things I often ask people when they come on open mic. I forgot to ask you before we went live on your time frame. I usually say about 2 hours, but that's just,
It's fine.
most people are like, yeah, I'll give you 2 hours.
Yeah.
But
No problem.
longest one, open mic, with Nightmare, who was in chat earlier. We went like 6 hours one time because we were just having such a great discussion. So, I want to be, fair to your time. So
It's fine.
if you're not on any time
Mm-mm.
crunch,
I'm not at any time crunch at all. It's
okay.
totally fine.
So cool. So I'm looking forward to getting through these so I can get to Super. I'm kind of suffering through the first one so I can get to Super Mario World because, like I said, that was like my favorite one as a kid.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to playing that one again, and then I'll go do um, the dude 1286 who I mentioned earlier, who's a big achievement hunter as well. Reminded me because I completely forgot Yoshi's Island even existed. That's Super
Oh
Mario
my
World 2.
gosh, I haven't heard that forever.
I forgot because I was planning on doing Super Mario World, Mario 64, then Sunshine. And he's like, "You
Right.
forgot about Yoshi's Island." I'm like, "I did forget that
What?
game. I totally forgot that game even existed." So
Right?
I'll be doing Super Mario World, Yoshi's Island, then Super Mario 64, then
Nice.
Super Mario Sunshine because that's what I'm leading up to. I don't plan to play anything after that. But the main reason I'm going to that is because that's the one that Anger Canadian challenged me to. Um,
Are
but
you looking forward, and this is a complete like gear shift. Are you looking forward to Dune, the new Dune game that's coming out?
Dune, Dune.
Yes.
I don't know anything about Dune. I've never seen any of the movies. I've never read any of
Neither
the
have I.
books. So I know the only thing I know about Dune is what I picked up from watching other people talk about it.
Mhm.
So to answer your question, no, I'm not anticipating it at all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so just recently over this past weekend they had a uh like an open beta rather than a closed one.
This is the crafting one, right?
Yes, this is the open world crafting.
Dune Awakening?
Yep,
Okay.
Dune Awakening. Yep. And they just haven't had an open beta this past weekend that I got to stream. And it is a lot of fun. Like trying to avoid the sandworm on foot. You're just like, please don't find me. Please don't find me. I'm just running. Please don't find me. You know what I mean? Like you're just, and then you see it like come up near you because maybe it chomps someone else or something. And you're like, holy crap, that thing is huge. It's like, it's so much fun. Like I, I had so much fun in it. Like I can't wait till it comes out. I was sad when it got pushed back because it got pushed back to June 10th.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
but
That's right around the corner, though.
yeah, it's right around the corner now. But at the time that it got pushed back, it was like, oh, I don't want to wait another month. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah,
I
it's gonna be fun.
Given that, like I said, I'm very patient and frugal. I usually don't buy games until they're like 50% off or more and all the DLC included. I don't play a whole lot of new stuff
Hmm.
right off the presses unless it's something I really want to play and it comes into Game Pass. I usually don't go out of my way to play something brand new.
Right.
So I haven't played a lot of new stuff lately. Like, I think I've played one game this year that came out, and it's only because my party chat co-host Carl, he bought Split Fiction and it comes with a buddy pass, so you can have
Oh,
someone else
okay.
play with you. So we played through Split Fiction. That was a lot of fun.
Is
La-
it pretty good?
oh, it was fantastic. We did a whole stream on it last Wednesday on his channel, just talking about it. It's a fantastic game.
Okay.
If you got a co-op partner, I highly recommend it. It's a great game.
Okay.
Um, Given it's the only game released this year that I played, so it's automatically at the moment my game of the year. Doom did just come out, and that's the one I've been really anticipating. However, what I'm seeing of it, I'm sure I will enjoy it. I don't think it's going to overtake Doom Eternal as my favorite shooter, much less my favorite Doom game. I'm going to
Hmm.
enjoy it, but Split Fiction might overtake. I have higher expectations for Doom Dark Ages than I did for Split Fiction, but
Right.
Split Fiction really blew me away. And once I played Doom Dark Ages, Split Fiction may retain the Game of the Year title for me. There are a couple more games later on this year that I'm looking forward to that could, but we shall see once I play Doom.
Right.
So,
Right. There's
um,
times when I play a game and I have no expectations of enjoying it, and someone just got me into it. I'm like, wow, I kind of like this game. You know what I mean? Like, huh, I didn't know this game existed, but now I do.
we had a very similar topic to that on Party Chat recently, where we were talking about games that you played on a whim.
Hmm.
Um, and so it sounds kind of like that.
Yep.
So yes, Carl messaged me. He's like, "Hey, I got Split Fiction comes with Buddy Pass. You play it with me?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Because like I said, I love co-op stuff, and I knew it was a
Right.
co-op game, and I just love that game. It was great, and I love how it's co-op to the core. You literally cannot play this without another player. It's not
Right.
like a lot of games, they'll have co-op, but it's just like the single player campaign with more
Mhm.
people.
Right.
This every single aspect of this game is designed around you and your partner being able to help each other get through it, because you each have
Have to do
certain
your own thing.
abilities
Right.
that you need to use in order for them to get to the next section. Then they can use their ability to help you get to the next section. It is great. So I definitely highly recommend it.
I'll have to check it out.
But yeah, last year I think I played a total of like 4 games that came out in 2024.
Okay.
I'm going to be playing a lot of those this year after I get to the my next dive where I start all these backlogged games, which is why I didn't play many games that came out last year, because I'm holding off on them for now.
I have so many backlog games that my backlog has a backlog.
Same here, especially since I got this just about a month ago. Not
Yeah.
only do I want to play all my Xbox stuff, I've got all these retro games I want to play now, because it breathed new life into them now that I've got this little handheld I can take with me and get
Mhm.
retro achievements all on the go. It's fantastic. Plus, I got a
Yep.
huge Steam library since the PC I'm on. The previous PC I had was this one right here,
Mhm.
and I got that in like 2012, and I had that until September of 2023. It still runs, and I still use
Yeah.
it for stuff,
Mhm.
but I never got it with the intention of gaming. I didn't actually realize it had like a very weak. It has a graphics card in it. I didn't even know that until I was building my new PC. About a year and a half ago. I
Right.
thought it didn't even have a graphics card in it. It had one. It was just very weak.
Right.
But the PC I'm on now, I got with the intention of streaming and being able to play modern games on it. So since then, I've been building a Steam library as well, which I've barely touched. So I've got like 70 games on Steam that I haven't touched that I want to play. I've got like 400 games on Xbox I want to play, and I've got like 150 retro games I want to play.
Yeah.
So my backlog's got a backlog too. So I totally get you.
I have over 1,000 games on Steam. And that's just my games. That doesn't include all the ones that my husband owns that I can just, library it. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
backlog of a backlog of a backlog kind of thing. It's fine. And they joke, Rinsler and them all joke that I have a NASA computer because I have like short of the best, sort of thing. So
You have a
yeah.
quantum computer so you can run all these at the top tier specs.
Yeah, I was unfortunately, one of the unlucky ones that got one of those chips that's damaged or not good anymore, the Intel chips. I don't know if you heard
Oh,
about
what?
that.
I did not. Which one is that?
It's the most recent generation. Some of them were made right here in Arizona, and there was some sort of like humidity or something that came, that was in their factory, and it damaged some of the chips, but they shipped them out anyway. So while my husband and I got the exact same computer, he doesn't have the problems that I have.
Oh no.
And I'm like, I
So
swear I'm gonna switch computers one of these days. Like,
is that the 14th gen?
yes, the
Okay.
14th gen.
I got mine's a 12th gen, so
Yeah,
I don't think we'll have that issue.
we usually no, it's only 13th, 14th. We usually only buy a new computer like once every 5 or 6 years, 7
Yeah.
years.
Mine,
But
this still works great, and it's
yep.
like 15 years old, but
Yeah, and
it wasn't I didn't get it with the intention of gaming, so that I
yeah,
built this new one with that in
and
mind.
we literally like buy the best, and then well, not the best, but high end. So that way we don't have to buy another one for another 5 or 6 years. You know what I mean? Like we're
Yeah.
good for a while. So, when we were buying it, he's like, "Well, 32 gig of RAM or whatever," and like 64 was like, I don't know, $50 more, and I'm like, "Just get the
Do it.
64." Like, whatever, you know?
Yeah. I've got
So,
32, and I've been contemplating upgrading to 64.
it's nice. It's nice having 64. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Um well, let's see here. Catching up a little bit on chat. Crazy Landlow. I don't know if I said hi to you, but good to see you, Crazy Landlow, as always. Says you're missing out on Mario 64. I did play it back in the day, and I'm going to be playing it again once I get to it. But I have a few more games to get through first. So the plan is Mario 1, 2, and 3, and Lost Levels, Super Mario, Yoshi's Island, Mario 64, then Sunshine. But he says, and Galaxy. He says Sunshine is good. It's the black sheep of the 3D Mario games. That's what I hear. He says, I should at least try Galaxy 1 after Sunshine. It's considered the best of 3D Marios next to Odyssey. I believe Odyssey and Galaxy are both Wii games. Not that I have anything against that because I do like the Wii. But Wii does not have retro achievement support yet. So once they get retro achievement support, I'll definitely that'll definitely bump up its possibility of getting played. It shouldn't. I know for a fact one of those is. I'm pretty sure Galaxy is. Odyssey might not be, but I'm almost positive they're both Wii games, and Wii
I
does
wonder
not
if they
have.
came back out for Switch because I've heard of them.
Oh, they may have been ported to Switch. I just
Yeah.
know originally they were Wii. I'm
Yeah.
almost positive they were both Wii games. And Wii does not have retro achievement support yet, but Dolphin does, which is how GameCube has retro achievement support. That just launched last summer. I would think that it shouldn't take that much longer to support Wii games since Dolphin runs both GameCube and Wii games, and they already have retro achievement support for GameCube. So it shouldn't be. There's no time frame though. But I would think that we should be getting Wii games soon, hopefully. And if those, I'm absolutely positive those games will absolutely get achievements once retro achievements start supporting Wii games, because those are very popular Wii games. And if they do, I may be inclined to play it at that point. So, but Renzo says, awesome, man. I'm down to hell dive with you anytime if we can match up schedules. Absolutely. Next week's open mic, I'll be doing a solo one, what I call State of the Nerd, kind of just talking about what's going on my channel and stuff. I'm going to be very busy over the summer. Over the course, because I normally stream about typically 4 nights a week, Monday through Thursday. Over the course of June and July, I think I'll have like 3 streams over those 2 months because I'll be very busy. After that, once we're in August, I'll be back to more things as usual. And that may very well be a time to hook up and play. Get into some hell diving. So.
Yeah, just set us up. I'm sure we can get a 4-man group together. Any of us A-teamers say, hey, looking for a whatever, and everyone's like, jump. You know what I mean? Like, I want in. It's like whoever gets there first, kind of thing. So
yeah, I definitely look forward to playing some Helldivers with you guys. Probably, late summer, early fall. So it's such a fun game with a group of friends. Absolutely. The only time I played it is in a group. That is not a game I will ever play by myself. But if I got people to play with, I'll hop in. So it's so fun. Back to those old games like the original Mario titles. Yep. So backlog, like the gun roast scene from The Matrix. Yes. He's like, what do you need? Guns. Lots of guns. And then whoosh. And it could just be
all the guns. Games for days.
On all of the racks. Yes, that's what backlogs look like these days.
Yeah.
So, he's agreeing, saying Intel really dropped the ball with the whole situation on those CPUs.
Still fighting that. I mean, they'll replace stuff, but then they replaced me with a new Pentium chip, a new Intel chip, but then that one has the same problem. I'm getting the blue screen again, so I'm like,
let's replace what was faulty with the same thing that had the same faults in it.
The problem is you can't tell. You literally do not know whether it's one that's affected or not until you plug it in and play with it for a while.
It's like they should know. Don't they, like, quality assurance, and don't they have like batch numbers and stuff? Like everything from this batch needs to be scrapped or recalled.
The quality assurance director is the one that allowed them to be put out into public.
I hope he got fired.
I hope he did too. Yeah.
That sucks. So
yeah.
All right. So, anyways, another long. Getting back to something after we had a nice long tangent. Whereas going with Super Mario World, that was the very first game I ever owned. My grandparents got me a Super Nintendo that came with Super Mario World for Christmas in 92 or 93. I don't remember what it was. And that's what made me a gamer. So, hey, Christian Frades is here. Good evening, Christian. Good to see you as always. He was on open mic last week. Or I think it was last week, but always good to see you, Christian. So that's what caused me to become a gamer. Is my grandparents get me a Super Nintendo for Christmas, and it came with Super Mario World. I also got Star Fox that Christmas as well, but I got the package that had Super Mario World bundled in with my Super Nintendo. So that was my very first game I ever owned. Not the first game I ever played, because I did play over at like friends' houses and stuff. That's the first one I ever owned, and probably the first game I ever beat. And that's what got me into gaming in the first place. So this is the question I like to ask on almost every open mic, if I don't know the answer, if it's someone who hasn't been on before, what got you into gaming?
My father, to be honest. So my dad was a huge gamer. I learned how to read from Final Fantasy 1 because my father would not allow me to play that game until I could read because he didn't want to sit there and like try to tell me what it said, right?
That's pretty
Um,
clever.
but when I have a picture, well, it's an old picture and I don't even know where it's at right now, but I have a picture of him and I playing, and I'm holding on to this Nintendo controller upside down, completely wrong. It's not plugged in at all. And my dad would pretend that it was my turn, and then he would like go for a while and then die on purpose, you know. And so that was like the first games I played, and he was the one that really got me into playing games, like really into gaming, because he was into gaming. Like that was his thing. Gaming and painting, those are his two things. So it was really my father that spurred that interest, and then I just took it from there. Like I just went crazy on it. I just enjoyed the heck out of it.
Which console was it that you started on?
Nintendo,
The original
NES.
NES?
Yep,
Okay.
yep. That's when I started on it. I also played on the Amiga, I've played on the Commodore, and I played on Atari, but it was after I had already started with the NES. The
Okay.
NES was the first one that I played with.
What was your favorite NES game?
I'm trying to think of the name. Star Tropic.
Star Tropic. I think I've heard of that.
That was one of
What
my favorite.
what kind of game is that?
Kind of like Zelda, where you have like top-down fighting stuff.
Is
Not
that
quite as old as like graphics wise as Zelda, but yeah. I think it's called Star Tropic.
Star Tropic?
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not called Star Tropic. That and
Hmm.
Chrysalis. That was the other one that was my favorite.
Was it all one word?
Yeah, Star Tropics, all one word. Yep.
Oh, I was putting a space in. That's why I couldn't find it. Yep,
Yep.
NES game.
From
Action adventure.
1990.
December of 1990 on the NES, and it has a retro achievement set. Unsurprising.
Yep.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
a
I
lot
couldn't
of
find
fun.
it because I was
Putting a space in
putting
there.
a
Yep.
space in. It's no space.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we haven't done an episode of top 5 on top 5 NES games yet because I haven't played very many.
Mhm.
Um I'd say that when I played the original Metroid earlier this year, that's the first time I played an NES game in its entirety. I've
Star
played bits
Tropics
and
was
pieces
fun.
of them, but I need to play more, and then we'll probably do a top 5 NES games eventually. And I got another friend who I was before I started streaming. I haven't talked to him. Well, I mean, I haven't talked to him in person, but
Mhm.
we've like DM'd
Right.
and
Right,
stuff,
right,
and
right.
I helped. I was always in his chats and live streams and stuff.
Mhm.
And he grew up kind of in my area that when he was a kid. Although I didn't know him until a couple years ago when I met him online.
Right.
And he's like, I reached out to him because he's a huge Star Wars fan, so I'm a
Okay.
huge Star Wars fan as well. Real Star Wars before Disney. Um,
Pre-Disney. Yeah.
and so I
Pre-crap.
reached out to him because last May we did was Star Wars month, and so our 2 episodes of top 5 that month we did top 5 Star Wars characters and top 5 Star Wars games. I'll reach out to him like, hey, would you want to be on either one of these? And he's like, well, I think I asked about top 5 Star Wars games, but he's not a huge gamer, at least not anything recently. But he's like, hey, if you ever do top 5 NES games, I'll be there because he was a fan of NES, but he hasn't really
Right.
played much since then. So
Yeah, Star
I need to play
Tropics.
more NES games so we can do that one, so I can get him on.
Star Tropics was one of my favorite, and Chrysalis is the other one.
Chrysalis. I think I've heard of that one.
That's also I say a Zelda-esque, but it's like it's a top-down, you're a person running around doing the thing. You get a sword and you have to upgrade it by like absorbing wind and absorbing water and fire and all that kind of stuff. That was also one of my favorites besides Final Fantasy. If there was 4 games that I played, it was Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, well, here in the NES or here in the United States, it's Dragon Warrior, Star
Oh,
Tropics,
that's right.
and Chrysalis were my favorite.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I've got, like I said, so I've got 2 Zelda games to play that are on
Mhm.
NES. And I've made a list of some other NES games that I want to play through. So eventually I'll be able to do a top 5. Oh, all of the classic Mega Mans, well, 1 through 6 were all on NES. I've played those. I just didn't play them on NES. I played them on like a remastered collection.
Right.
I played all of those ones. Um, I did play the Contra, but I played the Xbox Live Arcade. It's the
Okay.
exact same as the NES version. I just didn't
Right.
play it on the NES. So there have been a
Right.
few games that I played that were on NES, just
Contra's a classic.
not ones that I actually played on the NES, and at least not in their entirety.
Right.
Like I said, I went over to friends' houses and I played like Battletoads, and I played some
Mhm.
other games on NES. I just never played them in their entirety since I didn't have it myself.
Right.
So, Christian's dropping some information in chat as he usually does. This today's the 22nd anniversary of Matrix Reloaded. Wow,
Wow.
I remember seeing that in theaters twice. One of the few movies I've seen in theaters twice. I can't believe it was 22 years ago. My goodness.
I feel so
Yeah,
old now. Thanks.
yeah. It was spring of 2003.
Oh,
So,
man.
and Game Brain Dogma's here. What's up, Game
Hi, Game
Brain?
Brain.
Good to see you. Um, okay. So, so NES was kind of where you started. So, another thing I like to kind of dovetail off of that question is,
Mhm.
so for me, like I said, my first console was the Super Nintendo. Because of that, I was a Super Nintendo kid. I played Genesis over at friends' houses, but I never owned one. I don't know if I ever actually beat a Genesis game. But I was a Nintendo kid from Super Nintendo up to Wii. Um, although in the Wii time frame, I was
Mhm.
mainly a PC gamer at the time with this PC right here, which is the first one I built that back in
Right.
high school and built that top tier at the time. And gamed on that as mainly a PC gamer for a few years until that one kind of fell out of uh, being able to run everything.
Right. Right.
And that's when I got really into Halo with all my buddies in high school, and then I switched over to becoming an Xbox gamer because of Halo.
Mhm.
And then when 360 came out and introduced achievements, I got hooked on those, and so I've been on
Right.
Xbox ever since. So that's kind of like my what I like to call my console family tree.
Right.
So I was kind of curious from you, kind of like what your path of consoles kind of look like?
So, my first one was NES. Of course, then I went to Super NES. And then I owned a Game Gear, if you know what that is.
I
That's
played
an
that over
old
my friend's
style,
house.
you
The
know.
biggest meme on that is that it's the devourer of batteries.
Oh my gosh, so many batteries. And then I went into PlayStation, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360 at some point, um, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, like I kind of did with the PlayStations. But in between PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3 is when I really started the PC gaming.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I kind of like hard right into PC gaming and all the things PC. Because my dad bought a Pentium 60. That was like the newest, latest and greatest after like 486. It was like Pentium 60. And so we ended up buying a Pentium 60. And I'll never forget the day that my dad upgraded from 2 megabytes of RAM to 4. It was like, "Oh my god, it runs so much faster," right? Um,
Yep.
Played Arena, which is the very first Bethesda, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Elder Scrolls game.
Yeah, I was talking
Um,
about that on a recent episode of something because I was like, I know there's Arena and Daggerfall are the
yep.
early ones. I just didn't know which one was which. And someone was like,
Arena's
yeah,
the
Arena was
first.
the first one.
Yep.
Daggerfall was two.
Yep, Daggerfall was 2. You get out of the dungeon, you're like, "Where do I go?" And you're like, "I'm gonna go to
Where do you want to
Daggerfall,"
go?
whatever. Um, so yeah, that's where I really started to veer off into it. And I played like Heroes of Might and Magic because my dad and I could play against each other and
I
StarCraft. And
know of Heroes of Might and
yeah,
Magic. I don't know anything about it
it's all
though.
turn-based,
Okay.
whatever. But um played games that him and I could LAN together. Like, so I was downstairs in the basement because we had a finished basement and I was down there, that was my bedroom. And then my dad would be up like there was like a set of stairs and then a door, and he'd be right there next to it because that's where the other computer was, and
2
we would like be
computers. Wow.
yelling at each other like, "Stop taking my cities! You're cheating!" Just all the typical thing that you do when you're landing. It was
Yep.
great. It was
Oh, that's
great.
fantastic.
Yep.
While you're mentioning Pentium 60 and stuff, it's a complete side tangent, but um, are you familiar with the song "All About the Pentiums" by Weird Al?
Mm-mm.
Okay. I love Weird Al, and he has a song
I love Weird Al.
that's
He's
all
so funny.
yeah, so one of the lines in that song is you're using a 286, don't make me laugh. Your Windows boots up in what, a day and a half? So it's all about
Exactly.
the Pentiums. What? So I definitely recommend checking that out. That's a great song. I love Weird Al.
Oregon Trail. That was another one. Oh my gosh.
I remember playing that a lot as like
In
kind of like a
school.
learning tool in
Yep.
school. I was on the school computer and we all got to take turns playing Oregon Trail.
Yep. That was like the thing to do. And then we had at my school, we had something that some sort of it was a game. I don't know what the game was called, but it taught you how to code. And you would code
Interesting.
things and then it would show it on the screen. Whatever you coded, it would show it on the screen. Um, it was a very interesting program. I don't remember what it's called. It was an we played it on the Apple on the old floppy floppies, like the real floppies, not the
Are we talking
hard
about
ones.
the five
The
and a
5 and a
quarters?
quarter, yep.
We
It
were
was
just talking about that, I think,
mhm,
on last week's open mic, or it might have been something else. But we were literally just talking about the different floppy disks
yep.
on a recent stream.
And kids these days, they have no idea. They have no idea what we had to go through,
That's
you know?
why we got onto the topic because we're talking about like we're talking about like we're getting old, and I had a coworker a couple years ago uh, where talking about floppy disks or something. She's like, "What's that?" And I'm like, when you're on like Microsoft Word, and you hit the save button, that's the floppy disk. She's like, "Oh, that's where that came from." I'm like, "Oh my goodness."
Or the
So
zip drives. Do you remember the zip drives?
I brought that up on the last stream as well because I grew up on the 3.5-inch floppies, which weren't actually floppies. I
Right.
didn't. My friend who I spent a lot of time over at his house, he's the one who had the Sega, so that's where I played Genesis games. And they had a pretty good computer. Uh, that's the first time I ever saw the 5.25-inch floppies because they had a
Mhm.
computer that still used those. But yeah, I brought that up on stream because I was like, yeah, and then after that, because the 3.5-inch floppies were 1.4 megabytes,
Mhm.
and the 5.25s were like 700
Nothing.
kilobytes. They were like half
Nothing.
that.
Right.
And then the zip drives, which we had at school, and they were like thick floppy disks, and
They
those were
were
like
real thick.
100 megabytes. It was like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Like, oh my god, you got so much. So nowadays when
I still
people
have a
talk
couple of my zip disks. I
I
don't
do
have a zip
too.
drive, but I have a couple of
I
my
do
zip
too.
disks. I just don't know where they are.
Now it's hard for me because anytime someone has a USB drive, I call it a zip drive. I don't know why. I
Oh,
just cannot say, "Oh, it's a USB
I call them flash
thing."
drives.
Yeah, flash drive, whatever. I can't. It's zip drive.
Yeah, someone says a zip drive because a lot of people have forgotten either have
Mhm.
forgotten about zip drives or didn't know they existed in the first place.
Right.
And if
Because
someone
it
said, "Hey,"
wasn't there long.
it
It
was a
was like
very
in
short-lived
and out.
technology.
Yep.
So yeah, if someone says a zip drive, I'm like, "You mean like the thick floppy disk?" And they're like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like,
You're
"That's what
like,
a zip drive is." And they're like, "No, I'm talking about the ones you plug in the USB." I'm like, "Oh, that's not a zip
"Oh,
drive."
that's a flash drive or USB drive or something." Yeah.
While we're on the topic of short-lived technologies, that same friend who I went over and played Genesis stuff over at his house, um, before MP3 players were a thing, he had a mini disc player. Do you know what mini discs were?
Mm-mm.
It was basically like a CD player, but instead of it being a CD, it used like a small floppy disk.
Okay.
So you could put like your music on it and swap them out like CDs, but they're smaller. And I think they could hold, I don't remember if they could hold more than CDs, but it was like a little square like this. And
Okay.
it was really cool. I wanted to get one, but it was such a short lived technology that it was gone by the time I ended up like, because
Kinda like
MP3
a
players came
mhm,
out very soon after that and basically eliminated the need for this
right.
technology to exist.
Was it anything like the Vita? The little
Oh, the UMDs?
Yeah, the
It
little, like,
was
disc like that?
it was similar to that, although those were basically like discs inside of a cartridge.
Right.
Although it technically you could say that all floppy disks were like that because the thing inside them was basically
Mhm.
like a disk inside of a. So you
Right.
could make that argument that it's very similar to that, but it
I'm
was
thinking, like,
basically
size and how it, worked and whatever.
size-wise, it would be probably a little bit bigger than the UMD discs for
Mhm.
the. Well, wait a second. Like the 'cause I always get the PS Vita and the PSP mixed up because I've never owned a Sony console, whether it's handheld or home. You plug into your
Right.
TV. The PSP was first, and then the Vita came next, right?
Correct. Correct.
Did they both have the same cartridges, or did they have different type of cartridges?
I believe they both had similar cartridges.
Okay, because I do know that there's the UMDs, but I don't know if that. I thought that was for the PSP. I don't know whether those work for the Vita or not. But r- either way, to answer your question, the mini discs were probably similar in size to the UMD, but it actually looked like a floppy disk.
Okay. It says no, the Vita did not use the UMDs.
Okay, I didn't
They
think
use
so.
flash memory, similar to an SD card. So I'm thinking of the PSP, which uses the UMDs. I
Okay.
still have those. I find one every now and again. I'm like, what is this doing? You know what I mean?
So, um, oh yeah, Christian's saying yeah, UMD was
Yep.
just for the PSP. So thank you for confirming for that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Um,
Google's a wonderful thing. I love it.
so when you were talking about you learned to read for Final Fantasy, I had a similar thing in that I took a typing class. I think it was eighth grade,
Mhm.
and it was a semester long. And at the end of that semester, I was only marginally better typer, whatever you want to call it, than I
Mhm.
was before that class. It wasn't until I built this computer and I started PC gaming, then I learned where the keys were, and then I was able to start being a good typist or being able to, type
So,
without actually looking at the keyboard. It was
funny
because
s
of PC gaming.
funny story. Um, with my freshman year of high school, we were required to take a typing class, like computer typing, right? And I, tested and I was like 70 or 80 words per minute
That's pretty good.
already. By the time I got done, I was pushing 120. And the teacher
Nice.
actually
Jeez.
accused me of cheating. I'm like, "How do you cheat at typing? Like,
You put
how
you
do you
put cheat
cheat at
codes in the
typing?"
Mavis Beacon teaches typing.
Something. Like, I
Did
was
you ever
like,
use that?
"No, no, we had some other
That's what we use. Mavis Beacon teaches typing. That was our.
yeah, we
And
had
then we
some
had these
other
rubber things,
one."
these that would go on the keyboard, so you could still
Mhm,
type, but you couldn't see the keys.
mhm. They would put paper. So I came from a high school that literally my graduating class had 99 people.
My
So
graduating class had like I think 100 or 106. That was our largest graduating class ever. So
yeah, so we definitely didn't have a whole lot of money, so they just did paper over the top, but I'm like, "Dude, you can see I'm typing, like, right here, like, what's the problem here?"
it's like
And
there's no way you could possibly type that fast and while looking at the keys.
right, and then the other thing was, they would say, "Don't correct your mistakes." It,
I
like,
couldn't not do that. I
triggered
had to.
me to not correct it, like, I'm typing 120 something words per minute while correcting my mistakes, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah. It's just so ingrained that I don't do a lot of typing these days, not since college.
mhm,
But when I was, doing those classes and stuff, I could it was instinctive. I couldn't not
right,
backspace to make a correction. It would
you just have
especially because
to.
I'm OCD about a lot of things like that. I can't leave it as an error and just
Right.
continue on.
Yeah, no. Can't do it. Won't do it. Gonna keep gonna keep doing it.
So, yeah, Christian saying that they had UMDs for the PSP of films and TV shows.
Yeah, they
I
did.
never saw any of them, but I do know that those existed. So I forgot they existed until you mentioned it. But yeah, they absolutely did. So, um, yeah, Mavis Beacon teaches typing was
There
what
was
we
we were
used.
talking about
Oh,
old games, and I'm trying to remember the name of this game.
all right. Well, you're looking for that. My one of my good streaming friends, Melee Games, he streams a lot. And he recently, I don't know if it was a stream dedicated to it or every Sunday night he does Steam Roulette and he spins a wheel and he has to play the game, whatever game ends up on
Oh,
the wheel
okay.
for 10 minutes. It might have come up on a roulette stream or he might have done a dedicated one, but he did Typing of the Dead, which I've never played,
Hmm.
but that would definitely be a typing game I'd be into
Oh, yeah.
because it's more gamified. And one of the cool
Mhm.
things was you can put in your own dictionaries for that game. So you're not just playing what it came with. You can have all sorts
Right.
of crazy stuff show
Hmm.
up as the stuff you have to type. So um, it made me
Cool.
want to play it and just see how good I could do at it.
Right. I'm trying to think because it was an old system. Well, not old. CDI. Have you ever heard of CDI?
Oh, I've never seen one, but I know of it because of the ones that the real black sheep of the Zelda games that no one acknowledges were real
Yep.
games were the Zelda CDI games.
Yep.
So I know of it, but that's about all I know about CDI is that there were the Zelda games that were not Zelda games, and that's about it. I don't even know. I'm assuming since it's called a CDI, it's a disc-based
Yeah,
console.
it's a disc-based interactive console basically. There was another game that I used to play on it. No idea what it was called, but it was kind of like a mystery game, and you could like peek through. You were a private eye, and you could like peek through people's windows, and you were trying to figure out the murder mystery, and all that kind of thing. But that we were talking about Zelda and old systems that no one remembers, and CDI is like that was such a short-lived console thing, software, hardware that is like no one knows it at
It-
all.
yeah, I know it exists. I just pulled it up because I didn't even know if I knew what it looked like. I think I'd seen it before. It
Hmm.
looks like a VCR,
Basically.
but it's actually uh, oh, it's Philips. That's right. It was developed by Philips and
Hmm.
Sony. But essentially, I think that's like the predecessor to the PlayStation
It
1.
really is. It's
Wow, it released in
interesting.
1990, but it wasn't discontinued until 1999.
Yeah.
Much longer than I thought it would be.
It didn't live long. It didn't live long, and it just it was okay. Like,
Let's see here. What I think one of the Zelda games on CDAI, I think it was called Wand of Gamelon. Wand of Gamelon. Yep,
yes.
Zelda, the Wand of Gamelon, and it does not have a retro achievement set. And Link, the Faces of Evil was the other one. Does also not have a retro achievement set. There are 37 people who have requested an achievement set for Faces of Evil, and there are 24 people who have requested an achievement set for Wand of Gamelon.
It's really not like most people don't know because it was so short-lived. Most people don't they have no idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was looking to see if I could figure out what the name of it. There's a lot more games for CDI than I remember. Holy cow.
So I'm pulling up on retro achievements right now, and I just went to show me all Philips CDI games. It says no results. Oh, it's because it automatically has the filter on of games that have retro achievements. Not a single CDI game has retro achievements. So let
Wow.
me turn off that filter so I can see how many CDI games there are, and it lists 20.
There's way more than that.
There's probably are. That's just that how many CDI games are in retro achievements database.
Right. Right, right.
But yeah, that's not a good sign.
No, it was so short-lived and most people just didn't own it. It was expensive. I remember at the time that it was a very expensive system and a very expensive to buy the games, you
Oh,
know.
I know that there was a console back then that like no one had because it was super expensive. You had it. It's like, oh my god, you have that. I
Mhm.
thought it. I thought it was a different console though. That not the CDI. That was the one that was super like. What's the word I'm looking for? 'Cause I don't want to say high end, but it's like if you had this console, your family had some money.
Yeah, CDI was $7.99 at launch.
Maybe it was a CDI I was thinking
And
of.
back then, that was some money.
Yeah. What would that? Yeah, $800 with today's inflation.
It's
That's.
$2,000 with the inflation right
I
now.
was gonna guess at least double 1,600. It's $2,000. Dear Lord, that'd be nuts.
And the typical game was $50 back then.
Game prices haven't fluctuated all that much since back then
Right.
until really just recently. They've been jumping up to 70 and 80 and probably 100, but you know, baseline game prices haven't really changed all that much over
Right.
30 years, surprisingly.
But back then, like a lot of if it wasn't a AAA game like a Final Fantasy 3 or, something like that, like back then the game prices weren't $50. You know what I mean? They were a little cheaper. And to pay $50 for a game and to have the CDI, like you had money or at least were able to divert some money to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I swear it was something
Hotel
other than the
Mario. God, I
CDI that
haven't
I was
heard
thinking
that.
of, but yeah, Christian drop. Yeah, it says CDI games were mostly known for the memes.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
they were.
that's basically all. You ask someone about CDI, probably the only thing they might know about is the Zelda CDI games because they're so notorious. But it says Mark Grau. I don't know how to pronounce that. Who voiced in Hotel Mario, which I've never even heard of,
Never
made
heard of it. I mean,
R-rated
I've heard of it,
improv
but
to add to the that YouTube partnership. I don't know what YTP is community. Obviously I did not because I don't know what almost any of that is talking about. But he's a very massive wealth of knowledge.
yeah, I've heard of Hotel Mario. I don't remember owning it, but I do remember playing it.
Was that a CDI game? Maybe.
Yeah, it is a CDI game.
Oh, okay. That's probably why I didn't know anything about it.
It wasn't a very good game, but it was a game.
It was the game of all time.
Yes.
Let's see here. Is it listed as one of these? Um, oh, it is listed as one of these 20 games that RetroTunes has in its database for CDI games.
Yeah.
Yeah, never heard of it.
YouTube poop.
Oh, YouTube poop community. Oh, okay. I've heard of that. I didn't know it was like a community. I just thought it was like a series of videos that some YouTube content creator made. I didn't realize it was like a whole community of people. But okay. All right. Well, I don't have anything else. I mean, we could definitely go on another tangent if you want to, but
Sure. Whatever
if you've got
whatever you
anything,
can think of.
all right. Well, maybe you already answered this earlier, but another
Sure.
thing, as one of my other go-to questions is, what have you been playing lately?
Schedule 1 with Clandaran, who was in here earlier.
Uh,
And
okay, Clandoran. I call it
Clan
Clandoran, so I was
Oh,
Clandoran.
yeah.
All right,
Clandaran Gaming,
thank you for
Um,
correcting me on the pronunciation. I
there
want to
you
make sure I get
go.
it right.
And maybe I have it wrong, I don't know. And then, what else have we been playing? Fast Food Simulator, and then Icarus and, Last Epoch on the side. So, lots of different I bounce. I'm like, I don't wanna play that today, I'm gonna play this, you
Yeah,
know?
same here.
I have a 4 terabyte drive that's, like, almost full.
Let me see how big mine is. Well, I mean, I have a 4 terabyte, and I've got 1.3 left
You got
on
more
it.
than me, sir.
So,
I have
um,
300 gig.
given most of my gaming is console gaming,
Right, right.
so but yeah, like the challenge I was talking about that
Mhm.
we've got. So Canadian and I kind of do that where we jump around to a lot of different games, and Carl kind of like starts the game and kind of sticks to it, which I for the most part do it, but it basically like it's kind of like per platform. So
Right.
like I've been playing basically one game on Xbox, but I've been piecemealing, playing Mario here and there.
Right,
I
right.
also just started playing Vampire Survivors as well,
Oh, I love that game.
because that's one that was gonna be, or I mean, it still is in the upcoming games I'm gonna be playing on Xbox, because it has an Xbox achievement set. Just a few days ago, because back when the game came out a year or two ago, and it was like the talk of the town, everyone could not shut up about Vampire Survivors. I was like,
Yeah,
yep.
during COVID.
Like, it was on the app stores for free, so I was like, "Yeah, I'll go ahead and download it and give it a
There you
shot." But
go.
obviously, I won't be able to get any of my precious Xbox achievements for it.
Right.
But I was like, "I'll check it out," and I played it, and it wasn't quite what I was expecting. Um, and I was like, "Well, this game has Xbox achievements, so I'll play it on Xbox eventually and get the achievements there."
Mhm.
What I just discovered a couple days ago, and I wish I had known this, because maybe they just patched it in recently. I don't know, but if I had known this way back, I would have been playing this game for much longer. But just a couple days ago, I discovered that the game has transferable progress. So I've been
Nice.
playing that on here as well. And once I get to playing on Xbox, I can then transfer my progress to Xbox, and all the achievements
Right.
that I've already got will just immediately pop.
Perfect.
If I had known that, I would have been playing Vampire Survivors for much longer than just the last few days.
I love those type games. I have all sorts of games that are kinda like Vampire Survivors-esque. What do they call it? Bullet hell, I think they call it, or something like
I
that.
wouldn't call it a bullet hell, even though the argument could be made. Bullet hell, typically, the most common genre that is shoot 'em ups. Like, um, what's a good example of one is, uh, I always think of Arrow Fighters, because that was like one of my favorite shoot 'em ups, where typically they're vertical, and you're like
Mhm.
a ship, and you get
A
all sorts of
ship and you're
upgrades,
trying
and
to yeah,
you have to dodge.
exactly.
Oh, Ikaruga, that's a perfect one. Do you know of Ikaruga or Ikaruga? I say Ikaruga based on,
Possibly. I might have
um,
seen it and just not known the name, I'm not sure.
that one is a very well-regarded one, but also it's notoriously difficult. That was originally a GameCube game, and
Mm,
it's a bullet hell. The screen is just full of things you have to dodge. The cool, interesting concept on Ikaruga is that you have a button that you switch polarity, because every shot on the screen, both coming to you from bosses and you shooting at bosses, are either
mhm,
light or dark, and you can absorb whatever polarity you are. You can absorb them, and you can only take damage from the opposite one. So if you're light, you can get hit by light ones and it has no effect. But if you got hit by dark, then it'll kill you. Or if because you have a button that switches on the fly, and you can
right.
switch to dark polarity, then you can get hit by dark and not take any damage. But if you get hit by light, then you'll take damage or get destroyed. Same thing for the bosses. They can't change polarity, but they'll
Mhm,
have at least as far as I know, I haven't actually played it, but the bosses and all the enemies will either be light or dark as well. And if you hit them with the polarity that they are, they won't take any damage. So you got to switch the other polarity to hit them with damage. So
right,
very complex system, easy to grasp, hard to master. But
right,
that's
right.
definitely bullet hell, because the screen is just constantly full of bullets. So that's typically what
Mhm,
people are talking about when they say bullet hell. Um, the thing that, like, the closest thing I would say Vampire Survivors is a very close subgenre, is a twin stick shooter, which
okay.
is um the I've heard people make the argument that this game is not technically a twin stick shooter, but it's the closest thing that pretty much everyone would know is
Mhm,
Smash TV,
mhm.
where it's usually top down, and you can move around and you shoot in different directions as enemies kind of swarm you.
Right, right.
Um, I love that subgenre as well. And Vampire Survivors is very similar to that. My biggest complaint with it when I first played it is that all you do is move. You don't
Mhm,
aim, you don't shoot, you don't do anything. Everything else just happens on its own. You just move your character.
mhm.
So I wish you could actually aim your stuff, and I would like it better. And that's why, like, I've had fun playing it for the last few days I've been playing it, but it's probably never going to overtake an actual twin stick shooter for me, where you
Right,
aim and
right.
shoot and stuff, and as get your upgrades.
Yeah, there's some
So
offshoot games that allow you to aim and shoot as well as move. That makes it a little more interesting. Um,
that's basically the premise of a twin stick shooter. Is
yeah.
your twin one stick you use to
You're
move your
moving and the
character,
other one
and
you're
the other
shooting.
one is to aim
Yep.
what direction you're shooting.
Right, right.
And Lois says Vampire Survivors is the goat.
Yes, it
It's
is.
fun,
It's fun. I love
but
it.
there's other games with more, better mechanics that I enjoy, but it does have a great progression loop.
Mhm.
Absolutely, for sure. You're always
Yeah.
unlocking new
Yeah.
characters and getting gold to be able to upgrade your abilities. The Vampire Survivors is the epitome of a roguelite. That's for sure.
Yes, yes. Have you ever heard of ActRaiser?
I've heard of ActRaiser. I've never played it. That's like an old school game, isn't it?
Super Nintendo. They remade it.
I thought
Now
is
it's on PC.
I thought it was an RPG.
It is.
It is. Okay.
It's a
Oh, I pulled it up on RetroTube. It says action 2D platforming management simulation.
correct. So you
Interesting.
have a house. You're trying to save humanity, right? And so you almost have like a top down, you're God, black and white sort of situation. But then when you're trying to do something to help them to like unlock something more to move on to the next area, whatever, it's a side scroller
Oh,
platformer.
okay.
It's definitely one of those games that,
Very
kind of
unique.
like, yeah, it like tries to blend two things together.
It's a unique,
Um,
amalgamation of different genres.
yes,
So
different
I see
genres.
ActRaiser 1 and 2 both have retro achievement sets. Do they both play similarly?
I don't know about 2.
Ooh,
I know
ActRaiser
about
2
1.
on retro achievements, the only genre is 2D platforming. So it looks like they
Oh, okay.
stripped some of the mechanics out of it, would be my
And
guess,
that's
just based on
probably
that.
why I didn't play it because I really liked that management portion of it.
Okay. Interesting.
But yeah, it's definitely an interesting game.
Huh. That's very different.
I'm trying to
Okay.
think of what other games that I played. 'Cause
Lois
I played
says that
so
Vampire
many.
Survivors was his number one game of 2022. Wow. That
Nice.
says a lot. It's definitely got a great hook. That's for sure.
It hooks you. And then once you're hooked. I'm like, I can't put it down. I can't put it down. I'm like, put it down. You know what I mean?
Like
Like,
we were
or
talking about
walk
earlier, the one
away.
more turn, one more run,
Yep.
one more
One more
run.
run. I just need 500 more gold. One more run, like, yeah.
I've only been playing for a couple days, so I'm haven't made a whole lot of progress on it. But I have managed to clear one of the levels in 30 minutes. The Reaper came and instantly killed me.
No,
I've
geez.
heard that it's possible to go past that. I don't know how, but I've heard that
I
you can go past that because it makes for great one more run because you're limited. It's not going to take longer than 30 minutes because you
right.
automatically get killed. But maybe there's more to it than that.
There's actually a way to make it only 15 minutes because you can there's a special thing that you can click that it makes it like a 15-minute run, but you still get the same effect as a 30-minute run. It's just faster.
Oh, I'll have to look into that.
What's White Knuckle Game Brain? Never heard of it.
That's me with White Knuckle. I've not heard of that one either. Let's see. Is that White Knuckle? Is that an older one? White Knuckle. I'm finding it. I'm finding a bunch of retro achievements. I'm just looking at retro achievements right now, so it's probably that's
Oh,
the name of an
speed
achievement.
climbing. Okay. Oh, you were talking about this earlier, Game Brain. It's a
Is it a
how
roguelite?
fast. Yeah, it's a roguelite, and it's a how fast can you climb without dying?
Oh, one more turn, one more
One more
try,
turn.
one
One
more
more
try.
try.
I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Asmongold
Um,
Gold actually, I think it was just talked about it. Great Gamer Brain was saying. I think it was Asmongold. Gold. Correct me if I'm wrong, Game Brain, but I think he just talked about it. Yeah, see, he just talked about it, and that got Game Brain going back to it. He's like, "Oh, why did you have to talk about it?"
White Knuckle game. Let's see here. Yeah, on Steam. When is
It has a
this?
demo.
Okay, it just came out in April, so it's like a brand new game.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking that it might have been a little bit of an older game, but okay. But yeah, definitely got a good hook where it's like, I'll one more run.
One more run. Just one more. It'll be fine. Just one more.
So, he's saying, "Come on, Farsy, start dabbling more in Stallcraft." I thought that
Stallcraft.
was Starcraft and a typo, but he said it multiple
It's
times, so I'm assuming he
Stallcraft.
meant Stallcraft. I've never heard of
It's
it.
it's kind of like it's a shooter. It's got some PvP to it, and it's like Minecrafty looks, but I don't know that it has a lot of base building. Game Brain would know more about it than I do. I want to play it, and it's been on my I want to play, and I just haven't done the thing.
Oh, so I just pulled it up on. Assuming this is what he's talking about, I pulled it up on Steam called Stallcraft. Hard to not to say Starcraft.
Yeah, it's Stalkcraft.
Stallcraft X, and it's free to play.
Mhm.
It says
Yes.
MMO, RPG, multiplayer, FPS, PvP are the tags on Steam.
Yep. Yep. It's very easy to. I know it's very customizable. I haven't played it a whole lot. Like I barely got out of the first little building they put you in, and I died. But not to PvP, just to my own stupidity. But it looks interesting. It's Chernobyl-y, and I always love a good, apocalyptic sort of game. It's definitely one of my favorites is Apocalypse. So yeah, Dutch might be playing it at some point if we can ever get him off of Helldivers.
Yeah, and Game Brain said I want to stream it on Discord, but Salty's not been getting around my suggestions.
Yeah.
Said Starcraft's a pretty good game. Yeah, I didn't even heard of it. I thought it was Starcraft typo at first. Then he said a
Mm-mm.
couple times, I'm like, oh no, he must mean Starcraft.
Yep. Nope. It's Stallcraft.
Okay.
It's interesting. Definitely gonna play it some more so I can understand how it works and whatever.
So, but yeah, as for myself, like I've been piecemealing on here. I've been doing Mario. I want to say Mega Man because that's my favorite platformer is the Mega Man games. But yeah, I've been making my way through Mario 1 very, very slowly. And there's because I didn't even know this until I played it. I don't remember this as a kid, but there's second quest, which is the same levels but harder after you beat it, and there's achievements for that as well. So it's like now I got to go through it even harder. Not that it's that much harder; it just changes what some of the enemies are.
Right.
So like what I've noticed are on the first level, what are normally Koopas. Instead, they're like the black. I don't know what they're called, but they got the black shells, which means they operate almost exactly the same, but they can't get hit by fireballs. They're immune to it.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's not probably going to be that much more difficult in that it just changes what enemies are there. But I'm going to be making my way through that because try to get as many of the achievements as possible since I am an achievement hunter. On the Xbox side of things, I just earlier today finished Layers of Fear.
Never heard. I'm not a fear person. I don't do horror very well.
I don't either. And it has nothing to do with the Fear franchise, if that's what you were thinking. Because
No, just horror in general.
Yeah,
like I don't do very well with it.
I don't do horror stuff either. The reason why I played it was I got it for free through Games with Gold way back. The game came out in like 2016, so it's been around a while. And I ended up getting it through Games with Gold. And it's a pretty short completion. It said like 8 to 10 hours or something. It eventually got a DLC, which is like 3 to 4. So all in all, it's like a 12 to 16 hour completion. So still pretty short. But on True Achievements, it did not have like horror as the genre. It had adventure. So like, all right, well, I'm more open to that because it's probably not that scary. It's really not. It's more of a psychological thriller. It has a couple of jump scares. It's eerie and creepy, but I would not say it's scary at all. So, but yeah, I typically don't do scary stuff either. But I just, like I said, I'm just trying to get all these games that I started, get them completed to recover this dive I've been working on, so I can play all these new games. So I just finished that one. Well, I beat the main game last night, and then I started the DLC, and this DLC was very short, so I did the DLC as well, and that was even less scary than the base game was.
Right.
It was very mediocre. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm on this app that Carl introduced me to called the Fuse Gaming Community, and it's really great. It's kind of like a social media just for games, and you can create like all your lists of games. So all our episodes of top 5 that have been on like top 5 shooters or top 5 Zelda games or top 5 whatever. I create a list of all my games for that one, and when you first sign up, it's got a spot where you can rank your top 10 favorite games of all time, but you can make as many lists as you want. And it's got place for like posting, like, so you can go and see like all the stuff that like the people that you're following. It's basically like a Facebook for video games. It's really great. Where was I going with that?
I don't know. Off the cliff. Whee! I do that all the time.
something. I don't know why I brought that up. Layers. Because I was doing layers of fear. What did that have to do with? Oh,
You're just talking about.
well, I don't. This wasn't what I was originally thinking of, but the other thing on there is you can rate. Rate games. You can mark them as like these are in your backlog. These are games I'm currently playing. These are games that I've beaten. So you can go through and rate all the games you ever played, and put them in different categories. Like here's all my favorite NES games. Here's all my favorite Super Nintendo games. You can see the list of all the games you've marked as beaten. You can go and look at all the ratings you've given all the games. Look at which ones you didn't like, which ones you did like. That's why I was going to Fuse, is because whenever you pull up a game, if you scroll down, you can see all the people on the site. If they put that game in any of their lists, it'll show it down at the bottom of each game. And I saw 2 people had Layers of Fear listed in their top 10 favorite games of all time. And I was like, you're a weirdo, because not that it was bad, it was just very mediocre. So I was like shocked that this would be in anybody's top 10 games of all time. I did see a couple people had it in like their favorite horror games. I wouldn't put it up there. I haven't played many horror games since I don't typically do horror to begin with. And I didn't think it was that great of a game. It was very middle of the road meh for me. Yeah. But apparently some people really liked it. So I saw it in a couple people's, like they created a list of like their favorite horror games. And so I was like, that makes sense. But I saw 2 people on there had it in their top 10 list. I'm like, wow, that makes no sense. So that's where I was going with that on the Fuse gaming community. So I definitely recommend checking it out. I'm NerdyNeo on there if you want to follow me. Okay. I don't really post a lot, but I do keep my lists up to date and the games that I'm playing and stuff. Mark them off when they're done. I add them to. Now that I've gotten connected with it, I've started a collection of games for all the games I've beaten this year. So I'm going to start doing that, going forward for all the games I beat each year. So here's all the games I beat in 2025. Here are all the games I beat in 2026. And one thing that's nice is it's platform agnostic. So like True Achievements is just for Xbox because that's where, achievements are. But on here, you can, for each game, it'll show you all the platforms it was on. So if you played it on different platforms, you can rank it on each platform it was on. So if you played a game on Steam, it doesn't say Steam, it just says PC. So that includes Steam, Windows Store, GOG. It doesn't it doesn't differentiate between that. But if there's a game that came out on Xbox and PlayStation and Switch, you could rank them all on that platform. So say you played a game on Xbox and, it performed really well, but then you played the same game on Switch and it had performance issues, you could rank it lower on Switch because of performance issues. So it's platform agnostic, so you can rank all the different games on their different, on their different platforms. So it's really, really great. So I definitely recommend it. It's been a lot of fun. You can post stuff on there if you want. I think I've only made like 1 post, but I follow a few people. But I just like it for keeping track of games and making lists and stuff. So it's been really cool. The Fuse gaming community, FUZE, if anyone is interested in that. It is currently basically just an app. So like for your phone or tablet or whatever. They are working on the website version. You can log into it, but it's very limited. You can't do almost anything on the website version, but they are working on expanding it so that it can have the full suite of features that the app does. But the Fuse Game community has been really great. So, not sponsored. I would totally be sponsored by them if they wanted to.
If they wanted.
But it's been great. So I've been really enjoying that, and keeping track of what games I'm currently in the middle of, and mark them off once I'm done, and I move them to my games I beat in 2025 list, or like I said, my top 5 Metroidvanias. I've got a list for that because that was the very first episode of top 5, since that's kind of my genre of choice. We've done top 5 shooters, so I got my top 5 shooters in there, top 5 Star Wars games. So it's been a lot of fun doing stuff on there.
Have you ever heard of Elix?
I've heard of a game called Elix.
Yeah,
is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It was very like double A.
Yeah, it wasn't a AAA game, definitely not. But
that's the one where I think you like kind of like time travel between like past and future. Is that right, or am I getting mixed up with a different game?
You get shot down by your own people, and you're having to figure out what's going on. It's on Steam.
It's ELEX, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
there's
has 2
Elix 1
different
and
games.
2. I think I have. Nope, never mind. I was like, I thought I got Elix through Games with Gold, but it looks like
Because
I
if
do
you
not own it.
you like the Mass Effect, and to me
My
it
favorite franchise
reminds
ever.
me it reminds me of Mass Effect in its gameplay.
Action
You know what I
RPG,
mean?
role playing, open world.
Yep. That's a pretty good game. I enjoyed those games.
Interesting. So yeah, full price is 40 on
It
Xbox,
goes it
and
goes on sale all the time.
it's been on sale for $8 on Xbox. Let's see here
Yeah.
when the last time it was on sale was in January, so that wasn't too long ago.
Mhm.
Let's see here. So the biggest thing against it is it's a 60 to 80 hour completion, which, with how many games you have to play, it's like shorter completion times are definitely a bonus in my book. Let's see here. Elix 2 came
I
out in
think Elix
2022.
1 was better than Elix 2 personally.
Interesting. Elix 1, at least on True Achievements, has a 3.7 rating from the community out of 5, and Elix
Mhm.
2 is a 4.04, so that's
Hmm.
actually rated higher. And Elix 2 is a full 60 full price. It's
Yeah.
actually shorter though, 50 to 60 rather than 60 to 80. And this one has been on sale as low as $12.
Mhm.
Probably the same time. Back in January. So yeah, it was a different game that I was thinking of, because there's another game that I think was in the similar vein, where you kind of jump back and forth between like time frames, I think. But I'll
That
check
sounds
out the
so
trailer for
familiar.
this. I'll check out the trailer of this. Maybe I'll put it on my watch list and pick it up when it goes on sale.
Yeah, it's you were talking about how much you love like Mass Effect and stuff like that. And this reminds me of it. It's not Mass Effect, but it's got some of the similar feel to it
Okay.
that Mass Effect had.
I'll throw it on the wish list and keep an eye on it. That's one of the great things about True Achievements, is you can put it on a wish list and it'll notify you when that game goes on sales.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I love that.
My wish list is way too long.
My wish list on True Achievements is pretty big. My wish list on Steam is getting there, but it's probably still. Let's see here. Can I see how many there are? Oh yeah, they
Yeah.
are numbered. So a lot of my games on Steam are just ones that I want to keep an eye on that aren't even out yet. But I did
Yeah.
add Icarus
Same.
tonight, and that brought my Steam wish list up to 48. I probably have like 100 on my
And
Xbox wish
is
list.
that all?
Like I said, I haven't been Steam gaming until about a year and a half ago. So.
I have 189 on my wish list.
And if a game exists on multiple platforms, I'm going to play it on Xbox first and foremost, because that's where
Right.
all my
Right.
achievements are. And then I'll play it on Steam if it either isn't on Xbox, or if it's a game I like so much, I want to play it again.
Mhm.
And
On PC and
either,
mod it, you
yeah,
know.
either to get Steam achievements for it, or so I can mod it and play it modded, like Subnautica. I bought that on Steam,
Right.
even though I own it
Right.
on Xbox, because I've already beaten it many times on Xbox, but now I can play it on Steam and get the Steam achievements, and I can mod it. So,
Right.
um,
Right.
Um,
I have so many
oh,
games.
so one thing we were talking about a couple hours ago when talking about Destiny, getting sucked into that.
Mhm.
I played that Destiny 1. I
I
didn't play
played
Destiny
Destiny 2
2.
forever. I played Destiny 1 with my husband for a bit, and then I played Destiny 2 when it came out, so love it.
Um, but I did get convinced to another game that came out around the same time as Destiny 1 and is very similar in that same genre, that I knew existed, but I never like looked into it. But Dude 126, who I mentioned multiple times, he's my big buddy in achievement hunting. This is like his by far his most played game, and he's gotten a couple other our buddies to play it as well. I was like, all right, I'll finally start playing it once I do this new dive, and that's Warframe.
I've played that.
So that'll be the next big time sink, but that'll be one where it's like I can
It
play it
is
here
it
and there and piecemeal it. I don't need to like
Yeah,
focus on it.
it is such a time sink because you have to do so much work to get the pieces you need to make the parts in order to get the frame you want, and then you have to do even more work to try to get the Uber frame, whatever they call it, like the golden frame or whatever. Like, yeah, it is such a time sink, and it's too fast for me. Not because I'm unable to, but I have RA, and trying to hit the buttons that
Oh,
quick is so hard for me to keep up with it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So
Yeah, I totally get that. So But that'll be something that I'll be adding to. I'll be starting to play soon. It's one of those things. He's like, you can just kind of play it here and there. You don't have to focus on it, so you can play it in between other games. So I was like, all right, I'll do it. Earlier
And
when
it's free.
yeah, and it's free to play, and
Right.
he's told me a lot about it, and they're probably one of the developers. I don't know the name of them off the top of my head. Let's see here. Does it say? Let
Yeah,
me go to.
Division 2 is also my time sink, Vanquish. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, Vanquish loves Division 2. He's always
I
talking about it.
love Division
Okay,
2.
I was right. It is Digital Extremes is the developer and publisher for Warframe. They
Okay.
might be one of the best in the business when it comes to free to play games. Because
Okay.
a lot of these free to play games, they just want to like rip you off and nickel and
Oh,
dime you for
totally.
literally everything.
Yeah.
From what dude has told me, they're like one of the best because they put in a feature into one of their updates, and people started spending too much money on it, so they took the feature out and refunded the money back to the people.
Oh, nice.
So they're not like super money hungry, greedy, hand in your pocket type of developers. So, and everything that is like real money, you can buy with real money, but you can also earn with in-game
Oh, yeah,
currency as well.
totally.
So
Totally.
they're like one of the best in the business when it comes to the proper way to do free to play.
That's one of the things that I love about Once Human with its cosmetics is that I don't have to buy. I don't mind a game that's a free to play and they're like, "Hey, you can buy this." And it's not like, "Well, if you buy this, you get, you don't have to wait half an hour or whatever." You know what I mean? Like, I like that it's just cosmetic. I'm more apt to buy it because it's cosmetic than if they were to like do a time-based skip of some sort or pay to win, platform. Um, yeah.
Um,
Division 2, love it.
yeah, he's a big fan of Division 2. I would probably like it as well since it's got that same like grind as Destiny, but I was like, I don't need another Destiny to. That's why I didn't play Destiny 2. Um, but anyways, earlier when we were when I was like, I wanted to ask you between, put a difficult question in front of you, and that was
Mhm.
PoE 1 or Diablo 2.
Right.
My good buddy Paul Hadouken, I asked him a very similar one because
Hadouken!
he's
Sorry.
one of the buddies that dude has gotten into playing Warframe. So uh, Paul's got a little crew. They call themselves the Company Boys, where they stream typically a few times a week, and then on the weekends where they do group games. And so dude got the Company Boys, which is Paul Hadouken, Insidious Bliss, and DJ Axis to start playing Warframe. And sometimes dude will join them. And Paul has gotten hooked on it. He loves Warframe. But his big thing, I briefly mentioned it earlier, that he wants everyone to play is Deep Rock Galactic. Paul
Mhm.
loves Deep Rock Galactic. That's another game where it's on Game Pass, but I actually bought it because it's been on Game Pass for like 4 or 5
Ever.
years.
Yep.
And so I was like, I have a feeling it's going to leave soon. So I bought it while it was on sale for like
It's a
10
great
bucks.
game. And
So
and they have a Survivor version. I don't know if you
they
know that.
do. I haven't played it, but
That
I
is
do know they have the
so much
Vampire
fun.
Survivors version of Deep Rock Survivor. That I actually said that name earlier when I meant to say Deep Rock Galactic. I said Deep Rock Survivor.
That game, I could sink hours into that game and not even blink an eye. It is so much fun. So much fun.
Are you talking Deep Rock Survivor or Deep Rock Galactic?
Yes.
Both. Okay. So Paul's been preaching about Deep Rock Galactic forever, and he wants everyone to play with him. So I was like, all right, I'll play with you. I haven't started yet, but it's in my upcoming game list of games I'm going to be playing. So once I do, I'll finally play Deep Rock with him, and that'll be a game where we can play here and there.
Mhm.
It's not one you got to focus on. It's play it between other games and stuff.
Yeah.
But he loves Deep Rock. And then dude just got him into playing Warframe. And when I had Paul on open mic again, because he was actually my second ever open mic guest when I started my channel almost 2 years ago. He came. I actually got to meet him in Vegas because he came to Vegas a couple weeks ago as well.
Oh, okay.
He was supposed to be on that party chat that we did in Vegas, but he overslept and didn't make it. So to make it up to me, the next week he came on open mic. So we recapped our trip to Vegas and we were
Gotcha.
talking about it. And I asked him because he's such a huge fan of Deep Rock, but he's gotten so hooked on Warframe lately. I was like, if you could only pick one, which one would it be? And he's like, it pains me to say this, but I would pick Warframe. I was like,
Mhm.
holy crap, you pick Warframe over Deep Rock? Because he loves Deep Rock so much.
Right.
So
Yeah. No,
I like to ask those tough questions.
I would probably do Deep Rock over Warframe.
Okay.
I think I would. I enjoy both, but I enjoy Deep Rock Galactic. I think a lot more than I do Warframe.
Given what you've talked about tonight, that would be my guess. And sounds like you like a little bit slower pace of the game.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I can do fast paced, but if I have to contort my fingers to do weird, then what happens is yes, I have free range, but my fingers start to cramp. And it's like, oh no, can't do this. You know what I mean? Like, I'm done.
Yeah. So, another game I forgot to mention earlier when we were talking about survival crafting. Another game that Paul is a big fan of, and I've played it probably about 30 hours into it, and I've liked it, but not as much as Subnautica, is Grounded. Do you ever try Grounded?
I played that as well.
You
I
fan of it?
um yeah, it's not too bad. I wish that it didn't limit you to the four the four kids. Because there's four different children that you can pick. I wish it
Mm-hmm.
didn't limit you to that.
Oh, just like more character models.
More open. But yeah, I enjoyed it when I played it. I played all the way. I didn't quite beat it, but we got past the tree and we got past the next portion of it. It was the portion after that that my group kind of fizzled because one of my guys had to go and get a girlfriend and
I
just get
knew you were going
married
to
to
say
him.
that. I knew you were going to say that.
I'm telling you, I'm like, I told him, I was like, the family that plays together stays together. And he's like, he'd shit on my games. I'm like, can't marry her then. Don't know what to tell you. So, yeah.
But where was I going with that? Grounded. Yeah, I played it all entirely in single player. About the 30 hours or so that I played. So I didn't have that issue, but I haven't beaten it yet either. That's another game I'm gonna be working on before the end of my dive here because I've still got about 30 achievements left. I like the building mechanics. It's very similar to the crafting and stuff. Very similar to Subnautica. My biggest issue is that it needs. I talked to Paul about this when he was on open mic recently. Is that it needs better like signposting on what exactly I'm supposed to be doing.
Right.
It's like, sure, you can go run off and completely ignore the main quest and just build stuff. It's like I want to get through the story and complete the game, but I'm not exactly sure where to go to do that.
Yeah, it doesn't have very good like breadcrumbs.
Exactly.
On telling you where to go.
That's my biggest issue with that.
The other game, have you played Nightingale?
I haven't even heard of that one.
It is a retro, and I say retro, like an 1800s Victoria game. So everyone's dressed up in like 1800s Victoria time frame. Similar to Grounded, you have to make a base and do all the things. But the thing is that you have to deal with fairies like Puck. Puck is a main character in the he's awesome. Whoever did Puck was amazing. And you go to different worlds. Like you have a home base world, but then you end up going to different worlds and you have to do things in that world in order to bring back stuff to continue on.
That sounds interesting.
It is an interesting game. The cards determine what your worlds are. Hunger. What is hunger, Green Brain? Stop giving me games to buy.
So yeah. I just wanted to mention Grounded because Paul is a big fan of that one as well because he likes the crafting stuff as well. So you guys not here tonight. I'm surprised. He's usually here for in the chat during open mics.
Yeah.
But catching up on chat here a little bit, Clan Duran, since I think that's how you say it. That's how Farsy said it, and you know him better than I do. Says Neo, you might be thinking of Time Splitters. No, it was absolutely not Time Splitters I was thinking of. I know that I played Time Splitters back on GameCube back in the day. That was a lot of fun. I went through my list of games and I was like, I'm almost positive the game that I'm thinking of is a game that I acquired through Games with Gold, but I've never played it. So I was like, let me look through my Games with Gold games. Hey, look at that. Paul is here. He's probably just been lurking this whole time.
Lurker.
So what's up, Paul? Been talking about you the last a lot this stream, talking about Warframe and Deep Rock and crafting and you oversleeping in Vegas, all good stuff. So, anyways, I went through my list of games with gold games and I found the game I was thinking of. It's called Outcast: Second Contact. It doesn't have a very high rating from the on True Achievements. Got 2.7 out of 5, so not great. But that's the game I was thinking of. My mental image of this game could be completely wrong.
Right. I don't
I'm
remember that
I'm
one.
thinking this is the game where you kind of, because you're like this sci-fi like character in like a prehistoric setting.
Contact.
This is one I was thinking of, but I could have how this game actually plays could be wrong, way off of what it actually is. That's just my mental perception of this game from what little I've seen of it. So it definitely wasn't Time Splitters though. I absolutely know Time Splitters. But Game Brain is a big fan of Warframe. Says I got 6,000 or 7,000 hours in Warframe. Dear Lord. Although I bet you dude probably has that amount in it as well, because he's been playing it since it came out. Rock and Stone. Yep. Oh, that was just perfect timing, Paul. He just popped in. He wasn't, because he'll often be lurking because he drives Uber, and so he'll be listening to my streams and stuff while he's ferrying passengers. But it sounds like he just popped in right as we were talking about. So that was great timing.
You've got more guts than me. I would never want to be an Uber driver. I don't do well with people. It's too peoply out there.
Actually, you know what? Outcast, what did I say? Outcast Second Contact, I think was the game I just mentioned.
That was the one that you told me.
I actually might be thinking of Outcast Second Contact. That's the one that I think I was thinking of, but I actually might be thinking of an entirely different game altogether. Oh, look at that. I have both Overlords via Games with Gold. I didn't realize that.
Well, there you go.
Because as they were put up on Games with Gold, I just acquired the license to every game, whether I had any intention of ever playing it or not. Because having access to more games, the better.
Free games. Let's go.
I swear there was another game I was thinking of that I might be getting Outcast mixed up with.
What about Gothic?
This one I might not actually have through Games with Gold. So, what was that?
Gothic.
I've heard that name, but I don't know anything about it.
It is a 3 or 4 game series ish. Open world. They're remaking the first one. Can't wait. You're like a trader's not the word I'm thinking of, but basically you're cast out, and so
exiled.
Yeah, and so you ever play Fable?
I played Fable 2.
Okay, so you know how whatever you did determined whether you were buff or you were stealthy or whatever.
That was a really cool feature of the game.
In Gothic.
If
I'm remembering correctly. So what
your appearance changes based on your decisions.
Not necessarily your appearance. It's not the appearance. It's what you can do. So like if you continue to do magic, you'll get better at magic, but you'll suck at hand to hand.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like what you do determines what your character can do down the road, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay.
It's been a long time since I played any of the Gothic games. But they are remaking the first one, which has me super excited. Super.
Hunger Alex. So shoot, there's a couple of things.
Do you play puzzle games?
I love puzzle games.
Have you played The Room?
I think so. I played a game. How many Room games are there?
4 plus the VR.
Okay, because I don't know if we're talking about the same series of games, but I played 1, 2, and 3 games called The Room 1, 2, and 3 on iOS. They were mobile games, and it was like puzzle boxes you had to unlock. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, similar. Let's see. It
has no relation to the movie The Room, right?
No.
I swear, Mark, I didn't hit her. What's that guy's name? what the heck is it? Tommy Wiseau. Nothing related to that, I'm assuming.
Yeah, the one you're thinking, like on the room on iOS, is pretty similar. But yeah, it's boxes, it's castles, it's ships. There's all sorts of things that you have to do different puzzles in order to continue on. And then I found that there's another game like The Room called The Da Vinci.
I've not heard of that one.
Let me look up what the name of it is. Da Vinci. I own all of them. I'm like, ooh.
Is it the House of Da Vinci?
It could be. Let's see.
I searched Da Vinci game, and that's the first thing that came up. I see House of Da Vinci on Steam.
Yeah, it's probably that.
Okay.
House.
Because yeah, those room games, I really enjoyed them on
I
iOS
love
way
it.
back. I haven't played them in forever though. I could play them again for the first time because it's been so many years. I definitely wouldn't remember any of the solutions. But yeah, like especially like first person puzzle games are like, I love those. So like the Portal games are some of my favorite puzzle games.
I hate the Portal.
Oh, Portal 2 is probably my favorite puzzle game ever. But yeah, I love that type of stuff. I played The Witness. I wasn't a huge fan of that one. Are you familiar with The Witness?
No.
It's very complex puzzles. My main issue was that there wasn't a big variety. Basically, all the puzzles in The Witness are like line drawing puzzles. So you have to like move your cursor to drag the. You basically have a grid, and you have to figure out the solution to get the line all the way through. And each one has different, puzzles to it. And that's basically the entire game. There's tons of them. So the puzzles had different mechanics, but they're all just line drawing puzzles. So that was my biggest complaint with that one.
Yeah, it is the House of Da Vinci that I was thinking of. I own all three of them. They're a bunch of fun. There's also a VR version of it. I haven't played it in VR.
But
I did play The Room in VR, and it was amazing. I loved it.
I'm sure I would love it because I just haven't had a chance to really try VR.
Because you have to actually manipulate things. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just like a point, click, and do things. Like, you actually have to grab a hold of something and pull on it or something like that.
Yeah. Did I not spell this right? Why is it not? It's House of Da Vinci,
House
right?
of Da Vinci. DA space VINCI.
Oh, I am spelling it wrong. I was spelling it DIV, not DA.
I did the same thing. I had to look up his name.
Space in Da Vinci. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay.
I had to look up the name. I was like, how do you spell his name?
Because his DA, I always thought it was DIV. Okay. Let's see here. I'll just add. No, not to add a cart. Can I just add the bundle to my wish list? Or I have to add each individual game.
No, you can add the bundle to your. You should be able to add the bundle.
I see add to. I've got the House of Da Vinci on Steam bundle. I've got the add to cart button. I don't see a add to wish list button.
Oh, maybe you can't.
I think you have to add each game individually.
That sucks.
Oh, however, it does list all three, and you can click on the three little dots and add your wish list for all three of them. All from here, so I don't have to go pull each one up. There we go. Now all three are on my wish list, so I'll keep an eye on it.
The House of Tesla is upcoming, and that's supposed to be a pretty good one from what I was able to see.
Let's see here.
It's another similar game.
Oh, I didn't know this. All three of the House of Da Vinci games are on Xbox. Sweet. I can play them for Xbox achievements.
No, there you go.
So I'm going to add them on my Xbox wish list instead. Huh. I can't believe I'd never even heard of these, and they're on Xbox.
Where have you been? Under a rock?
Apparently. Like, typically stuff like this, even if they're not games I've ever played, like I would know of them, in a genre that I absolutely adore. Let's see. The first one, they may have been. Oh, they're pretty recent. They may have been ported to Xbox somewhat recently because
Could
the
be.
first one on Xbox came out in January of 24. So,
Oh yeah, no, then they've been recently ported.
because I'm assuming they've been on Steam like a lot longer.
Could be. 17.
Yeah. Okay.
November 17.
So they're more recent, but
Yeah.
yeah, I would absolutely love to play these because this is right up my puzzle alley.
Yep. I love them. They're so much fun to play. Like all those type of games are super fun to play. And if you don't play them for a while, you forget.
And you
And
can
then
play
you
them
can
all
go
over
right back
again.
over again. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, no, I am absolutely adding this to my wish list because this is right up my alley of the type of puzzle games I really enjoy. So let's see, has it been on sale? It is. Just back in March, it was on sale for $10,
Hmm.
60% off.
Yeah, they go on sale pretty regularly.
It's been on sale twice this year.
Hmm.
So cool. I'm gonna keep an eye on that, and I will absolutely pick those up when they go on a big enough sale for me. I'm so glad you brought that to my attention.
I have so many games.
Um,
So many.
so, yeah. So like I was saying, if it exists on Xbox, that's where I want to play it. Then if it's not on Xbox, then I'll play it on, most likely would be the other platform would be Steam.
Right.
So there's a bunch of games that are on Steam that aren't on Xbox that I've heard are gonna come to Xbox, but there's been nothing official. And then
Right.
there's been a couple games where I was like, I want to play that game, so I bought it on Steam. And then it eventually, before I'd even launched the game, it's come to Xbox without any notice. I'm like,
You're like,
dang, if I would have known that, I would have just waited for it to come to
right?
Xbox.
Exactly.
But like one game that I've not heard of any plans for it to come to Xbox, but is one of right now I have it at the top of my Steam wish list because I really want to play it. It's called Guns of Fury. And have you heard of this one? I wouldn't be surprised if not. So
Let's see. I'd have to
it
see it. I'm one
it
of those like see to
visual
know.
ones. So it's basically a blend of two franchise or not franchise, but genres I really like. So it looks and plays exactly like Metal Slug,
Okay.
but it's a Metroidvania. And I was like,
Yeah.
hook it right to my veins. And it's only $15. So I'm very much looking forward to playing that at some time. I haven't bought it yet because I don't believe it's been on sale because it just came out in February.
Hmm.
And like I said, I'm patient and frugal, so I'll wait for it to go on sale. But I absolutely cannot wait to play that one.
Yeah, I haven't. I think I've seen it, but I kind of moved on because that's not my style of game. So I'm like, yeah, that's nice, but no, thank you.
Yeah, understandable. Um, but yeah, so yeah, but continuing on talking about stuff I've been playing. Like I said, I just finished Layers of Fear earlier today. Um, doing Mario on my pocket. And I've been doing Vampire Survivors on here as well.
Hmm.
It's a great mobile game. But the other thing that I've been working on, and I don't have all the achievements, but I finished it for now. I have let's see here. I have 56 out of the 63 achievements. So I only have
Nice.
7 achievements left, but they're all very difficult.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm a big fan of Metroidvanias, and I've tried playing this game. This is the third time I tried playing it. The first 2 times I tried playing it, played for a couple hours. I just could not get into it. And everyone rants and raves about it being like one of the best Metroidvanias ever. And twice I've tried to play it, and I'm like, it just doesn't hook me. I have no desire to keep playing. I got to force myself to play it. So when Carl and Canadian and I did our challenge, I put this on my list of hate games so I'd get extra points if I play it. And so that encouraged me. So getting bonus points on our challenge was a big encouragement to finally playing it. Also, like I said, there's 63 achievements in it, and I only had like 4 or 5 of them. So
Right.
that's another one where if I play this one, it'll
You
help
get a whole bunch. Yeah.
get a whole bunch of achievements to help recover my completion percentage. So I just finished playing that on the 12th. So a couple days ago. That is Hollow Knight. I'm sure you've probably heard of Hollow Knight.
Probably, but I don't know off the top of my head what it looks like.
The sequel has been the holy grail of Metroidvania games that everyone's like
Oh, okay,
pissing
okay, okay.
themselves over because it keeps getting delayed and everyone cannot freaking wait for the sequel called Silk Song.
Mhm.
I'm not super excited for it because I haven't really been attached to the game. So I finally like, all right, I'm going to sit down. This is going to be my game. I'm going to play through it in its entirety and I'm going to beat it. So I started doing that a week or two ago, and I just recently finished it a couple nights ago.
Nice.
Third time, finally getting into it. I actually, for the most part, I enjoyed it.
Good.
Just the first 2 times, it didn't hook me at all.
Mhm.
And because everyone talks so highly of it, I was like, oh, I'll absolutely love this game. I just could not get into it because my favorite Metroidvania of all time is Ori and the Will of the Wisps. I've got my little Ori. This is my Ori shelf because that's the Ori plush. And
Mhm.
that is compliments of Carl, who I keep mentioning. He sent that to me. You can't really
Right.
see it, but it's called a shadow box, and it's got like
Yeah.
all the main characters from Ori and the Will of the Wisp, which is the second Ori game. First one
Okay.
is phenomenal, and the second one is even better. I
Okay.
love it. It does everything I love. It ticks all the boxes for a wonderful, fantastic Metroidvania. And Hollow Knight does almost the exact opposite in every one of those regards. And people are like, oh, it's the best Metroidvania ever. And I'm like, there are so many things that just
You're like, so many X's. They're not check marks, they're X's.
exactly. So many things that just irk me on a design standpoint. Like the
Right.
gameplay is perfectly smooth, and it's just so many like personal preferences of mine. It just takes the opposite approach, and so that's why like Ori. The first time I played Ori, I was hooked in 5 minutes and didn't want to put it down.
Mhm.
It took me 3 times. Like the first time I played Hollow Knight. Let's see here. My first achievement was in February of 21. I got one achievement in February of 21. I got two in March of 21. And then I didn't touch it again until 2023. I got one achievement in 2023. And then, so yeah, I had 4 achievements until I started it. And I dove into it back in April. So it took me
Mhm.
about a month because my first achievement after that was April 16th. And I just finished it May 12th. So I was playing it over the course of about a month.
Right.
And I finally got through it in its entirety. It didn't hook me, but I did enjoy it this time around.
Mhm.
Um, but the last 7 achievements I have are I have to basically do I have to beat it in under 5 hours, beat it in under 10 hours, beat it in under 20 hours and get 100% completion. And beat the 5th Pantheon, which is all of the bosses in the game back to back nonstop. Like
Oof.
that's not going to happen. Um, and so they're all quite difficult achievements to get. Oh,
Right.
one of them is beating the game on Steel Soul mode, which means beat the game without dying. I didn't do a death counter, but I probably died between 50 and 100 times because
Right.
you die a lot in this game because it's quite difficult. So beating it without dying would be nearly impossible. And then there's another achievement for beating it in Steel Soul mode, which means beating it without dying and getting 100%. So I don't think I'll ever get all the achievements in this game, but for the most part, I did
But
enjoy it.
it's a good thought, you know. It's fine.
I'll still be because my thing is I'm going to my plan is to play every Metroidvania on Xbox.
Mhm.
Um, I own most of them, and they're all in my upcoming dive. I still have a bunch on my wish list that haven't been on a big enough sale yet, so I still have a bunch that I need to buy. But I do plan to play every Metroidvania on Xbox. So I
Right.
will absolutely play Silksong eventually, but I'm not like clamoring for it like
Yeah,
everyone
you're not
else in
like
the world
climbing
is,
all over for it.
because this
Yeah.
game has been in development forever, and people are like, wetting themselves over when is Silksong coming out. I'm like, I'll play it, but I'm not really excited for it.
Yeah, it's kind of like you know, Grand Theft Auto 6. Everyone's like, "When is it coming out? When is it coming?" It's like,
I
and
have
then they push it back a little more, and everyone's like, "Oh my god!" You know, I'm like,
That's a very good analogy because I couldn't give a crap about GTA. I have zero interest in playing GTA 6, and
Mm-mm.
everyone's like, GTA 6 is going to be like the second coming of Christ. Not your husband, Jesus Christ. um, but yeah,
Um,
so I'll play it, but I'm not like looking forward to playing Silk Song. But I enjoyed it for the most part. Finally, the third time around, I enjoyed it. However, like I said, the 5th Pantheon, there's 4 other Pantheons, which I did beat, which are basically all of the bosses in the game, which is like 70 or something, is that 5th Pantheon all in one go. It breaks those up into 4 segments. So you have like and it's not like the first 10 bosses in the game. It's like a smattering of different bosses throughout the game make up Pantheon 1. And then another group of bosses throughout the game make up Pantheon 2. So I beat the first 4 Pantheons. But I was like, I'm not even going to bother with the 5th one. However, they at the end of each one of those Pantheons is a unique boss that does not show up in the rest of the game. And the 4th Pantheon has one of the hardest bosses I've ever fought in my entire life. And I spent 4.5 hours fighting this guy the other night. Probably 200 to 300 attempts to finally beat this guy. The rest of the game was difficult, but this was like 10 times more difficult than any other boss in the game. So when I finally beat him, talk about a sigh of relief. And I've not fought a boss this hard in decades. So it was very relieving to finally beat that boss after so many deaths. And I was talking about it. What was it? Oh, I think I was talking about it on Party Chat just on Tuesday. The main issue was he had one attack that, for whatever reason, even though I dodged it every time, sometimes I would dodge it and sometimes I would take damage. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason on why sometimes it worked and sometimes I didn't. Why sometimes it works and sometimes it didn't. If it wasn't for that, like everything else was perfectly consistent. I could, typically dodge most of the attacks. It's a super fast-paced boss fight. And you don't have like a health bar, you have health notches. And so you don't have, even when you have max health, you only have 11 HP essentially. And each one of his attacks does 2. So you basically have 4 hits and you're dead. And he is so fast because you fill up a bar called Focus and you can hold B to refill 1 bar of health at a time as long as you have Focus. But it takes a couple seconds. So this battle is so fast paced, it's almost impossible to restore any health during the fight. So you basically have 4 hits and you're dead. And this one hit this one attack he does so often, just half the time I take damage, even though I dodged it, and half the time I don't take damage. It made no sense. If it wasn't for that one attack, it would have been far more easy. Or if it was just consistent on when I dodge it, I actually don't take damage. It would have made it way easier. But there's just one attack that was just like broken on this boss fight that made it take forever. And as you go through the fight, it introduces more attacks. So I was fighting him for like an hour before I got him down to like half. You don't see a health bar, so you have no idea how much damage, health he has left. And all of a sudden, he started doing this new attack, and I immediately died. And I'm like, I've been fighting you for an hour, and you just now introduce a new attack? And I was like,
gee, thanks.
I was like, oh, he must be low on health. And I'm fighting him for another hour and a half. And then he introduced another attack. And I'm like, are you kidding me? He's still not dead. Why are you not dying? And I read like after 50%, like 50% health, he introduces a new attack. And then at like 25%, he introduces another attack. So I immediately died. And I'm like, when is this guy ever going to die? He's got tons of health.
Your control and you're just like, whatever.
I was so close to giving up because so many times it just felt so defeated because I'm like, I'm fighting this guy for hours. He keeps introducing new attacks. How much health does this guy have?
Yeah.
So finally beat him. But oh my God, that was literally one of the hardest boss fights I've ever done in my entire life. And I didn't even mention it yet. The boss is the Pure Vessel. So looks like we got a raid from Suns and Shadows. What's up, Suns and Shadows? Good to see you. It's Thursday night, so they were probably doing their Stargate stream. I was on his channel a month or 2 ago because, like I said, we're talking about earlier, I'm a huge fan of Stargate. And he's a big Stargate fan, so they watch a couple episodes every week and just talk about them for an hour or so during this time as well. So good to see you, Suns and Shadows, and the rest of the crew. I did see that the concurrent viewer jumped up a little bit, so I appreciate the raid. So Just JK, good to see you again as always. And Jesse J4YT, I don't believe I've seen you before, but welcome. So for anyone new here, my channel is all about video games. I started my channel for the sole purpose of talking to people about video games for up until not that long ago, that's basically all I did on my channel, is just talk about games. And I occasionally stream. Now I have basically, for the most part, I've got like 50-50 between. I do about half of my channel is game streaming and half of it is discussions. But if anyone's new here and likes video games, I think you'll like it here, because that's what I do here is talk about and play video games. So tonight, or Thursday nights, I do open mic where I just have a guest on and we just talk about video games. So I've got Farsy here joining me for the first time, who I was recently introduced to via the Helldivers community as part of the Salty Nerd podcast crew. Shout out to Salty Nerd podcast. They're great guys. So welcome everyone. And we've been going 3.5 hours. So I don't know how much longer we're going to go, but we're having a great discussion. And my most recent question, not my last question, because it might not be the last one, but was just, talking about what we've been playing lately. And I was just recounting Hollow Knight, because that is a game I finally just beat for the first time just a couple nights ago.
Nice.
So, but
trying to see if there's any other games that I've played. I play so many different games, like it's just ridiculous. Have you ever heard of Shadowrun?
Are you talking about the classic Shadowrun? Like, I know of the franchise, because I know that it was originally like an RPG, which I've never played those ones.
Yes.
My introduction to the franchise was the 360 first-person shooter, which is very similar to like a fantasy version of like Team Fortress. So I have that one on 360. I was looking to see if I had it up here, but it's in my family room. So I played that one. I've not played any of the others, but I know that's a far departure from what that franchise is known for.
Yeah, it is. I first got started in the Shadowrun universe through the pen and paper.
I didn't even know it had a tabletop RPG.
Yes, it does. It has a tabletop. It's pen and paper. It's like D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. But that was my first foray into it. It is so complicated on the paper, right? Like, it only uses D6s. It's super complicated, especially if you try to go into like the internet, whatever the cyber something of another, I forget now. Finding a game master that knew all of the stuff for that was like,
because finding like a game master for something like D&D or Pathfinder would probably be pretty simple, but finding something as obscure as the tabletop Shadowrun, that I could imagine that'd be like finding a needle in a haystack.
Yeah, and they brought over into the gaming, world. They did a Shadowrun. They did 2 or 3 different Shadowrun games, and they're almost like, did you ever play XCOM? Where you move a person.
I've not played it since it's turn-based, and it's not really my style, but I do know of the XCOM game.
It's similar to that.
I've seen plenty of gameplay of it.
Yeah, it's similar to that, where you move your person and then you can do whatever it is you want to do.
At least on the Xbox side of things, I do know that not that long ago they brought. I'm assuming they're remasters of the classic ones. They brought. It was actually longer ago than I thought. June 2022, so it's been a couple years. But they brought Shadowrun Returns, Shadowrun Dragonfall, and Shadowrun Hong Kong to Xbox. I'm assuming those are basically remastered ports of the old ones, or they could be brand new ones. I have no idea.
They're the newer ones. So the old one that I know of, it was a Super Nintendo game.
Oh, okay.
Which was so hard. Oh my gosh, it was so hard.
Let's see.
That was the first one I knew of.
Shadowrun, Genesis, Sega CD, Super Nintendo. And Super Nintendo does have a retro achievement set for it.
Well, there you go.
And so does the Genesis version. Sega CD does not.
How rude.
Action RPG point and click adventure.
Yes. It's definitely point and click. Because you'd have a scene and you'd just be standing there and you'd have to like find something to click on. And then your person will walk over there and look at it and, whatever. And then if there was an enemy there that saw you, then you would get into combat.
Oh, okay. So it's not random encounters where you're just walking around, all of a sudden you're in combat. That's another thing that like I said, I didn't really play any of those games. Pokemon did that, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the older Final Fantasies did that. That
Oh
was a
yeah,
big pet peeve of
totally.
mine. It's like I like it when there's a character on the map and you like approach them, and then you go into combat. It's not like you're just walking around and all of a sudden you're in combat for no reason.
Right. Right.
That's kind of a pet
The
peeve of
only
mine.
one that didn't do that, there was a Final Fantasy on the Super Nintendo. I think it was called Mystic Quest, Final Fantasy Mystic
I've
Quest or
heard of
something
that
like
one.
that. That's the only one that actually had it on screen where you could see what you're looking for, or what you're gonna fight before you fight it.
Okay, let's see here. Final Fantasy. Where is it? Oh wow, there's a lot of subcategories. Series
There's,
Final Fantasy. There it
I
is.
mean, there's lots of Final Fantasy games.
Yeah, I just pulled it just on retro achievements. It's got. I looked up. I pulled up the Final Fantasy Series Hub. It says 83 games. Of
Yeah.
course, that's all the different platforms they're
Right.
on. So
Right. Right.
sometimes one game is on 6 different platforms, so it counts as 6. But um, let's see. Let's narrow that down. You said it was Super Nintendo, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It
That
was a
narrows it down
Super
to 6. So we
Nintendo.
got Final Fantasy 2, 4, 5, 6, and Mystic Quest.
Mystic
Yep.
Quest. Yep.
And all of those have retro achievement sets.
Enshrouded just dropped a new big patch
I've
that
heard
has me
of
super
that one.
excited.
What is Enshrouded?
Enshrouded is a survival crafting game, where
Oh,
you can build
so
a whatever. Um, for whatever reason, the world has this shroud in certain areas, mostly low, like not caverns, low areas, right? Like if you're up here, there might be shroud down here. And when you're
oh,
in the
okay.
shroud, you only have so much time before you die.
Okay.
So you get like 5 minutes is what you start with. You get 5 minutes in the shroud, and then you have to get out, which makes it really difficult because if you don't know the area, because you're like, oh my God, I don't know where I can get up out of this area. You know what I mean? And
Right.
sometimes you're just like,
Do I turn around and head back to where I know safety is, or do I push forward and hoping I find a spot that also has safety?
exactly, exactly. I enjoy it. I've enjoyed it since I saw the demo. As soon as it went live, I think it's still in early access, is it?
I
No,
pulled
I
it.
guess
Yeah, it is early access.
is it?
Yes.
Okay. As soon as
It's
it went early access, I bought it immediately, and I have played it every time they come out with a new
new
big
update.
patch. Yep.
So it's $30 full price. It is currently on sale, 20% off until the 27th. So nice.
It's a lot of fun. Obviously, more fun with friends, but it's still a lot of fun. I enjoy it. And supposedly they made the shroud harder. So I haven't played it to that point yet. I started all over so I could see, the progression and all the things. But I haven't seen the shroud yet in that game to see how difficult is it in the dark, because supposedly it's, much more difficult kind of thing.
Yeah, that would make sense. Oh,
And there's Twitch drops. Just saying.
there's what?
Twitch drops.
What does that mean?
Like when you watch someone on Twitch for so long and you get something in a game. You've never heard of Twitch drops?
I have not. I don't. I don't frequent Twitch too much.
So it's what it is like in this case, you watch someone for so many hours, and then and it doesn't have to be that person. Like it could be multiple people over the course of so many hours, right? Like if someone goes offline, you can find someone else. And then you get a drop that you can then bring into the game, and the drop is usually something cosmetic. So like this is a full set of cosmetic gear that you can only get during the Twitch drop,
Oh, and
and it
this is
doesn't
for
come back
like
around again.
this is for your character or like the person you're watching.
Your character.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I've not heard of this concept before.
Yeah, so there's a lot of games that utilize Twitch drops, for when they come out with a new big um
Like update or something.
update or something like that. They'll sometimes pair it with Twitch drops to promote hey, watch people who are streaming. And sometimes they even go as far as to say, okay, you got all these Twitch drops if you watch stuff, but you'll also get a special Twitch drop if you do 2 subs. So like you
Okay,
sub or you gift a sub or something like that. Um Diablo 4 did that. That's the one that comes to mind, but
cool. Yeah, I did not know about that. That's pretty cool.
it gives people a reason to watch their favorite, Twitch
Yeah,
streamer.
you can get something out of it. That's awesome.
Yeah. So they're doing Twitch drops. Just, throwing that out there.
Yeah. Yeah. But when it comes, if someone is streaming on multiple platforms, YouTube's my favorite when it comes to just how they
Mhm.
do everything. So that's where I'll watch them unless they only stream to Twitch and I really want to watch them, then I'll go over to Twitch. But
Right,
uh,
right.
99% of everyone not that because I rarely like watch people stream games. The only time is if it's a game that I really like I'll go hop in and watch almost anyone play Subnautica because I love that game.
Mhm.
Um, or it's like someone who like I know maybe not like personally, like I've met them in person, but like I know them through the internet or we stream together, stuff like that. Then I'll watch them stream. But yeah, other than that, I don't really like ever go watch people stream games. It's
Yeah,
like
I'm not a huge person of watching. So with
I'd rather
my
go play it myself.
right, with my ADHD, um, I don't do well. I don't understand. My brain doesn't process, I guess is the better way of putting it, verbal things. So like if someone's just talking about a game or something like that, it's gonna go in one ear and out the other. But
You
if
need the
I like,
visual aspect.
yes, I'm very much a visual, hands-on person. That's
Yep.
just
Same here.
how I roll. So,
So
you know.
Game Brain was agreeing, saying XCOM is goaded.
Mhm.
It looks like a fun game, just not up my alley.
Yeah, it is a fun game. It can be difficult.
I've heard it's very the reason why I've seen it show up on so many like list videos is because one thing that would be the most infuriating thing ever is that you can have 100% chance and you'll still miss. It's like what the heck does
It's like,
100% mean if you still miss?
I am point blank shooting you in the face, miss. Are you serious? Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it being very difficult, and I don't know if it's inherent to the game or maybe it's just one of the difficulty settings. But I've heard that there's like permadeath in that your squad mates can die and you don't get them back.
I don't know if it's permadeath or not. My husband's the one that plays that game. I don't whatever. He likes those kind of games.
Yeah. So
Oh, Stallcraft has fish traps, huh? That's cool.
so, oh yeah, cool. I don't know if they're still doing it or not. Yeah, I'd never even heard of that until now. So that's pretty cool. Um, But while I was pulling up Enshrouded to take a look at it while you're talking about it, something that came up big on the Steam page, which because this got leaked accidentally, like yesterday, the day before, and then they immediately took it down. And I hadn't heard anything since, so I wasn't sure if it was official. But on Steam, Stellar Blade has an official launch day of June 11th, so I guess that was officially revealed. I mean, everyone knew
Who
it was
did? I didn't hear what you said.
Stellar Blade.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because there was a trailer that actually got put out a couple days ago for the Steam release and with a date on it, and they accidentally released it, so they took it down immediately. But by then, the cat was out of the bag, and everyone's like, "Yeah,
Whoops.
that's official." But I'm
Yeah.
seeing it on Steam with a launch date of June 11th, so I'm assuming since a couple days ago when that accidentally got posted, it's now become official.
That's
'Cause that's one of those like I said, I've never owned a PlayStation, but I was wanting to get a PS4 or PS5 because a lot of PlayStation exclusives I would like to play, but fortunately, all the PlayStation exclusives I want to play have been coming to Steam. So that's a perfect example of one of those PlayStation games I would like to play. Helldivers was another great example of PlayStation games I want to play. Ghost of Tsushima. Shout out to
Yeah.
Vanquish if he's still here. He's a
Mhm.
huge fan of that game. Another PlayStation exclusive I want to play that's come to Steam. So
Mines of Moria. Have you heard of that one?
I never played it, but I do know of it.
Yeah, that is a fun game.
That's a little bit of an older one, isn't it?
No, it just came out like a couple years ago.
Really?
Yeah. It's the Lord of the Rings game, Mines of Moria.
Yeah.
It was an Epic exclusive, and then it finally got un-Epic exclusived um this year.
Yeah, initial release October 23.
Yeah, I
So
was gonna say it's not that old.
I was thinking it was older than that.
Mm-mm. That's a fun game. I enjoy that one.
So what exactly is the genre? I'm assuming like
It's a
it sounds
survival
like
craft.
okay, I was gonna say it sounds like a survival crafting type game.
It's a survival crafting game with exploration, and your dwarves that you play, if you're mining something, like say you're mining iron or something, and
Rock and Stone. Wrong game.
you got, 2 or 3 people with you, you can literally start singing. You start singing with the dwarves. It's great.
Oh,
It's
that is great.
absolutely awesome. But if you sing, there's more chance that goblins or trolls might hear you and come after you.
Oh,
So you
okay.
might give away your position by
A little bit of a
participating in
risk
the
reward.
singing. Yeah, it's interesting. I enjoyed it. I played it when it first came out on Epic. It was the first game that I ever bought on Epic. Didn't even
Oh,
have an Epic account, but I really wanted to play that game.
because it was an Epic exclusive, huh?
Yep.
I own a bunch of games on Epic, but I've never bought any of them. They've all been through like
Yeah, most
Prime
of them.
Gaming.
99% of my games are free. Mines of Moria is the only one that I've actually bought.
I have a similar thing in that just like Epic, GOG, most of my GOG games have all been free via Prime Gaming as well. The one game on GOG that I have bought, it is on Xbox, but it has a multiplayer component that's been shut down. So I was like, I'll play it on somewhere else. And apparently, like it got, I don't want to say lost in translation, but it kind of disappeared, and because of like legal reasons they had to like delist it, and they just brought it back, and that's Singularity, which is a first person shooter from like the Xbox 360 era, which
Why does
looked like a
that
really cool game. I always wanted to
that
play it, just
sounds
never got around to it.
familiar?
So you have like this, it's a first person shooter, and you have like this gauntlet that you can like manipulate like gravity and stuff.
Yeah.
It looks pretty cool. So I bought that on GOG because it was able to make its return there.
Yeah, I don't have that game.
So, but Sons and Shadows says love Stellar Blade, so that'll be on my wish list. I'll pick that up eventually on
Rip
Steam
Lost Planet too.
once it goes down to a big enough sale for me, because I think I'll enjoy it. It's hack and slash. I love hack and slash games.
I
So
love hack and slash games. It's so much fun. In the group that I play, they call me the murder hobo. Yeah, you're like, "Oh, I need whatever," and before you know it, you're hearing like death sounds or whatever. What are you doing getting what you needed? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I'm one of those people that just jumps in first and asks questions later. And then you jump in and you're like, "Mistakes were made."
Mistakes were made. Um,
Yeah. So much
nice.
fun. So much fun. I like to just have fun. I like to explore and I like to just beat people up.
So, but yeah, I was just looking through some of my wish list. Another franchise that's been PlayStation exclusive that I've got. I've got the first one on Steam. And I'll probably pick up the second one eventually. Horizon Zero Dawn. I always want to play those games. Those look pretty good.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I played technically it was the second one. I think it wasn't
Forbidden
Zero
West was the second one.
Forbidden
Zero
West.
West is the first one.
Yeah, so I played a little bit of Forbidden West on the PC, and I really enjoyed it. The only reason I stopped playing it is because honestly I forgot that I had it. That's when I had when I started having all the problems with my Pentium. And so
Oh,
I was trying to fix it, and so we wiped my computer a couple different times, like trying to, troubleshoot what was going on. And so I forgot that I even had it, and I need to go back and finish playing it because I really liked that game.
it looks good, and
Really
I'm
liked it.
sure I'll enjoy it. The thing that I asked this question on a recent stream, but no one answered it. If you haven't played the first one, you probably wouldn't be able to answer this either. But maybe someone in chat has played it. I got the base version on Steam. There is a $10 upgrade to like the more advanced version because they
Mhm.
re-released it as Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. Even though, why does it need a remaster when it's a game from like 2017? You can upgrade for $10 to the remastered version on Steam. I'm not sure I want to do that because I think they added the character model from Forbidden West into the first one, and the character model in the first one looked better than she did in the second one.
Mm.
But I don't know exactly what the extent is of what is in the remastered version. So I'm not sure if I want to do the $10 upgrade for when I get around to playing it. So if anyone's out
I
there
honestly have
and
no idea.
knows, let me know what the pros and cons are between the remastered and non-remastered version of Horizon Zero Dawn on Steam, because that'll decide whether I do the $10 upgrade or just play the version that I currently have.
Right. I
So
know that there was a big uproar because they started requiring you to merge your Steam account with your PlayStation account. And
the Helldivers did that.
well, they
I
tried
didn't even.
to.
Well, they said that they were going to backtrack on it. I don't think they ever actually did.
I don't have my PlayStation attached to my Steam, and I play Helldivers 2 just fine.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I didn't even have a Steam, not a Steam account. I didn't have a PlayStation account because I've never owned a PlayStation.
right. My thing is, I don't like that type of stuff to be merged, just because if you hack one, technically you can hack the other.
Exactly,
And
for
I have
security
way too many
purposes.
damn games for me to lose my stuff. You know what I
And
mean? Like,
how many times has Sony been hacked over the years? How many times has Steam
exactly.
been hacked? I've not heard of Steam getting hacked. I've heard of Sony getting hacked multiple times. How many times has Xbox been hacked? I've never heard of it.
The only thing that I've heard about Steam having an issue was there was a game, and it was relatively recently, where it was a virus. The person had uploaded this game, and it included a virus on
Oh,
purpose, and they took it down. That's the
that's
only thing
dirty.
that
I've
I've
not heard
heard of.
about that.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's
that was
not quite the
recent.
same thing.
No, it's not a hacking, but that's like, when you talk about like negative press type stuff with Steam, like that's the only thing I can think of where Steam got something happen, in
Right.
that realm. So, um, but yeah,
So,
definitely interesting.
but Game Brain says, "Rip Lost Planet 2. What about it? I mean, you can still play it. I have it. I've beaten it, and that's another game where I have to go back because I've beaten the story, and I have like 8 out of like the 50 achievements. So there's still there are so many achievements in that game that are just for the multiplayer, which is probably pretty dead at this point. But they are ridiculous time sinks for the achievements in Lost Planet 2. But I've got it on 360, and I'd definitely be up for playing it sometime if anyone's looking for Lost Planet 2 partners. My
Nice.
buddy, the reason why is my buddy in real life, Rozik, he was a huge fan of it, so he got me to play it. So, oh, he's saying that you can't play it on Steam. You can't buy it on Steam.
Mm-mm.
Interesting. I've got it on 360, so I guess we probably wouldn't be able to play anyways because cross-platform wasn't a thing back then.
Yeah, it
Uh,
doesn't look like you can buy it, which kind of sucks.
oh, that's why I was saying rip. I mean, you can still buy it on
Rip.
360. It's still, if you can find it, which I'm sure you can find it for pretty cheap. I think I got it for like $10 or something. But Sun and
Indeed.
Shadow says, "Don't play it while tired, though. The soundtrack will crush you to sleep." Oh, he's talking about Stellar Blade soundtrack. I was like, what game were we talking about when he said that? He's talking about Stellar Blade soundtrack. I watched one of my buddies play a little bit of it a while ago, and I was like, I was surprised at how good the soundtrack is. And I would not expect the music that was in that soundtrack to be in that type of game. It's a hack and slash, so you'd think it'd be very upbeat, high-paced music, and it was very like soothing jazz music. I'm like, I love jazz, but it's not the type of music I would expect in that kind of game. So I would totally get why he's saying don't play it while tired. It'll put you right to sleep. But yeah, it looks like a great game.
So it's
So
a hack and slash?
Stellar Blade is.
Hmm.
So,
Interesting. I'll
um,
have to wishlist it and keep
and
watch on it.
yeah, Clan Duran says I'm waiting for the new Mafia game by Hangar 13. Yeah,
You
I've heard it's a
would.
popular franchise. I've not played any of them because it's just like more of the GTA type game, which I have zero interest in. But I know that a lot of people love those Mafia games.
Well, it's kind of like when we were playing Schedule 1. We have one viewer that always comes up with these crazy random challenges, like you can't fight anyone and the other person has to come and fight, or you can't mix these, concoctions the other person has to, like, she brings up these, because it's still in early access, so she like comes up with these crazy, whatever for us to do, and it's funny because or Clander and is like, oh hey Peter, let's come over here, I know, I'll sell you this product, and now I'm gonna beat you and take it back. You know what I mean? Like, because his name is Peter File.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. We come up with crazy. We just started a brand new play of it, like a play over. So that way we could just play it again because we enjoy it. But yeah,
Make it
every
even more
time we
interesting.
see Peter File, he just has to get taken in the back and beaten. That's just how it is.
That's great.
So much fun.
Similar to that, I don't often get hits on it, but every once in a while I do. So, like I said, Mass Effect, I love the multiplayer Mass Effect 3, and I will. Anyone wants to play it with me whenever, let me know. I often play it Friday or Saturday nights on a nearly weekly basis because I freaking love it. But I also stream it once a month for Mass Effect Monday because I do Metroidvania Monday every Monday, and then one Monday a month I do Mass Effect Monday, where I stream it, and anyone who wants to play with me is welcome to. I have it on Xbox and I have it on Steam, so I can play it on either. And when I do Mass Effect Monday, I've got a challenge thing where you can tip for certain amounts, and you can issue me some sort of challenge in the game, like use a certain character without using certain abilities, or
Mm-hmm.
use this gun on this character. So you issue me a challenge, and I will try to complete your challenge. And based on the amount of the tip that you do, will determine what difficulty I attempt the challenge on. So I
Right.
do a similar thing on Mass Effect Monday, where you can challenge me to make it interesting, because I just love that game. And so every once in a while someone will be like, hey, so far all the challenges that I have gotten have been pretty basic ones. They have not even really been challenges. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
play as a pink character, so I changed my character bright pink.
Right.
I haven't really had anyone come in and be like, hey, I want you to beat do a match without using guns, and making it actually really difficult on me. But
Right. Right.
anyone's welcome to issue me a challenge in Mass Effect Monday if they want to. And that is speaking of, next Monday will be Mass Effect Monday on the 19th. So
Oh, okay.
if anyone wants to play Mass Effect with me, let me know and we'll make it happen.
Perfect.
So it is on PlayStation, but I don't have a PlayStation, so I can't play the PlayStation version. But I can play the Xbox version, and I can play the Steam version. And you don't ever have to have played it before. You can hop right in and immediately go into the multiplayer, no tutorial or anything. Just start right in, because a lot of games, like, you may have to get through a certain part of the campaign in order to
Mm-hmm.
get to it. You can hop in, go straight to multiplayer, and start playing if you've never even touched the game before.
Does that work with the Mass Effect, like, big old bundle thing that they came out with?
Oh,
You know what
so
I'm
I'm
talking
glad you
about?
mentioned that. So a couple years ago, they released the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, which has all
Yes.
3 games. Unfortunately, there is no multiplayer in Mass Effect 3 in the Legendary
Oh,
Edition.
that
You have
sucks.
to have the actual Mass Effect 3 game. So if you're playing it on Steam, you want to look for the Mass Effect 3 N7 Digital Deluxe version from 2012. That's the one that has the multiplayer. And it's still full prices, like $30. Don't pay $30 for it. It'll often go on sale for like $8. So
Right.
um, wait for it to go on sale for $8 and pick it up. I do that once a month. So if anyone wants to play with me, I do it once a month, although I won't be doing it probably in June or July, just because of my schedule. But I do it once a month for anyone who wants to hop in. And like I said, I play frequently on the weekend. I just don't stream it. So if anyone wants to hop in and play with me, then I have a channel in my Discord where I ping everyone saying, hey, I'm going to play Mass Effect. Anyone wants to join me? It's usually kind of late on Friday nights, like 10 o'clock or so. But if anyone wants to play with me, I'm always down to play Mass Effect multiplayer.
Mass Effect is fun. I think that was one of the first shooter type game like that I played.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like that genre. I mean, I had played first person shooters before and third person shooters, but like that genre of like gameplay where it's like a mixture of the shooter and the
The RPG
RPG
element.
elements. I think that was
Yes.
the first one that I ever played.
Yeah. I same for me. So
I've enjoyed it.
um yeah, I love it. So Sun Shadows, Stellar Blade is relaxing. Great OST, but still, yeah. So, Clan Duran is there. He says for Tuchanka, which is something that the Krogans are from Tuchanka. That's their home planet. They'll
Mhm.
shout that a lot of times in battle,
Nice.
or if you're playing a Krogan in the multiplayer, they'll shout little lines, and so that's what he's quoting there. So, he says he needs to finish your playthrough of Mass Effect 2 so I can port my Shepard into Mass Effect 3. Then I'll happily join Krogan main here. Yeah, Krogans are great. I love them. I have Mass Effect Legendary Edition, so I'll pick up the other edition. Yeah, unfortunately, I often rag on the Legendary Edition for that because it's published by EA, one of the most money grubby companies in the industry. The multiplayer already exists. Just port it to Legendary Edition and profit free money, and they
Right.
didn't.
Yeah.
Because it has microtransactions. You could buy, I've never paid 1 penny for the microtransactions. I've only ever used in-game currency. So you can use both. But that's an opportunity for them to make free money off of microtransactions, and they didn't do it. It's like I would happily start from scratch to play it, do it all over again in a better looking version. But
Yeah.
no, they just completely axed it, and it makes zero sense to me.
I don't understand gaming companies sometimes. Like they'll do stuff that is so off, off kilter, where it's like, oh, it's whatever, you're expecting one thing, and then they don't do what you think they should do because it would make them money. Like,
Exactly. It
you're like, oh,
baffles
you
me.
put this in here, but yet you didn't do multiplayer, which is where you'd make your money. Because I'm sorry, if I see someone with some really flashy get up for their character, I'm gonna go buy it if it's a one of those in buy whatever. I'm like, oh, that looks cool. I want it, right? Like
Yeah.
you see other people playing, anyway, yeah. I don't get it.
Yeah, it baffles me that they didn't bring it forward. So, yeah, you need either the 360 version, although it is backwards compatible, so you can play it on any newer Xbox if you're going to play the Xbox version. And it is on Game Pass Ultimate because Game Pass Ultimate includes EA Play, which
Hmm.
includes all the Mass Effect games. So, if you have Game Pass Ultimate, you have access to all the Mass Effect games. However, that would only be on the Xbox because there's no cross-platform. So, if you wanted to play it on PC, you would have to have the Steam version. So, yeah, you
Gotcha.
want on the Steam side of things, you want the N7 Digital Deluxe Edition. So, but yeah, I do that once a month. So anyone wants to join me, you are always welcome to. So, Clan Duran mentioned earlier, Rosa makes this. I'm assuming that's the person you were referring to who
Yes,
issues these weird challenges. Makes the streams like playing with a randomizer.
it really is. She's like, I have my favorite, and Clan's gonna start laughing. My favorite was she was talking about offing someone, right? Like one of the NPCs, or I was have to go off someone. I thought she meant I had to off Clan. And so we're standing there, we're standing kind of side by side, whatever. And what she'll do is she'll pop into my Discord and tell me something. And then she'll pop into his Discord and tell me something. So she pops into my Discord and she tells me whatever it was she tells me. And I can't think of what it is now. I thought she meant I had to off Clan. So I immediately turned, took out my gun, and shot him like 3 times until he died. And he's like, "What
What
the
the hell
heck?"
was
And I'm
that
like, "I
for?
don't know, Rosie, tell me to." And then I reread it and I was like, "Oh, she didn't tell me to."
I misread it. I'm sorry.
I
I'm an idiot.
misread it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It was hilarious. Like once we figured out that was the issue, or not issue, but whatever, we were dying. Like we were just dying laughing. Oh my god.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
So yeah, I
it's
think
it's
he's saying,
funny.
yeah, there's the laugh emojis from Clan.
Yep.
Oh, that's
Yep.
great.
It
So
was
Vanquish
great.
says, oh, he kept his promise and bought Mass Effect 3 when it was on sale last. Excellent. You're welcome to join me for Mass Effect Monday on this upcoming Monday if you're able to. Um, last Mass Effect Monday, it was JT Epsilon and we both had downloaded some of the mods, so we got to play and stream some modded multiplayer, which was great, which added new maps and enemies, so stuff that I've never actually played before, so that was pretty cool.
Hmm.
So unfortunately, you can't just leave it on the mods for the extra maps and enemies, because if you do, you will only play with people who also have it, which is
Hmm.
it's the community is still active enough that you'll get people here and there, but it's not like super active. I mean, it's been around for 13 years. So I was thinking, hey, as long as I put it on, the base maps that are in the game that everyone have access to, you can still play with people. It's like, nope, you can't play with them even on the base maps if you have the mods installed. So you have to go into your mod manager and turn them off in order to be able to play with people who don't have the mods installed, which is kind of annoying. But we both had it, so we were able to play and check out some new content for the first time, in 13 years, which is pretty cool.
Minor details.
But I'll turn those off if you want to join me, so you can play with us or play with me on Monday. So, Game Brain says, I would happily have a complete Dead Space 3 remake. The Dead Space games are another one. Like you said, I'm not huge on scary, but I'm more okay with sci-fi horror than supernatural horror. So I put the Dead Space games in my upcoming dive of games, so I will be playing all 3 of them. I've heard that 3 is not good, but I'm assuming that's probably going to be my favorite because it's the least scary and the most action-packed of them. So,
right.
But Snap is here. What's up, Snap? Good evening to you, buddy. Seeing how's it going? Nice to see you still streaming. Yeah, we're probably going to wrap it up here in a minute since we're at 4.25 hours already, which does not seem like it's been that long.
No, it only feels like it's been like an hour or 2. It doesn't feel like 4 hours.
That always happens on open mic, just to get chatting and just having a great discussion. It's like, oh my God, it's been 4 hours already. So
yeah.
But always good to see you, Snap. Hope you're doing well tonight. But was there? No, I think I was like, was there anything else I was going to mention about Mass Effect? But I think that pretty much summed it up. So if anyone wants to join me, that'll be on Monday for the next episode of Mass Effect Monday. That'll be probably the last one until August would be my guess, just because my summer schedule is going to be kind of crazy.
Not allowed.
So, but yeah, I'm getting a bit hungry, so I want to go eat. So I think we'll kind of call it here for a night. So,
okay.
Before we say goodnight, what do you got going on? You got anything you want to plug?
Well, I guess plugging wise, we're doing our Schedule 1 game. I am not monetized yet. I am not at my 50 followers for Twitch or my however for YouTube.
Yeah, I've got the hours. I don't have the subs.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't have the subs. I've got hours for days, right? Like no problem there. But we often are playing like Schedule 1. We play, what was the last thing we played? Oblivion Remake. We kind of play a little bit of everything. I'm looking to get into more Icarus, so I think I'm going to be plugging Icarus quite a bit more on my streams when I'm playing solo.
Okay.
So definitely come check me out. It's a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. I hope I'm a lot of fun.
I just pulled up your Twitter and I see that you got you're in your profile. You're repping the Salty Nerd Discord. So
I
shout
really
out to Salty
do.
Nerd.
Yep. Well, that's my Discord. I don't have my own personal Discord. I don't want my own personal Discord. So I direct everyone to the Salty Nerd Discord because we don't just do the Helldivers. We got all sorts of other stuff going on. Play Stallcraft. Okay, Game Brain. I will play Stallcraft. I promise. I promise. It'll be great. Yeah, I mean, we have a fun time. Honestly, we just enjoy whatever we're playing without getting all whatever uppity about it. I'm terrible at plugging things. Not gonna lie.
No worries. So,
but I have a lot of fun.
I did. I just dropped it in chat. The link to your YouTube and your Twitch. I do have the link to your YouTube and your Twitter X profile in the stream description already. But I'll also add the Twitch link to the stream description as well,
awesome.
In case anyone wants to go follow her on Twitch after the fact as well. But I dropped the link in chat for YouTube and Twitch.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Much love. I enjoy coming out and talking to people. I'm a game nerd like you.
Absolutely.
Nerding it up. So all sorts of fun.
Got that added. So, well, it was a blast having you on and chatting with you and getting to know you. For anyone who doesn't know, the stuff exactly like this, just having a conversation, talking about video games is why I started my channel. So open mic is exactly that. Open mic to, talk about video games. If you want to come on and talk video games with me, if you've never been on YouTube before, that's perfectly fine. I think I've had like 5 or 6 separate people, Vanquish included. The first time they ever showed up on a stream was here on Open Mic. So if you want to come on and talk video games with me, let me know. That's the whole point of this show. So it was great having you on, and 4 hours flew by just talking about video games. Happens
It
all the
really
time.
did. I don't know where the time went.
So,
It's fine.
yeah, I'm getting a little hungry, so I'm gonna go eat some dinner.
Absolutely.
But
Me too. I haven't ate yet.
Vegas says any Division 2 Battle for Brooklyn when it comes out. Is that a new expansion for Division 2? Because I don't, I know of the game, but I haven't followed it. So,
If
I
it
don't
is, I'll
know what that
totally be
is.
playing it. I love Division 2. Love it. It is one of my favorite games.
So Vegas looks like Farsy will play with you.
Yep, absolutely. Hit me up.
So, but yeah, great having you on. It's been a blast talking video games
Thank you
with
so much.
you.
Appreciate it.
And thanks for reaching out and saying, hey, I'd like to come
Yeah,
on. This was great.
anytime.
So, as for myself, next week will basically be my last regular week of streaming until probably August, because it's got busy summer stuff going on. So I'll be doing Metroidvania Monday and Mass Effect Monday. On Monday, I'll be doing Metroidvania Monday earlier in the afternoon, and then I'll do Mass Effect Monday in the evening. So if anyone wants to join me for Mass Effect Monday, let me know, and we'll make it happen. And it's a lot of fun. So next Tuesday will be, like I said earlier, Tuesdays alternate between Party Chat, which we had this week, and Top 5 will be next week. We're doing Top 5 handheld games. So we'll be, Top 5 Switch, or actually, sorry, Switch does not count. That is not qualify, since that is basically a home console that is mobile. So like Game Boy, Game Gears, we were talking earlier, DS, those type of things. We're gonna be ranking our top 5 favorite handheld games. So so far I've only got one person on the panel besides my co-host Jason. So right now it's 3 of us. We like to do 4 or 5 sometimes. So if anyone wants to be on that panel and rank their top 5 favorite handheld games, reach out to me either on Discord or on Twitter. Those are the best places to get a hold of me. And you can come on and rank your top 5 favorite handheld games on Tuesday. I got nothing going on Wednesday at the moment. I may end up streaming. Actually, I probably won't, because I'll probably use that time to focus on before summer gets really busy on me to work on getting my achievements wrapped up, because I'm still looking forward to starting all those new games, and I'm getting really, really close. I just got to get a few more achievements left. So I'll probably spend. That's probably what I'll probably be doing on Wednesday. And then next Thursday, same time here, I'll be doing another open mic, but it'll be a solo. I call it State of the Nerd. Thanks to Carl. He gave me the idea for that. I do that probably every 6 months or so, just kind of talk about plans for the channel, what things are going to look like going forward. So I'll be doing that next Thursday for open mic solo. So again, great talking with you, and had a blast. So
Yeah,
great
it was
meeting
great.
you. Thanks for coming on, and thanks for everyone for hanging out and chat for 4 hours while we just talk video games like a bunch of nerds that we are. So
Yes, we are.
you all, and thanks, Sons of Shadows, if you're still here, I appreciate the raid. Thank you, sir. You are too kind. So with that, we'll say goodnight. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us in chat while for this whole stream, whether you're here for a couple minutes or the whole time. You guys are awesome. And we will see you later. And have a good night, everyone. And as always, in the meantime, game on.
Good night.